It's my game. It's my world. Esports. It's my game. It's my world. It's my community. We believe in unity. It's my game. It's my world. Esports. It's my game. It's my world. It's my community. We believe in unity. It's my game. It's my world. It's my game. It's my world. Esports. It's my game. It's my world. It's my community. We believe in unity.
All it takes is one dream. One dream that becomes a journey. To drive an ambition. Believing in yourself. Persevering challenges. Always focused on the dream. To grow aspirations. Having the will to keep going. Building a future with a legacy. Knowing dreams can come true. Over 11 years of growth. The spirit of entrepreneurship. Created possibilities. Realized new potentials. Innovate for the better. Expand horizons. To change lives. To connect new ideas. To explore new grounds. With the future in sight. Together,
Selamat datang di sebuah pengalaman perjalanan baru Indonesia bersama InJourney. Terbang bersama kami untuk melihat pariwisata Indonesia, sirkuit internasional, bentang alam, ragam atraksi budaya, produk lokal asli Indonesia, warisan budaya, keamanan dan kenyamanan. InJourney membawa keramahan Indonesia ke dunia.
Masih bingung cari jasa ekspedisi? Central Cargo hadir sebagai solusi pengiriman barang Anda dengan terus meningkatkan kualitas pelayanan. Sebagai komitmen kami, memberikan pelayanan terbaik untuk Anda. Kini kami telah dipercaya oleh ribuan customer. Di balik pertumbuhan Central Cargo yang pesat, kami memiliki ratusan drop point yang tersebar di seluruh Indonesia. Dalam membangun kepercayaan, kita tumbuh bersama.
Energi
selalu ada dimanapun itu,
membawa yang baik menjadi hebat.
karena tidak ada lagi batas.
Manapun lintasan masa membawa hingga ke masa depan.
Sejauh mana kamu bisa bermimpi?
Jawabannya, sejauh yang hati kamu inginkan.
Dengan energi yang menggerakkan kamu
Dan kamu. Pertamina, energizing you.
Iklan pop mie, stuck gitu-gitu aja.
Pop mie, ransel, pop mie.
Biar seru nggak keputus, pop mie dus. Topping cangki sama gurihnya itu sob. Beuh, yuk sob, sikat pop mie. Seru terus kuy. Iklan pop mie, stuck gitu-gitu aja.
Pop mie, ransel, pop mie.
Biar seru nggak keputus, pop mie dus. Topping cangki sama gurihnya itu sob. Beuh, yuk sob, sikat pop mie. Seru terus kuy.
Hydro Coco. Why choose Hydro Coco? Healthy, taste good. Rasakan manfaat air kelapa asli untuk bantu jaga imun tubuh.
We choose Hydro Coco.
Real coconut water. Hydro Coco. Why choose Hydro Coco? Healthy, taste good. Rasakan manfaat air kelapa asli untuk bantu jaga imun tubuh.
We choose Hydro Coco.
Real coconut water.
Ada sebuah cerita tentang mereka yang bangkit dari keterpurukan, melawan keterbatasan, merajut karya untuk berdaya bersama, membuka jalan kemudahan dan rasa percaya akan masa depan. Di tengah tantangan, mereka suarakan harapan, bergerak untuk perubahan. IndiHome, aktivitas tanpa batas.
Indonesia's Next Top Model Cycle 3, Sabtu dan Minggu, jam 7 malam.
Mau dibikin ketawa? Mau dibikin mewek? Mau dibikin ngeri-ngeri sedep? Mau dibikin kaget? Mau dibikin penasaran? Mau dong! Di sini gudangnya informasi yang bikin kalian update gak kelar-kelar setiap hari. Ini baru Trans 7.
Berani melawan keterbatasan demi memberitakan kebenaran. Terus berjalan menghadapi perubahan, berinovasi menjawab tantangan zaman. Menjadi tempat informasi terpercaya yang cepat, berimbang, dan akurat. Tak sekadar memberi wawasan, namun juga membuka pikiran. Orang cerdas membaca tuntas hanya di detik.com.
Warga plus 62 emang banyak maunya. Dari drakoran sampai banjir air mata. Nonton action yang mantul. Sampai nonton tendangan cantik. Maksudnya ini, mau nonton apapun, semua ada di video. Mulai dari yang bikin berbunga-bunga, keringet dingin, ketawa, sampai bikin gak ngedip. Jadi nonton apa sekarang?
All it takes is one dream. One dream that becomes a journey. To drive an ambition. Believing in yourself. Persevering challenges. Always focused on the dream. To grow aspirations. Having the will to keep going. Building a future with a legacy. Knowing dreams can come true. Over 11 years of growth. The spirit of entrepreneurship. Created possibilities. Realized new potentials. Innovate for the better. Expand horizons. to change lives. To connect new ideas. To explore new grounds. With the future in sight. Together.
Selamat datang di sebuah pengalaman perjalanan baru Indonesia bersama InJourney. Terbang bersama kami untuk melihat pariwisata Indonesia. Sirkuit internasional, bentang alam, ragam atraksi budaya, produk lokal asli Indonesia, warisan budaya, keamanan dan kenyamanan. InJourney membawa keramahan Indonesia ke dunia.
Masih bingung cari jasa ekspedisi? Central Cargo hadir sebagai solusi pengiriman barang Anda dengan terus meningkatkan kualitas pelayanan. Sebagai komitmen kami, memberikan pelayanan terbaik untuk Anda. Kini kami telah dipercaya oleh ribuan customer. Di balik pertumbuhan Central Cargo yang pesat, kami memiliki ratusan drop point yang tersebar di seluruh Indonesia. Dalam membangun kepercayaan, kita tumbuh bersama.
Energi
Selalu ada dimanapun itu,
membawa yang baik menjadi hebat.
karena tidak ada lagi batas.
Kemanapun lintasan masa membawa, hingga ke masa depan.
Sejauh mana kamu bisa bermimpi?
Jawabannya, sejauh yang hati kamu inginkan.
Dengan energi yang menggerakkan kamu
Dan kamu. Pertamina, energizing you.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to IESF 14 World Esports Championship Bali 2022 Fire Stage! Already hot in here, everyone. So, once again, before we start the match, I would like to share some information about this event. The IESF 14 World Esports Championship will be a part of the Indonesia Esports Summit 22, an annual celebration of the country's esports ecosystem initiated by IESF and PBSI. With the goal to involve all esports stakeholders in Indonesia, including game publishers, game developers, pro teams, athletes, influencers, brands, community, and media in the country. In this year, the IESF 14 World Esports Championship 2022 followed by 106 countries, and this is make this event as esport event with the most nationality competing offline. We have 4 marvelous thematic stages like Earth Stage, Air Stage, Ice Stage, and Fire Stage. And we have 6 games include CSGO, Dota 2, Mobile Legends Bang Bang, PUBG Mobile, eFootball 2023, and Tekken 7 also. And today, we are here in the Fire Stage. We will have the last day of play-ins in PUBG Mobile. Before we're going to start the match, I want to tell you that this event can be held by support from our government sponsors. So thanks to Kemenparekraf, Kemenpora, KONI, NOC Indonesia, and Wonderful Indonesia. With a prize pool $100,000 with the live streaming channels we have in the Twitch IESF_TV5, YouTube PBSI, YouTube Garudaku.se. All right, guys, let us start the game, and I will tag to the caster that will lead the game for today. We have Dona Fiska and El Doge.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the last day of play-ins in this 14th World Esports Championship 2022, live from Bali, Indonesia. And with me, Dona Fiska, and alongside with me, El Doge as my partner, we are gonna witnessing which top 11 team is gonna be proceeding into the grand final tomorrow for 3 days straight. Hi, El Doge.
Hello. Super excited for today because, again, only top 11 will proceed to the grand final. And I guess we already saw how dominating Saudi Arabia, but I hope all the other teams, especially South Korea, Vietnam, up until Ghana, they will play their best today because they need it. Only 11 team will proceed to the grand final.
Definitely. And yeah, I'm also really excited, especially tomorrow as well, because like tomorrow we're gonna have another contender, which are the grand finalists. That is, well, later on we're gonna like explain the tournament format of this 14th World Esports Championship for you guys. So after we were sawing the domination of Group A.
Yeah.
What is your expectation today, El Doge?
Like I mentioned not yesterday, 2 days ago.
Yeah.
Yeah. And our second day, I really hope for Group B, especially Group C. They will give their best shot. And they did it at the second day. So I hope, especially the third day, the last day, they will give more than we already saw at the second day. But before we are going to the game, we really want to say thank you so much to all the sponsors. The main sponsor, JHL Group, sponsored by also JHL Auto, Nusapay, DAS, Gudang Crypto, Taiwan Excellence, Pertamina, and also Hydro Coco.
And of course, we're also having our official telco partner, which is Telkomsel, official smartphone partner, our beloved Samsung Galaxy A series, internet service provider partner IndiHome, travel management partner HIN, hotel partner Absat Hotel, and our venue right here, right now, Marusaka Hotel. We also have esports broadcaster partner Minaski Global, IFEL, and also ESIT, production partner Lemon ID.
And also the media partner Trans Studio, Detik.com, Esports.id, Video.com, Dunia Games, Dance TV, Dance Play, Merah Putih, Bola Skor, and also Kami Bijak. So thank you to all the sponsors, and do not forget the government support.
Yep.
Really amazing coming from them. So thank you so much for Kemenpora, Kemenparekraf, KONI, and OC Indonesia, and also Wonderful Indonesia.
Yep. Thank you so much of all of the amazing support here, because like without all of the sponsors, without our government support, and also our any other partner as well, we're not gonna be here, and this event is not gonna be as amazing as it is right now, because I enjoyed this event so much.
I can see that though.
Yeah, because like I kind of like coming back here again and again, like every day, even on my off day, even like there's no PUBG Mobile, right?
Yeah. I mean, beside all the amazing view, amazing scenery, good foods, good exhibition, when do you do the cast with outfit like this, like?
Yeah, this is like once in a blue moon kind of type. Like I can only wear my sandals here, my flip flop, my like. You are right here right now wearing like these amazing shirts.
Yeah.
Colorful team as well. So, El Doge,
what
and
is that?
Also, ladies and gentlemen, we are gonna refresh your mind once again about this tournament format. Like we mentioned again and again for a million of times, the play-ins consists of 3 groups that divided by Group A, B, C, and of course, and each group for B and C especially contains 6 teams, and Group A contains 7 teams that we're gonna see for today. Which 11 teams are gonna be proceeding their way into the main event tomorrow, and gonna be playing with 4 teams that coming from regional qualifier directly, which are Kazakhstan, Morocco, Turkey, and Brazil, and of course 1 invited teams, host country Indonesia, and they are gonna be playing in 3 days, 5 matches a day, and in total 15 matches.
Yep, and the point system is still the same. So every winner chicken dinner will get 15 points. Then the second one 12, third 10, fourth 8, fifth 6, drop down to the 13 to the 16 without points. But we'll not see that at the play-ins,
of course,
because the maximum of the players are 13 teams.
Yep.
So yeah, maybe if you face Group A, it can be. But after that, B versus C, it will never happen. So every elimination points will get 1, and the total prize pool for about $100,000.
Oh my God, it's so huge. But only top 3 teams or countries is gonna like take the cut of the total prize pool. The first being the biggest so far, half of the cut $50,000, and the second is $30,000, and the third is gonna take the $20,000 total of the prize pool itself. It's so huge, but it's with this kind of like distribution of the prize pool though, it's kind of like do or die situation for all of the teams, because you are not gonna be happy if you placed 4th though,
especially with a small gap of points, right? So these are the participants. Group A: Libya, Senegal, Pakistan, Saudi Arabia, Brunei Darussalam, Azerbaijan, and Sri Lanka. Group B: South Korea, Mauritius, Bahrain, Chinese Taipei, Vietnam, and Iraq. Group C: Ghana, Jordan, Djibouti, Guatemala, Maldives, and also Egypt.
Yep, and for today's matches, the first series we're gonna see the battle between Group A and B, that they are gonna be playing at Rangel, Miramar, and also Sandhawk. And today's matches is not gonna be any different from yesterday's. We're gonna have a 3 days matches between each group in round robin. So in total, we're gonna have 9 matches for today.
Yep. What makes me curious, Donna, is about the grand final. Because it's only 5 matches a day.
Yep.
What map will get more appearance at the match itself?
But usually it's gonna be like 2
Erangel,
Erangel, 2 Miramar, and also 1 Sandhawk. Are you gonna be happy if there are 2 Sandhawk and then only 1 Erangel? You are not, right?
I'm not. But I hope though, this is just my wall thinking. Because we are playing at Bali. How it can it be Nusa there maybe?
Nusa. Is it doable actually with
it's
the
doable.
40s
Oh, with a total 16, it's not. It's not.
How many players in
I think
64, right?
Yeah, total 64.
64, right? Yeah.
But we can't play 64 at Nusa.
Yeah.
But yeah, we'll see later because the most important one is the 9 games today. It's like a do or die. Even though you already said for the final, I agree with that. But today, for the whole of the points, because what I can see from the total points, actually the gap coming from the 11th position and the 12th one, it's only 5 points.
5 points.
It's only 5 points. Even South Korea closed the day for the second game, for the second day with a chicken dinner. So the possibility is still so much, Donna.
Yeah. With that being said, Chinese Taipei is the 11th in the 11th position for now, and South Korea is haunting them in the 12th position. But what intrigued me a lot is actually like the 13th position for now, which is Vietnam Eldoge.
It's quite far then.
Have you ever imagined or like did you ever expecting that Vietnam Eagle Esports having this kind of like result in this kind of tournaments? It's kind of like odds, right? Seeing Eagle Esports being this quote unquote like not performing really well.
Yeah. I mean, the first day I stated I really supporting, not supporting, but like I can see that Vietnam has the chance.
Yeah.
Because all the players, because the history coming from the team, right? But again, expect the unexpected. It's so it's so minimum kind of the information you can get from the other teams, because most of the teams are not the pro teams coming from pro league. So that way, if they have a good skills, they can adapt well, they can play really well. With that being said, Saudi is a very good players. They got a lot of points, but coming from Jordan, coming from Iraq, even Iraq is not Ligma Galaxy, right?
Yeah.
They can play well. So that way, still expect the unexpected. And for you guys, ladies and gentlemen, do not forget to support your team from your house, your nation, your favorite one, and give some hashtag, share the live stream, because we will see we are so closing to the final. So I already met the Indonesian teams. I don't want to meet the other teams because if I'm not mistaken, Fireflux already here from the beginning. From the start day, right? Yeah.
We saw it. We met them, Fireflux. And then yesterday, I believe Kuda Terbang, right? That representing
the flying
Indonesia.
Horse.
Yeah, the flying horse in English is flying horse, but their name team is Kuda Terbang. Plus maybe
a new
capital
coach.
M. Yeah.
A new coach.
New coach.
Yeah, from Morp.
Oh.
Nandi is joining the team. So Nandi is actually become the national coach for Indonesia, and I hope all of the teams, the other teams, will have the same, because we want to see the best of the best at the grand final.
Definitely.
Go.
Especially the first game is ready, and we're gonna be jump into the first game, which is gonna take us to the OG map, Erangel. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's go into the game.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, and here come the flight path for the day. It is going, it's quite unique actually. Coming from the Primors area, going towards the, what do we say?
At the southwest area.
Yeah, southwest, southeast.
Northeast.
No, southeast to the northwest. Yeah.
That's right.
No. Southwest to the northeast. Yeah.
Northeast,
Yeah, so Primors to the starboard. It's okay. It's still early morning, right?
Yeah.
Even in Jakarta right now, it's still 8 o'clock. So yeah, be with it. Coming for all of the players, they can go to their place easily, I guess. But for those who want to go to the Novo, Milta, Lipovka, they got a lot of tasks to do. Not only by the vehicle, but the way. And I think the zone, this will be very interesting, because the second day, the zone is like an opposite for the flight path. So we'll see. Is the zone be like that again or not?
Yep. And yeah, I'm kind of curious. If talking about the flight path, it's not gonna be like so fair for all of it. But the most important thing is the first circle of the day, the first circle of the first game, that really favoring a lot of teams here, really favoring the flight path as well. Because like on the previous days, 2 days matches in the play-ins, the circles kind of tend to be like quite opposite with the flat pad itself. But for now, it's gonna be like, all right, Tencent seems like very kind for them for now. So a lot of teams, almost all of the teams gonna have a early or easy early time to loot and also time to to do the rotation.
Yeah,
itself.
do the rotation. I mean, this is the last day. Maybe the game itself, like, okay, then I'm giving you the good time. I'm giving you the good time, so that way, yeah. But I think this will not last long. Like all the things are
in this life.
Yeah, because we are doing the rematch again. We want to say that we want all the players to play their best. Okay.
Yeah.
So we do not know what's the problem, but I hope though. I hope all the players will have their best, even though the first circle is actually easy for them. But we'll see the next round.
We'll see. But but what is really interests me is actually with this kind of circle and also the flat pad, we need to do the remake. The circle is good for now, for the opening game. But I'm really curious about the next circle though, the real game that we're gonna be watching and them as a player are gonna be playing. Because like, is it gonna be like the circle opposites of the flat path kind of thing or not? Yeah, but actually, Aldoge,
what is that?
I kind of have a feeling about what is the problem for now, because like I kind of hear something back there. Yeah, I think it's a problem with the plane.
Yeah, I guess so.
Yeah,
I guess they put a different view, you know.
Yeah.
Plane need to use after.
Yeah.
No.
not solar.
Yeah, not solar.
What is solar in
What is
English?
solar? I guess solar is same.
Yeah. I think.
Biodiesel, I guess.
Biodiesel.
Biodiesel, I guess. So yeah. Maybe that's the problem. So all the players just like back to the plane.
Yeah.
We are moving to the other plane, and I hope it doesn't happen to us at the last day.
No.
I do not want to have any delay.
no, please not. Finger crossed. Don't be like that.
Done.
But anyway, Aldoge, you mentioned earlier about the support that is like the viewers is have to giving towards the players here or the teams here.
Totally.
I'm kind of curious about the hashtag though, because like usually we only see teams hashtag only, like in Indonesia BTR win, and also like
EVOS Roar.
How about the international teams?
Yeah, I'm really curious about that. Actually.
Yeah, and especially like they are representing the whole nation, right? Yeah, the whole country itself. So I'm curious about like the hashtags. So if you have one, drop it down to the comment section, because like we really want to see that.
Yeah, I'm totally
How about
curious
Indonesia?
about that. Indonesia is still the same though, yeah.
Indo
Indo
Pride,
fighting, yeah. So we'll see another nation, because again, even though we are competing, but this is a very good moment to see how far and how wide the culture in the world itself, right? So maybe you can use your language, you can use the hashtag and kind of like that. So we're back to the game again, ladies and gentlemen. I really like. It is not that long to wait for the second game. So, this is a very total flight path coming from the north side.
It's a U-turn kind of flight path, right?
Yeah, it's near the Georgia area going to the very pier. But the problem is still the same, Donna. For those who want to go to the east side of the map, they have a lot of work need to be done.
Yeah, but it's quite fair though, because like compared to the last flight path, it's only like a U-turn kind of thing, because like the plane itself was going towards like 70, right?
Again,
and then
Donna,
go back.
Again, Donna, it's a very logical game.
Yeah.
So
logic.
from one airport to the next airport and back to the back to the first airport again.
Only go back and forth
Yeah.
for the plane itself. So yeah, enjoy your time, enjoy your flight path for the players itself. So they're gonna be dropping down, and it's easy kind of flight path, especially for Vietnam, because like they're dropping down onto the Georgia Pole, the southern Georgia Pole. Maybe like they're gonna like swarming out of around Yatka also. So let's see.
The first circle, right?
Yeah, the
first
first
circle.
Always. It's always about the first circle though. And we're gonna see the first circle is gonna be favoring which
is the
side.
circle?
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Again,
Aldoge.
the times I'm still still really giving their favor because the last day, I guess, for them. But I really want to mention the previous day, the second day, Sri Lanka got the winner chicken dinner for the first game with 7 elimination. Today, with this kind of flight path, with this kind of circle, they actually help a lot by the game because they are playing near the central area. So let's see about their rotation because that is the most important thing to be done right now.
Yeah, definitely. And I think we're gonna see
the light.
The light is on, and I think our plane is still having like some a bit of a trouble now. So we're gonna do the second remake, remake.
I don't know what to say anymore then, to be honest.
Yeah, because like the flight is also like a user already, and then we have to do the rematch actually. But anyway, we're gonna still enjoy our morning here because like the time still here, and also the players is still here again, Eldoge, because this is the last day, especially like maybe the last 2 Erangel that are gonna be played by the players. Each group actually only like gonna play 2 Erangels, right? Yeah. So they are gonna like want to maximize their potential here.
Yeah, and for those who are asking, there's actually a referee here. So because maybe there's some complaint and the referee see it as a big problem and less than 3 minutes, so they do the rematch. But I hope after this will be the real beginning of the match itself, because I'm really curious how about the top 11, and when you do or when you did 2 rematch, I guess it's already what lowering your vibes.
Yeah, right. Definitely. Actually, yeah. It's kind of like you got to rest for a bit, but it's kind of like dropping down your vibes. It's kind of like double H kind of believe, right? It's do or die, or we're gonna wait for the next game. Hopefully it's gonna be like the real game. It's too bad, because the first circle though, the last circle we saw, it's very fair. It's like, you remember when I and Chuchu said about an ancient kind of circle? It's like the ancient kind of circle because it's right in the middle.
Yeah, it's kind of, you start the game at the beginning of PUBG Mobile. The circle kind of like that, right?
Yeah.
So there isn't any, or there isn't a lot of possibilities. It's kind of tend to the central part of the map. So I hope it will help the players, but who knows about the third game?
Yeah, you remember back then the old days of when we were playing.
I'm the old player.
Yeah, I know, and we're playing like PUBG and also PUBG Mobile. The circle were not really extreme back then.
Yeah,
it's so rare to see the extreme kind of circle, right?
Yeah, because at the beginning of the stage of game, I think the logic for the circle is not as much as today. Because the competition are growing, the players are more competitive. So that way, from the publisher, they need to expand the circle game. I mean.
Yeah.
But yeah, at the beginning, the circle is kind of same from the previous 2 games that did the rematch. So I hope the third game will be the real deal for the players.
And the real deal, and I hope I don't know. I maybe kind of like
what?
I maybe like kind of have a bad feeling about the circle though, and also about the flight path though. It's not gonna be like the same as the previous 2 games that not being played.
So they will take another plane, right?
Yeah, the whole
Yeah, because the last 2 planes already did a job.
Yep.
It's kind of maybe you can't use the same plane, so maybe different flight path, different circle, kind of like that logic, right?
Different pilot,
different person who put the circle.
Yeah.
But not a different game.
Yeah, not a different game. But although after we saw those 2 unplayed match or unplayed game, and after we saw that 2 kind of like pattern of the circle itself, how do you predict? Can you predict like the real deal, the real game later on is gonna have what kind of circle?
I think I can't predict it right.
we're gonna have our usual thing, predicting the circle kind of thing, but it's
quote
like
unquote predicting right?
kind of circle, because like we played this game a lot as an Indonesia caster. So what? Which area that you feel is gonna like the circle?
For me, to boost again the adrenaline coming from the players, I really hope even the first circle already a big shift from the flight path.
Extreme
one. So for an example, the flight path going to the left or the right side of the map. So the circle it can go so far from the flight path going to the other direction. I hope.
Yeah, I hope so actually.
Yeah, you hope so, right?
Yeah, I hope so actually.
Because there will be a lot of battles.
And also a lot of like big rotation coming in.
And big rotation resulting big battles. So we hope things like that will happen. And for ladies and gentlemen, again, we are going to say support your best team, support your favorite team.
Yep.
Because without further ado, I guess there will be a short time towards the next game. And again, I hope this will be the real deal. So without further ado, this is the first game of the day. Angel, enjoy.
Let's go. Let's go. Okay.
Let's see.
We are having a totally different flight path now.
Lipovka.
Going from west to
west to the east.
Kind of thing.
East to the west.
East to the west.
East to the west. Lipovka going to the northwest area. Zarki. Zarki is the exact location for the latest drop for the players. So I hope, please God, this will be the last rematch for the first game because we don't want to see their best. So like I predicted, Lipovka to Zarki. And right now, a different task. Because the other two games, the players coming from Lipovka and all the other area around had a lot of tasks. Right now, players want to go to the Novo, Sosnovka, or the southern part of the map. They are the players that have a lot of tasks to do.
Yeah, but actually, like only teams or countries in Georgiapol area or even Zarki now is kind of have like a same vibe, the same feeling in terms of like the flight path, and compared to the latest or the last two flight path as well. And we can see Eagle Esports or Vietnam now is going to be dropping down onto the Georgiapol, maybe the southern area of Georgiapol itself. They only like lost a little bit of time now. But talking about the circle, though, the circle really favor in the flight path for now.
I mean, for 3 games, okay? 3 games we can say, even though the first 2 games are repeated or rematch.
Yep.
So Tencent really want the players play their best today because the circle favors the player, and with kind of this circle, I guess there will be war in 3rd or 4th circle because they are still having a lot of good plays to do the load to maximize what they need to have at the mid to the late game.
Yeah. Definitely. And we're going to see this is the Senegal team. And Senegal, for now, I want to see their position. And their position for now is not really good. They only like collected about 38 points. And they placed in the 17th position. They need to do like some big kind of gameplay, some big kind of play stuff for now, because like they are only gonna play for 6 matches, and if they want to proceeding into the top 11, they have to be collecting like a bunch of points. And you need to remember the points up there is not that kind of point, right? It's still like the continuously adding point for the other teams.
I mean, talking about Senegal, the problem is still the same for me. The first 2 days, they show that the gameplay too passive. Back again to the Battle Royale, it's all about the muscle memory. They are not fighting. They are doing a good rotation, but they are not fighting. They are defending their compound, but when it comes to the late game, they failed how to control, how to adapt for the best late game play, and without any fight. We can see the point from Senegal actually most of the points coming from the placement. So that way, Senegal really need to step up their game, really need to chance their mindset, but the gap point is quite far, like you already mentioned before.
Did I see PMGC banner there?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. On the top of the compound, right?
Yeah.
I think it's like a welcome to the
Welcome.
other finalists, because most of the finalists are coming from the
PMGC.
PMGC.
PMGC's player, PMGC's finalist, which
Yeah.
is gonna be like pretty interesting story for tomorrow. I cannot really wait because, like we discussed earlier, Eldoge, if you're a team that has so many experiences, especially in the international tournament, it's kind of like a double-edged kind of belief for you because like you have that experience, but the other teams at the same time, the other teams know exactly what you are doing and know exactly how to counter you actually, but you on the other side doesn't really know the information about the other team as well.
Totally. That's what we can say. That's the downfall when it comes to a very famous team, a very good one with a lot of achievements. So that way, when it comes to a team like that, they need to maximize their experience to adapt very well, because they know how to handle the situation. I think that's the power. But a surprise attack coming from Iraq, I guess. One of the players from Chinese Taipei already at the low HP. Shark K need to move around right now. And why we are moving? That's not good though. But Hong already at the what is quarry area, but they meet another team which come from Azerbaijan. This is a really good start because we know Azerbaijan really need a lot of points. Also, like what we discussed about Senegal.
Actually, yes, but this is very unfortunate for Chinese Taipei that they went away from their first enemy or opponent, and then the bad luck is on them because Azerbaijan is there, and I believe that Azerbaijan is actually not really that ready to fight a war, and that kind of elimination point for our Azerbaijan is like,
gifted,
gifted kind of point, because both of Azerbaijan and Chinese Taipei actually didn't really ready for making a war or go up against each other. But Azerbaijan though, because like they place or they occupied that area in the first place, they are more ready than Chinese Taipei that just arrived.
I mean, meeting like that is kind of unfortunate for both of the parties. But like you already mentioned a lot about Azerbaijan, they are more ready, or one of the player more ready because he is there first than the player from Chinese Taipei. But from that condition, I guess this is a strategy or the new one because it's quite unique. It's quite odd, I can say, because quarry and then the scrapping area around that becomes the first part of the map to be looted by the players. Is not that often, I can say.
Yeah, quite odd to see.
Quite odd, yeah.
But moving on to the other POV, now we seeing Team Vietnam, which once again they placed 13th for now. And they are really need to do a lot of hard work if they want to proceeding into the top 11, of course. And for now, in terms of looting phase for them, the first 7 or maybe up to 8 minutes, they are free and they only need to like move a little bit towards the first zone.
Yeah, this is quite unique also because Vietnam, I think, they already knew Georgia area is free for them. They can loot all the areas, so most of the players did the loot for the apartment. One already inside the zone, and that's a good investment because he also got what do we say, the container area. So yeah, all of the players from Vietnam, I think, already fought now. They got a lot of loots. They can fight they can do a good fight at the mid to the late game. So we'll see. But Iraq, this team, from my notes, every winner chicken dinner had by Iraq, it's always double-digit elimination. It's shown that Iraq players, if they aggressive or they can have their tempo or their moment, this team is so strong, I can say.
Yeah, this team is so strong and like quite took the spotlight on them in terms of like a bunch of the war that we saw for the previous 2 days, and for now, Team Iraq position is on the 3rd position with 140 total points, and yeah, it's gonna be like a pretty. I believe it's pretty chill for the Saudi Arabia, Jordan, and also Iraq if they want to play this last 6 games. But Brunei keep falling down in terms of the leaderboard for now, because like they currently place at the 4th with 132 total points. Because like compared to the first games that they played, actually Brunei is one of the teams alongside Saudi Arabia that took the spotlight.
I mean, when it comes to the play-ins, when a lot of battles happen, a lot of matches, what you need to do is be consistent.
Yeah.
It's good to have big games, a lot of points. We can't deny that. But when it comes to a long tournament, you really need to be consistent. You can't lower your guard. You can't lower your gameplay. So, yeah, I think that's the problem from Brunei. They just need to be consistent because Brunei itself, I think, quite safe. Even though right now it's not that far with Libya, but coming to the 11th position, I think it's quite far for Brunei also.
Yeah, actually.
Wow.
But looking at the live status though, Azerbaijan and also Chinese Taipei are the 2 of the teams or country that is playing alongside with the blue zone for now. Because like, especially for Chinese Taipei though, this is like the result after they lost one of their men, and I believe they're gonna facing the other challenge for now in terms of the rotation itself. But the zone shift is not kind of extreme for now, especially for the second circle, because like majority of the teams is already inside the second circle. I can only see 3 teams that is outside of the safe zone itself.
But I think it's predicted. I mean, when it comes to the first circle, it's favoring the players. All the players just want to go to the central. They just want to have a good compound, good place to hold, to defend their position, because that's what player want when it comes to that circle. But Brunei Darussalam, the conqueror of Rozok, right now being contested by South Korea, and I really like how South Korea split their players because those 2 important compounds, especially the red one and the 3-floor one or 3-level ones, it is so good to defend yourself. You can see the heel of Rozok. You can see all of the compound from Rozok, and also the entry coming from school, coming from another part of the eastern side of the map. So, yeah, a good defense so far for South Korea, I guess.
Yeah, I can see that, because like we can see that from the minimap as well. 2 of the players from South Korea defending any or each angle, but 1 man down for now, Math Boy. But because they are still inside of a house, it's still gonna be revived. It's a doable thing to do for South Korea, and they are going to be back with 4 players. Especially with this kind of split 2 and 2, is not going to be a challenge or a hard thing to do for them.
I guess this is what benefits you a lot when it comes to compound by compound gameplay. At PMGC, we can see a team like DRS play the same strategy like what Brunei and South Korea do right now, because when it comes to a compound battle, even though you're already knocking down the player from the other enemy, they can still revive it. Or even yourself being knocked down, your teammate can still revive it. But it is only happens for, I think, the first 3 circle, because after that there will be a commit movement. Definitely coming from the other teams who wants that compound, who wants that circle. But the 3rd one, this is what I'm waiting for. Shift towards the Rozok and school area. So for those teams who are still outside of circle, it is the time for you guys to go. But we can hear the cheering.
I think not from here.
Our venue,
from the other side of the venue itself. Because like we are gonna see the cheering or the yelling or the shouting is gonna happen in the 3rd or 4th circle, of course, for PUBG Mobile itself. And South Korea though, even though their compound is still inside of the circle, but they are moving on for now. They want to search for another compound or another spot that is better for them. And Libya now also are gonna go straight into the circle itself towards the eastern area of the school, and they are gonna be facing another challenge like now Senegal is facing the king of the leaderboard, which is Saudi Arabia.
Look at the difference between Senegal and Saudi. When it comes to Saudi, they are proactive.
Yeah.
They are moving around, but the Senegal players still do the prone. Look at those players, even one already being knocked down, one at the low HP, and it's easy to be shot, to be crushed by the vehicle. So that way, it is not a big fight, but Senegal already left 2 of their players. Even the support coming from the compound failed to shut down player from Saudi. And look at that shot. It's a very big one. Even Zenos being taken down. So that way, Senegal only left with 1 player, and that's it. Senegal, the first team, wiped out and sent to the lobby.
Done and dusted from Saudi Arabia. It's big kind of war, but Saudi Arabia finished it really seems like easily for them, because like I didn't really notice a big effort that they did. Actually, they only using like a buggy to eliminate 2 or to knock down 2 players, and also they only sent 1 player from Saudi Arabia to take the compound that has support from Team Senegal, and that's it for Saudi Arabia win, and they collected 4 elimination for now.
I mean, we can see a good team when it comes to a good support, good body system. When there's a movement, there's a backup. When there's a knockdown, there's a chance to go towards the other team. So, yeah, we are going to see how about Saudi Arabia will play again later, because they need to set up their position. But back to the school, and we can say around Rozok area, Iraq already got their compound. It's a very good one. The warehouse, 3 different compounds, but Sri Lanka at the same time, even though it's not a big compound, no, I can say it's not a building, but the slope is so good. This slope is so legend, because you can pick towards school, you can pick towards the Iraqi players' spot, and even you can counter the gameplay coming from the upper side of Rozok Hills.
Yeah, but what I can notice from Sri Lanka is they kind of like, they really like to play a slope area. But now we're gonna move on to the POV from Bahrain, as we're witnessing the hard shift once again in terms of the circle or the next circle, and it's gonna be like a big fight going on around the circle itself. And we are gonna back towards the POV of Bahrain that is gonna like pushing into or towards the upper level and took down 1 man from Brunei, and it's not a good situation for Brunei itself, because they lost 2 men already.
I think Bahrain already got what they did from yesterday, because yesterday Bahrain are playing split quite far, especially in Miramar. But when it comes to the move as a unit movement coming from Bahrain, it's just too good. But you know what, Donna? Why I adore one team? There is always central gameplay, which is Pakistan. They already got their best spot right now at the 4th circle.
Yep.
And I think that's the key for Pakistan right now, because they're climbing up so far. Right now, they're even already at the 7th position, because the starting of the day, they are not too good. But we're back to the fight. Chinese Taipei doesn't know that Sri Lanka already secured this place. The utility hit so hard. Low HP for Hazen. Susti still being knocked down. Cheng Fu still need to be revived. But the nade coming from Huoswan is finishing 2 players from Sri Lanka. But Dub want to get the revenge. He failed, because there is another shot coming from Iraq.
Oh my god, the battle of slopes between Sri Lanka and also Chinese Taipei is messed up by Iraq itself. The Chinese Taipei though has their moment to really reset and also rethink their strategy. Meanwhile, Huo Xuan is gonna be the decoy or the baiting or the collector of information for Sri Lanka's player and also Iraqi player. But Iraq though, Kalaga managed to take 1 man down from Chinese Taipei, and I believe Sri Lanka, meanwhile, somehow they were eliminated.
I mean, classic Kalaga. Kalaga just doesn't care about his surrounding. With good gun, with good scope, he just wants to shot, like we already saw at the 2nd day. AUG with a 3-time scope is so strong for Kalaga. But back again to the water town, Pakistan, even though they already got their best place, the problem is, again, I don't want to say when you're already at the central, what you need to do is defend yourself from the other one who want to challenge or retake your place. And it is not easy, but back to Vietnam, I think the outer gameplay still happened right here for Vietnam, even though they are close from Georgia Ball. But right now, they're playing the slope, the new one, if I can say, but they already sent one player, which is Math Boy, with a good math skill, I guess,
Ooh,
to calculate,
hopefully.
to calculate the plays that they want to be playing right now. Big Star already defending. Well, so I do not see Uriel. Is Uriel already signed up to lobby? South Korea, no. Uriel is still waiting from behind, I guess.
Yeah, still there. But ooh, Iraq though spotted one more team, which is, I believe this is Brunei. Yeah, Brunei with 2 men standing for now and still messing around with team Chinese Taipei. And Chinese Taipei really need to be extra careful because there are 2 contenders for them. But on the other side, Vietnam, Team Vietnam is gonna build up the aggression towards another team, the enemy that they saw, which is Libya. I believe so. And 212K. 212K really need to be careful because the HP bar is only half of the bar itself left.
But they do not have a lot of time because less than 40 seconds, the circle will moving to the 6-1, and you do not want to taste the DPS of the circle. But Winnie, the name is cute, but the action is strong with the UMP, and that's it. Libya also eliminated and sent back to the lobby.
Oh, that was almost a blunder for Winnie itself because like he didn't check the corner, the box itself really well actually, but thankfully actually because of the other backup and also the aim from Winnie is maybe more than the enemy itself. So yeah, Team Vietnam for now managed to take the enemy and also they can move forward into the zone. But the other side though, Korea facing the other challenger now, Azerbaijan.
Look how many smokes Azerbaijan player had. It's more than 8. It's 9, so it can blind the vision. But the nade coming from Math Boy, again, the calculation coming from the math nerd. It's so strong. Even 2 players, I guess, 2 players from Azerbaijan right now is not in a good condition to knock down. That's a good utility. Even Uriel, look at his position. He's left behind, but the problem for Azerbaijan is right now Uriel himself. Even not only South Korea from behind, Vietnam want to do the backstep. So suddenly the western part of the circle becomes so crowded. So it's not a good situation for Azerbaijan especially.
Yeah. Is pinched down by 2 big names now, Vietnam and also South Korea. Meanwhile, South Korea have their momentum. And on the other side, Saudi Arabia got eliminated. And too bad that we didn't see how the war is going on. But South Korea now facing the other challenger for now, which is Team Vietnam. Vietnam is getting ready, as well as South Korea is getting ready. A big star with the smokes. A lot of smokes has been popped out by South Korea. But Uriel, though, taken down by Chua Chong because that was a clear vision towards Uriel itself. And the other players from South Korea has to be taken down by Team Vietnam as well. 2 men down. The Math Boy is it, but trade knock has been happening. But Big Star, as the last man standing, cannot really take Team Vietnam or Eagle Esports onto the challenge, and they are eliminated.
Loud shout coming from the Vietnam. I think this is the real deal. This is the Vietnam that I know about their gameplay. The tag team, when one player already low at health point, the other teammate coming, helping, and that's how you play when it comes to close combat battle. And you know what? The fight between South Korea and Vietnam, when it comes to the leaderboard right now, is quite tight actually. So it will be a different story, I guess, after this game. But we are back to the game. Pakistan right now need to go toward the circle. At the same time, it's Guatemala. No. It's Mauritius. It's Mauritius. Sorry, Mauritius near the position of Pakistan itself. Right now, at the middle of the circle, Chinese Taipei is still holding with 5 elimination. And I think because they already left alone with 2 players, they just want to lay down. They don't want to give any aggression. But
oh my God!
Push one. I guess that's not a clear shot. That's not a clear shot.
Not a clear shot, and also like a bit of a too late kind of movement for some millisecond now, but we're gonna focusing on to the Vietnam. That has been collected 10 elimination point for now, and they want more as they spotted Team Iraq now, and they are securing the slopes area. And I believe after they finishing the South Korea players, they also adding up more and more utility to be really used here.
Yeah, that's actually how you play outer circle. You wipes out all the players, you get the loots, and you will be the strongest team at the late game. But look at Brunei, even though they're already secure when it comes to the point, but they still play objectively, still have 3 players right now. Iraq, even the most aggressive one, I guess, in this game. They can't have a lot of elimination because when they shot, when they knock down the players, the elimination is actually coming for the other teams.
Yeah.
Because it's packed, it's crowded, and it's open area. So when there's someone being knocked down, it's an easy one. And look at Brunei, newbie. I think you need to change your name to senior, to pro one, because you're not newbie anymore, even low HP, but already collected a lot of elimination for Brunei.
Yeah, but Vietnam though, I noticed that Winnie can dodge all of the bullets from the team Brunei and also Chinese Taipei, and we're gonna witnessing and we're gonna watch in the last battle, the last dance, especially between Tuan Suke and also Cheng Fu. Vietnam versus Team Chinese Taipei now. Chinese Taipei still there. Vietnam is also still there with a full house, full power, but Winnie though cannot really dodge the other bullet that coming from Brunei, especially the Shaco 1 and trade knock has been happening between Team Vietnam and also Brunei, but Chinese Taipei is still there. They're chilling between them.
But ladies and gentlemen, please see how high the awareness coming from Vietnam. They want to committing their gameplay towards the Chinese Taipei, but because one information coming from the moving vehicle, they do the smoke. They are throwing the smoke to blind the vision coming from Brunei, but the fight continue. One of the players from Chinese Taipei already being taken down, and look at Brunei players, 2 of the players already at low HP, but Vietnam, not only with 4 players, but they're favored by the airdrop. It will make them stronger than ever, but the Iraq player, the last man standing, taken down, and look at those double-digit points coming for Vietnam. 12, but Brunei do not want to close the fight easily for Vietnam. One of the players from Vietnam already being low HP, but Chaco kind of shaky to shot toward the player of Vietnam. So yeah, it's still a long fight to go.
Oh my God, Winnie though, again and again, he is a bullet dodger, I can say. It's like only like a pixel HP and he is still alive and go back in a full health with 4 or 3 other members of the Team Vietnam as well. Meanwhile, one of the players and Winnie himself is gonna be opening up another vision, another angle to be guarding and also to collect it to make an aggression towards Team Brunei.
Look at Brunei, even though they are left with only 3 players, but they control the late game really well. 2 on the high ground, 1 at the lower one, and even one of the players have the strongest weapon for close combat, which is MG3. So I really hope to see how the fight will going on, because one of the player from Chinese Taipei right now is just laying down, got spotted also. So right now, 4-on-3 situation, 2K with the other guy coming towards the Brunei Darussalam defending, and look at Chua Chong, even with the utility, they do not want to push straight forward, going from the right side, and this will be a big gameplay coming from Vietnam, because most of the Brunei players at the low health point right now, Donna.
Yep, low health point now, and it's gonna be like a big kind of last dance on end game for Brunei and also Vietnam, because Brunei is so strong, as well as Team Vietnam. Vietnam got their momentum now, they got their move, their vibes as well. And Newbie has been taken down by Brunei Darussalam and only got 2 last men from Brunei.
And this is not easy, even though one becomes so not visible, but again, look at that one, the last man standing. The Vietnam team going around, 1 already being knocked down, searching, where's the last guy? 2 already being knocked down, but 4 players is too strong. And welcome the winner chicken dinner for the first game, Vietnam.
Vietnam, congratulations! And finally, we can see at the move.
Oh
We
my
can
God.
see the play coming from Vietnam. And what I really like about Vietnam is they don't lose hope here, even though they are not in a really good position in terms of the leaderboard itself, but they didn't bail out of the game and they are trying really hard. Double-digit elimination point,
Yep.
winner chicken dinner, and I believe it's gonna like boost the points and also the leaderboard itself really high.
I totally agree with that. From 87, now they are already at the triple digits.
Yeah.
Because double digit elimination, adding with the 15 point from the placement, so it helps a lot. And I really like to see, because this is what I know from Vietnam. This is what I know from Eagle. They are quite aggressive. The on-part level with Xavier coming from Vietnam itself. So, yeah, really amazing to see coming from Vietnam. Even though I don't want to give shout out also for Brunei.
Yeah,
Even though
actually.
3 players, but they can defend pretty well, especially the last man standing. Not standing actually because he's prawny. So,
The last man prawning,
Yeah,
which is
so-
Shako or Vinya.
Shako.
Yeah, Shako.
even though he's kind of shaky before, but defending with prone, 2 of the players from Vietnam taken down, but not becomes an elimination. But this is the highlight. This is not a good start coming for Chinese Taipei, because starting with only 3 players is not easy for them. But
they
going to
managed.
the late game to be the top 3, I guess. Is it
Three.
coincidence? 3 players for the top 3.
But
Clinic.
superstitious stuff. But
Spiritual one.
spiritual stuff. But again and again, yeah, if I'm looking back on the Chinese Taipei, I only really want to give a big shout out towards these 3 teams that proceeding their way into the late game. South Korea, not South Korea, Chinese Taipei, Vietnam,
Brunei.
and also Brunei.
Yeah.
Because Chinese Taipei, as you mentioned earlier, they lost one of the mans earlier in the game, but they managed to stay in the slope and not only stay in the slope, but they are stay strong, even though like they are bombarded by a lot of the teams from the beginning of the slope area for them.
Yeah.
Look at that. Iraq is around them, Vietnam is around them, but they are still there. As well as Vietnam. Vietnam got a really hard move or really hard time in terms of like moving into the zone, right?
Yeah,
Not
yeah.
as easy as that. But Brunei, though, not only they defending their area, but also giving an aggression towards the other enemy as well. And the biggest enemy itself is Vietnam.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. And I really like how all of the players right now stepping up their utility gameplay. When it comes to the open field like this, Donna, you really need your smokes. It's
Yeah.
not only for blinding your enemy's vision, but also to make the path towards the further game for you. So yeah, here we go. Vietnam with 16 elimination, close to the record, because so far the highest is from Saudi, which is 17 elimination.
Yep.
So really strong performance, really strong starting of the day. But Brunei and Chinese Taipei still with 15 points. Senegal, though, this is what I already mentioned a lot when it comes to Senegal. I think the task is still the same. They really need to upskill their fighting. They can't be so defensive all the time. They can't be so passive all the time, because when it comes to fight, they kind of confuse what they need to do. Even when Saudi already pushed towards them, it's really clear there's a commitment coming from Saudi. But what Senegal did, they just laying around. They are not do the proactive movement. Even the support coming from behind can't shot the player from Saudi.
Yep,
so
yep.
that way, Senegal, let's go. Chayo.
Chayo,
Senegal.
But
yeah.
the example here
Finally.
that they... What?
The throw-use. This is
Oh,
what
yeah.
I'm waiting for.
Come back, yeah?
Come back with a lot of throw use, because the terrain at the late game is so hard for them. It's not only about the vehicle, it's not only about the obstacle you meet by your vehicle, but there's no compound, there's no buildings.
Yeah,
You
actually.
need the utility.
A lot of teams like really having a slope area like Chinese Taipei did, Vietnam did.
Yeah.
They reach camp actually in the reach line area of the open field of the circle itself. Yeah, we get back to the 200-ish throwable has been used, but the total elimination is also going higher and higher with 48 total elimination point, longest distance elimination 320. meter and also airdrop looted is also 3 is a high number.
3 is a high number. At least we saw earlier 2 airdrop weapon, which are AUG and MG3, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
AUG used by Iraq and MG3 used by Brunei, right, at the late game itself. So yeah, it's a very good overall statistic. I really enjoy when it comes to the first game, even though 2 rematches.
Yeah.
But still a good game though.
Yeah, even though like it's we saw there are no earlier engagement being played, especially with some aggressive teams or countries that coming from Group A. We didn't see that in this first game.
The
but
circle though, don't
Chua Chung, yeah.
It's because the circle.
It's because
the circle just helping the players.
But I think what I noticed is only like the other players or the other teams not playing like as aggressive as the first 2 days, especially from Saudi Arabia. Maybe last day, yeah. Maybe they want to keep it low key for tomorrow, and maybe they want to save their ace cards for tomorrow as well. So yeah, let's see what the future holds for them.
Yeah, I mean tomorrow the big shots will sit here. Make the fire more. I mean,
fluxing? No, the fire
I mean,
more
like,
fluxing.
we are at the fire stage.
Yeah.
So the air conditioner is still working, but tomorrow I don't know, because the 4 big names will be here. Even one of this is the MVP. Chua Chung.
Chua Chung.
Hello.
Congratulations, MVP of the match.
So yeah,
you deserve this.
You deserve it. Chua Chung, really, really strong performance. If Indonesian people say that, malu-malu lah.
Shy.
Shy.
Indonesia English also shy.
Or shy quadrant.
Not too shy though, because like Chua Chung giving us a big smile actually.
Yeah.
Because like they got a big win and they show us what they got. This is Vietnam, bro. Because like, we had a doubt about them like the previous 2 days, but yeah, finally they show us.
I guess Chuchu was right. Don't judge too early. I guess Vietnam just want to give 2 days. You guys go. You guys can go your best, but at the 3rd day, we are still gonna be the grand finalists.
No way.
No way?
No way you want to giving out the 2 days. If the 3 first matches, it's okay.
It's okay.
But 2 days is too much.
It's too much.
It's too much. It's a lot of burden
on their shoulder.
On their shoulder, right?
But I guess they just adapting well.
With
all the condition, maybe like the venue, the smartphone that they use. So yeah, I think it takes time, but with that strong performance, we are waiting how Vietnam will go for the next matches or even to the end of today.
Yeah. Well, once again, finally, we got to see the moves that coming from one of the biggest or big region or country that coming from Vietnam, and finally, once again, finally, we have the other contender and the other strong contender to play really well today.
Yeah, I think that's for the first game, right, Donna? Because the most important one is it is not only dominating by several teams, but most of the team already upscale their gameplay, and this is what we want to see, because we want to see the heat, the spirit of the competition itself, because tomorrow we are going to see the grand final. So I guess that's for the first game.
Yeah.
Are we going to...
What are we going to do for today? We just knew the information that we are going to jump into the second game, which is going to be played in Miramar. But before that, we're going to have a very, very short break. So stay tuned with us in the 14th World Esports Championship live in Bali. Stay tuned. See you again.
All it takes is one dream. One dream that becomes a journey. To drive an ambition. Believing in yourself. persevering challenges. Always focused on the dream. To grow aspirations. Having the will to keep going. Building a future with a legacy. Knowing dreams can come true. Over 11 years of growth. The spirit of entrepreneurship. Created possibilities. Realized new potentials. Innovate for the better. Expand horizons. To change lives. To connect new ideas. To explore new grounds. With the future in sight. Together.
Hello everybody, we have Casey Art here as a BA from Onyx Esports.
Yeah.
So I wanna ask you, so the first question is what do you think about this match Indonesia versus Philippines?
Match yang tadi menurut aku seru banget sih. Terus udah gitu kayak menegangkan juga lah.
So the next question is who is the top of opponent for Indonesia in IESF?
Menurut aku Filipina sih. Cuma tadi Indonesia berhasil menang lawan Filipina kan. Cuma menurutku yang paling susah Filipina sih.
So how much confident are you that Indonesia will be the winner for this competition?
100% dong. Kita harus percaya diri.
So for the last question, any future hope for esports Indonesia, especially Mobile Legends?
Semoga makin berkembang. Terus udah gitu, semoga bisa berjangka panjang.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time. Esports Indonesia.
Jaya.
Thank you Kak Kezia.
Get Galaxy A33 5G.
Why? Because
Galaxy A33 5G with awesome processor. Buy now. Get Galaxy A53 5G.
Why?
Because
Galaxy A53 5G with awesome smooth display. Buy now.
Hi, welcome back to the IESF 14 World Esports Championship Bali 2022. So, entering day 4 of the biggest esports championship, what did you feel? Did you have some fun? Anyway, entering the next round of this tournament, the competition is getting tougher, more intense, and more entertaining. Today, there is 4 games that will be played in this tournament. CSGO on the ice stage, Dota on the earth stage, Mobile Legends on the water stage, and PUBG in fire stage. So, are you ready to watch more matches on this day? But before that, here's the joy of the day 3 of the IESF 14 World Esports Championship Bali 2022. Enjoy! So, how is it? Exciting, isn't it? We're exploring more other booth tomorrow, so stay tuned and cheerio!
Sharing all their money got me wearing fly. Girl, but I ain't asking. They say they love my ass in 7 G's to religion. I say no, but they keep giving, so I keep on taking. And no, I ain't taking. We can keep on taking. I keep on demonstrating my love, my love, my love, my love. You love my lady lumps, my hump, my hump, my hump. My humps, they got you. 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 Dolce and Gabbana, Fendi and Adana, Karen, they be sharing all their money, got me wearing fly. Girl, but I ain't asking. They say they love my ass in 7 G's to religion. I say no, but they keep giving, so I keep on taking. And no, I ain't taking. We can keep on taking. I keep on demonstrating my love, my love, my love, my love. You love my lady lumps.
Selamat datang di sebuah pengalaman perjalanan baru Indonesia bersama InJourney. Terbang bersama kami untuk melihat pariwisata Indonesia. Sirkuit internasional, bentang alam, ragam atraksi budaya, produk lokal asli Indonesia, warisan budaya, keamanan dan kenyamanan. InJourney membawa keramahan Indonesia ke dunia.
Welcome back again on IESF 14 World Esports Championship Fire Stage PUBG Mobile. We'll have our second match for today, so without another wait, let us take to the caster that will lead the game for today. Please welcome Chuchu and El Doge.
Thank you so much, Masker. What a great day we can see, because the first game really amazing. So yeah, back again with us, Eldogan also.
And it's going to be Choo-Choo right now. Donna going to take a break. She needs her coffee, definitely.
Yeah.
And speaking of which, that was just now. We saw the rising of teams actually in the danger zone, we can say it. So right now, I noticed that the placement coming up from the 9th place down to the 13th place or 13th place possibly. 14 is a bit too far off. So for up to the 9th place is not safe still. So Vietnam is chasing up to get a triple digit. They definitely got it just now. But can they not being cut off in the last minute?
Yeah, that's actually the most important thing to be done because we really want to see the consistency when it comes to the last day. Or we can say that how many of them? One, two, three, four, five.
9 plays to 13.
9 to 13.
So it's going to be around 5
teams. Right?
Yeah, 5
teams. Teams will won the points because only top 11 again will proceed to the grand final. So that way it's do or die. It's do or die matches be done by all of these teams.
Yeah, I mean, like, for some teams, it's definitely already the grand finals. You're talking about Saudi Arabia, so they are chilling. They're going to be okay. They don't need to do that much because at the same time, this is what we witness in every pro scene or even in the world global stage, just like the World Esports Championship right now is. Now, you don't want to be giving out too much information. This is still not the grand finals. So we do know if you make it up to the grand finals and you're giving too much of a performance to being at the target, so basically you'll be targeted in the grand finals.
Yeah, that's actually true. You really need to put it all when it comes to the grand final.
Yeah.
Not today.
Not yet.
Especially for Saudi, because I think Saudi right now can try an error or maybe try some new strategy because tomorrow is the real deal. And not only about the grand final. At grand final itself, it's only the top 3 teams. They will get the prize pool for about 100,000 US dollars. So yeah, you really need to give all of your best gameplay when it comes to the grand final.
That's kind of true. Now, right now, it's only about the play-ins. All they need to do is getting themselves in the top 11. After they manage to squeeze into the top 11, it's going to be okay. But for the teams down there, we talked about 9th place down to the 13th place. Now, they have to give their all right now. We're talking about the teams up there. It's going to be okay for them. But the teams down there, though, it's not that safe either. We saw how small the gap of the points in between right now. They can't even make any sort of mistake. There's no room for error at all.
Yeah, there's no room for error. They really need to be their best. But again, you can't be only 1 or 2 games your best gameplay, but you need to have the consistency.
True.
Because maybe Vietnam just got a winner chicken dinner, but right now, who knows? Chinese Taipei or maybe South Korea. So that way, really need to be consistent at the late game or at all of the games. But don't ever forget, when it comes to Bahrain, Egypt, Sri Lanka, I think they're still not at the safe area.
Yeah.
Because back again, the chase still can be happened by the position we already mentioned before.
Now, for the teams that actually, even for Egypt,
Oh, yeah.
right now, they're not safe, but good to say that they haven't started their day yet, so they still can actually study for a bit, revive the movement and rotations of Group A versus Group B. But we don't want to waste any more time. So are you guys ready for the hot Desert Doom map? It's gonna be Miramar. Let's get into it.
Let's get into it, ladies and gentlemen. So this will become the second game of the day. The players are ready, and we are going to see the flight path. The flight path coming from the Saudis area going to the northwest area. So from Los Leones towards, I think it is so to the La Cabrera. So yeah, it's true. So I think this is quite fair for the flight path, right?
It's a beautiful flight path. It's a very generous one, but problems always comes to the circle. Now, the circle, if this kind of a flight path, is down to the teams to actually pick the perfect drop spot.
Oh, yeah.
If they are a bit too early and way too far from the circle, it's not too bad either because they can play the late rotation, which we know it's kind of a specialty coming out from the side of a B group, especially when it comes to Vietnam and Chinese Taipei, including Bahrain. But sometimes I want to see sometimes if that's going to happen for Vietnam to play in the center of the circle. Can they do that?
I think that will be quite unique because up until the first game of the day, Vietnam still doing the same. They are playing from the other side of the game. Then they're wiping out all the players around. And yeah, so that way, a double-digit elimination coming for them. But one thing for sure, I really like how Chinese Taipei doing their movement right now. They're scrapping around all the area, and having Huo Xuan will be the first person maybe to enter the circle, but coming for the circle is good, but not the best, especially for players dropping down at Impala, Puerto Paraíso. They need to move fast right now.
I mean, Impala is not too far.
Yeah,
compared
not
with
too
Puerto
far.
Pa- But the one I'm surprised nobody loved Los Higos because I mean, like Los Higos is always the safest place to actually try to build up your loot. So if you want to loot up, that's the best place to take your own sweet time to rotate towards it. And there's so many vehicles down there as well. And the valleys might be protected by the barriers of the mountains, so you can go through Los Higos. But nobody actually want to drop there. One of the many reasons we're going to highlight here is going to be not that much team as usual per year. So there's not much of a contenders when it comes to taking the drop spot. We hardly get any clashes unless it's first day. First day is everybody's introduction day.
Yeah,
so.
it's like an introduction day. The second day is a judgment day. And the third day is like, are you here or not tomorrow?
It's like do or die day.
Do or die, yeah. But coming to Los Higos, I really agree with what Chuchu already mentioned. It's a good place. The compound is easy to be looted because it's just one-story building, most of the compounds. And maybe if there is a champion coming from Japan, yeah, we can see it tomorrow, but Japan is not playing at the PUBG Mobile stage for IESF because when I recall to PMGC, one team, they are consistent going to Los Higos is Reject Scarlet.
Oh, yeah. But they're so good, though. It's so different. Now, I'd like to highlight a bit something about PMGC, right? Since we are, I think you guys who actually plays this and also do know about, we get a bit of a whiff, don't we? Mascara, if only he can drop us something, it would be great, you know.
The smell.
Like, we would love some, not chicken dinner, chicken lunch. It would be great. Yeah, so far it's not dinner yet. It's too early for dinner. But speaking of the PMGC teams, have you witnessed how devastating it was for HVVP? I mean, like they have been in the lead for because I was hosting that tournament as well during
I watch it.
They have been #1 for the entire weekend. Suddenly, in the last minute, being pushed down and not even being the grand finals. Even in the survival stage, they hardly survive. So that's what happened if you actually just giving all away your cards too early. You don't want that to happen. So if you notice, the teams mostly that's really strong one always keep it quiet at first, and they're just rising up in the last minute because they know that's where it's really needed. That's the critical moment that they need to push themselves.
It's like a very good point, I guess. So for those teams, like Vampire, right? And maybe all the other DRS playing really conservative when it comes to the gameplay. It can be happening at IESF though, because
I feel like it will.
Yeah. For the I guess for the last day, they still can show their cards and be so bombastic for all of the games, because 15 games at the grand final. When you conquer 5 of the games, it's like 30% of total gameplay you can play at the grand final.
Just make it 15.
Yeah, just make it 15. Yeah. So maybe it can be happening when it comes to IESF. Let's see later.
Possibly. Right now, Saudi, if you notice, they have been very quiet here. So they are studying when it comes today, because they definitely secured themselves in the grand finals. So I will not be expecting any sort of explosive game coming up from them. So
Especially
it's going to be
tomorrow, right? Today, right? Yeah.
Maybe tomorrow they're still going to play it quiet, even though it's going to grand finals. But we have no clue about tomorrow's, because it's going to be a different group of teams coming in entirely with a different gameplay, different sort of navigation, different mindset. So how will this fare coming up from all the teams coming up from the play-in? Because why? They have been studying quite a lot. Now they have to reset their mind, even if they got themselves in the grand finals tomorrow. Now it's all down to how well these teams can adapt. So far, we've seen like some teams managed to adapt really well, but some teams are having still problem, even though it's the third day, including Senegal, including Ghana in Group C, including in this case Mauritius. But slowly, Mauritius is coping, but will it be too late?
Yeah, that's the big question, because the games are running. Then the possibility, the chance is reducing every single game. Even the most important one right now, like I already mentioned with Donna before, the below teams, or the teams that are already inside the danger zone, but at the top position of that, are performing at the first game. So that way, the teams, like we already mentioned before, really need to step up their gameplay. But back again to the area near the Hacienda del Patron, right now Iraq is moving from Minas Generales, but Libya is faster. They already conquer this compound, and it's a very good spot because they are near with this compound, and they can cut a lot of rotation coming from Minas, coming from Pecado even, because there is still Gaddafi at Hacienda del Patron itself. It is a good defensive, but when it comes to a big war, a big fight, they are splitting too far. Like I already mentioned right now, only 2 players of Libya, but all of the Iraq player already gathering right now.
Yeah, Basti and One Shot are not moving right at the current moment. While we look at Libyan players, Basti, as always, one of the best players for the lineup. Start to build this one. With that mini 14, definitely it will clip some, but will not be connecting as thus far. Back to the start of Iraq. Kalago is always one of the very first few to start the fires, as always. But this is where we start to question here. Iraq has been really great for the past 2 days, but at the same time, they're having a bit of a problem when it comes to placement consistency. They're having too much attention to them too early on. Now, is that a great idea if you want to get yourself in the grand finals in the last day here today?
Yeah, totally true about that fact. When it comes to Iraq, they just want to fight. The aggression, I think, is really suitable things to be mentioned about Iraq. But again, when it comes to the grand final, maybe they have something on their sleeve, because Iraq, I think, is the only team so far has not been reducing their temper to do an aggressive gameplay. But another team with the same strategy all over all the days of IESF itself, Pakistan, they are just waiting at the central. They do not want to have an early engagement, but I think right now they are more wide when it comes to the split of the players. So I think they escalate their gameplay. They just do not want to defend one place, but right now they want all of the position, all of the visions coming to Pakistan, I mean.
Like Pakistan side, they're very proactive. I agree with you. The fact they have been not just sitting it quietly, like sitting ducks at certain places of compound. They have been trying to gain as much information as possible. But on the side of Chinese Taipei, though, they are hot and cold, if you ask me.
Hot and cold.
Yeah, sometimes it feels like they are there, but the other time it feels like they lost entirely. But look at the next circle where the Cherry Pops feels like might be Hacienda de Patron sort of circle or even water treatment, but it might hard shift to its power grid if it loves to, but it depends. It might be chances are it might end up in Crater Field still if it happens in there somewhere. But it's always the third circle that really matters most. So maybe you still comprise in the center of the Hacienda de Patron, but waiting for it to maybe hard shift to a water treatment. I have a feeling might ended up on top of that hills of water treatment.
Oh, that will be quite interesting, but I really like how Saudi Arabia move. I guess they're not crowding at the one location, but they spread out their players. It reduced the percentage about the shifting of the zone. So if it is go to the north, there is still one player. If the circle going to the south, there's one player from Saudi. So I think that's one of the great strategy when it comes to team or play like this, because the team even not going up to 16. But right now, Chinese Taipei, the hot and cold team, just eliminated one player from Azerbaijan, and I think this is the same mistake coming from Azerbaijan. They want to go out from Pecado, but only one at the warehouse is too open. Even right now, one more Sheriff just want to go towards his buggy, but from the highest hill, from Team Bahrain, again with the high ground gameplay. They are so good when it comes to the high ground gameplay.
I agree, but back to the side of Azerbaijan, these should be the mistakes not being made here. You definitely, if you saw yourself, you get yourself a buggy, you always park indoors, you always get inside of a building, inside of a compound. This is what happens if you just park it outside in the map of Miramar. There's so much hills and mountains all around the corner. And there's so many valleys if you park it still outside in a sort of a pit. There's always eyes watching out. So it's really basic to actually have the vehicles be parking in sort of a compound. Make sure that it's not being overlooked by the other teams, being shot down by the other teams. Because I have to break it down. I mean, like, vehicles are so much compulsory and dire when it comes to this big map. Back to the side of Bahrain, they love backstabbing all the way, just peacocking to us. All the teams that actually try to migrate, but they got one on Shock, and there's no way out for Shock. Choto, what a set of eyes. The eagle eyes of Choto never let them go away.
Bahrain with a high ground gameplay can't be denied as one of the best with the SKS, even the M4 with a long range still can knock down one of the player from Chinese Taipei. But luckily for Chinese Taipei, it is not rendered anymore, so Shark can be revived. They have the power grid, so I think will be the moment for Chinese Taipei to lay down a bit, defending their compound and waiting for the third circle. But Brunei, right now we are moving. This team, I don't know, it's kind of lost his composure when it comes to an aggression, because Brunei suddenly changed to be quite passive. But this is what Chuchu already mentioned before. When it comes to the vehicle, you really need to secure it, especially at the beginning of the game. You need it at the late game. You really need it, especially for blow kit, for the movement. But I think, in case for Buggy is making everyone jealous in Miramar. Buggy is the only vehicle that can pass through all the terrain in Miramar, so that way maybe, yeah, Bahrain just want to shot the Buggy lah.
I mean, that's pretty basic. For the teams that actually had enough competition, they know what's important and what's not.
Yeah.
But back to the start of Senegal, now this can be one of the teams that's really having a hard time to see the light at the end of the tunnel. They can't actually make a way at all. We're talking about them not having any sort of a placement strategy to be planned and be executed. Planning is great, but to be executing it is going to be another problem. It's going to be Cinder de Patron and St. Martin to be in the center. Now, this is going to be an urban warfare, if you ask me. There's so many compounds in between, and we have Saudi Arabia already got themselves the high grounds. Now, that's going to be very important, and that's going to be a good vintage point as well. They can farm up any sort of elimination from their standpoint.
Totally, because San Martin, even though it's a wide area of Miramar itself, a lot of compounds, all of the players can go towards the compound itself, but when it comes to the high ground, it can defeat you easily, because you cannot know where is the exact location shooting coming from. So yeah, right now Pakistan also moving towards the San Martin area. I guess most of the team right now realize that they need to go towards the city, toward the San Martin, but right now, wait a bit, because Libya is close enough with Iraq, and I hope this will be a big fight, because Bastille really need the points. But Iraq, I think, quite logical. It is still not a good circle to do a big fight. Only one player at the front line of their team, but Bastille already cooked the nade. He knew, he heard the movement from the Buggy, but Iraq player with a short momentum can still going, but the Buggy himself being taken down. Bastille, what a good shot towards the tires. It flips the Buggy and knock one player down, Chuchu.
That's a bad drifting moment for Reva. You don't want that to happen. Yeah, it happened in Hollywood movies. Not right now, though. Back to the side of Reva. He still need backup. Bleeding out in the moment. We've fought quite far off. Golden was saving by the bell. They pop a couple of smoke. Basti just going to reset himself by looking and hovering around his crosshair towards his opponents right across him. And one shot with a Mini 14. Tried to open up backup shots. But where to shoot now? Now, Duffy is trying to do the same thing here. But that one small shack will buy them so much time for the Libya players. But at the same time, the Libya players really need to make a move. The Pakistani is coming in at the same time down. They might be hammed down between Iraq and also the Pakistan team.
There will be a very turntable movement or moment coming for Iraq if that happened. But I think Pakistan, again, classic gameplay. They do not want to interrupt a lot of fights when it comes to only the mid game. But for Iraq, this is what we call when it comes to the Battle Royale. Sometimes you need to take a lot of risks to get a lot of thing happen to your team, especially the benefit one, even though one player already being knocked down. Add a little shack, but coming from the Iraq, still can save the player, but lost one vehicle. But I think it's still a good threat though, because they still have 3 vehicles, but 4 players intact again.
Is it really a good trait to actually lose a vehicle at this point? Because honestly speaking, sometimes your friend being knocked down, there's a Buggy in front of you. Would you pick them up first or just straight away for the vehicle? Definitely the player's going to go for the vehicle first. That's just how crucial vehicles are when it comes to this very open map of Miramar. Back to St. Martin now. Feels like Bahrain having the most important point here, the stand-off point when it comes to St. Martin. Most paramount position is going to be theirs. But the problem is, will there be any contenders? Because we saw they are not alone. On the side of Vietnam team, they start to shoot here. They are at the ridge of the blue zone as well. Very close by, might be burnt out. But I'm trying well enough. It feels like nothing connects, but yeah, the spray's looking not so much.
Yeah, not so much, but I think the pressure, the surprise still working. But I'm really curious because this is not an easy way for those are still in San Martin because the high ground already controlled 100% for Bahrain. And we know when it comes to Bahrain, coming to the high ground gameplay, they are so good at it. Even Saudi right now having a hard situation. Two of the players already separated and one of the players already at the low HP. Right now, fight inside the compound. Pakistan being contested with Libya. What a good shot by the trade. The trade coming from Pakistan is still better because Pakistan right now are committing towards the Libya. Even one of the players from Libya just crossing the road, too bold, too open. One player already at the low HP. Gaddafi can't defend because Pakistan had 3 players there. And Zeus with a part of lightning maybe, but it can't be. It can't be. The only man standing, fighting 3 players. It is not worth it at all. So Libya left alone with only 1 player.
Yes, have it all taken on the side of the Libya players. Back to the side of Brunei on the other hand, taking on a bit of a revenge towards the side of the Vietnam team. Chua shot them earlier. Now she kind of stuck in the corner. Shako keep on pressuring, but nothing seems to be knocking down. Piazza attacking on Tuan Z. Vietnam didn't expect this to happen as the Bruneians are gatekeeping and taking on double down. Chua taking on Shako. Chua being attacked by newbies from afar. That's going to be like 200 meters apart. Make it 150. Back to the side of Piazza. They're going to finish off. But Hong, oh Chinese Taipei, you sneaky little cheeky guy. Taking away, stealing off the elimination points there.
Yep. What a sweet revenge at the beginning for Brunei Darussalam. But Chinese Taipei, again, a lot of teams want to go toward the circle. And the road is not that many, especially from the northern side, because it is a very tough hill. You can't go towards that place. And this is the only way you can go towards the circle. So the fights begin. But back again to the San Martin area, even though Pakistan already got a big win from Libya, but right now the condition around the area is quite not too good, I can say, because from Hacienda itself, Sri Lanka tried to go inside the circle, but players from Mauritius, if I'm not mistaken, is defending quite well so far.
Yep, they're gatekeeping it quite hard to a side of Sri Lanka players. And like you mentioned, it's not great for them as Amara being knocked down. Down to the last member of the Sri Lankan players. Only Susti left. And they are quite burnt out by the Blues. And Susti have to heal. There's going to be a whole Sri Lanka team down, eliminated at 13. The first one to be out, in fact, in this round. Because they are being stuck in the blue zone, being pressured by the Mauritius players.
Yeah, the DPS for the 4th circle is already more than 2 health points per second, so that way, so sorry for Sri Lanka. They failed to go toward the circle, but look at the circle right now. It's a total open field area, so that way all our discussion about the vehicle now is needed, especially for the obstacle. But the terrain of Miramar in this particular place is actually quite unique, so let's see, because Bahrain still become the highest, I think we can say, the percentage for winning this game. But Bahrain himself, I don't know. I do not see the movement coming from Bahrain. They're still waiting at their compound, but I think so far so good for them.
Why would they need to move? They have the most best place to stand and gatekeeping all the teams down there who's trying to actually move towards the mountain of San Martin, not really on top of it, it's just in the outer rim or in the outskirts. And Bahrain, they got himself already 1 man in the center, while Walud and the others will gatekeep those who are coming up from beneath, including Saudi Arabia, and the circle end up in no man's land. That's just how painful to be players right now. Chota and the rest of Bahrain players, do remember, Bahrain players having one of the most longest elimination distances every single time. So they're really good at keeping everything clean from a very long distance. But on the side of Vietnam, they're down to 2, but still managed to secure a couple of more. Someone taking on Chinese Taipei. This is just, I mean, like, how did Walla even be knocked down from Saudi? I mean, they got the best plays there. They can just rack it up.
What a counter coming from Saudi Arabia, but coming back to Vietnam, they're not done yet, even though only 2 players, but look what they can do. Another team being wiped out. Even at the other place, South Korea having the same trouble. They want to climb up the hill, but from Senegal, finally Senegal, you did the fight, and this is how Senegal can play. One of the players from Korea, which is Big Star, moving with the Coupe RB, but still tracking by Zenos. Zenos with the M4, shooting towards the Big Star bat. The
Big-
Group RB, I guess, still faster than the bullets.
Oh, but Big Star have to pick his poison. Whether it's going to be Mauritius or Senegal, either one is going to be really tough for him to climb up that hill. Back to the side of Vault, taking on Senegal players. Dax actually on the ground being knocked down, but not being finished off straight away. That shows that they got quite a distance between them. Raver trying to have a head-to-head fight, and it's going to be a brawl between Nomshin and Raver. But Raver won it with just a slither of health left. Back to us, the side of Walud, trying to fight his way up to the side of Saudi Arabia, but it's just so tough and slippery steep, and that's going to be Walud saying goodbye. The entirety of Bahrain, they got the place. They got the elevations. What happened? Why didn't manage to defend it?
I guess the distraction coming from a lot of teams really giving a hard time coming for Bahrain, even though they just there. They already have the compound, but coming from Saudi, the movement as a unit is just too strong to be defending with, but we are still continue with the game. Look at Saudi right now. They already got the high ground, even though one of the player being knocked down, but Prestige right now with a nade coming to Pakistan. Is it connect? No, not connected, but he knows where is the exact location. Even Pakistan right now being backstabbed also by Mauritius. So that way Pakistan, a pinch situation, not an easy one for them.
But feels like the one winning is going to be Saudi Arabia. Just look how smart they are playing this. Run and gun, run and nade at the same time, being very cheeky. It's going to be Prestige calling out the shots for the rest of Saudi's team. And on the other side, Iraq are taking on Big Star, but that's a Kobe towards the Pakistan, and that's finished things off straight away. What a play coming up from Saudi, moving as a unit, unfolding everything that's been uncovered before. And now back to the side of Saudi, they are waiting for Mauritius. It's just going to gatekeep them on the other end.
Again, back to Prestige, the mastermind coming from Saudi. It's really precise when it comes to the need coming from them. But Chinese Taipei try to backstab the Saudi players right now. They being spotted, even though got one, but being sanded to the lobby. But right now, Iraq, an aggressive team, we can say. Last two men standing, still shooting around. Right now, Senegal in a very hard situation, but Iraq can't do that too much because from behind, Saudi, again, the smart, the sneaky one from the lower ground right now suddenly become the conqueror of the high ground. Even Mauritius, look at that. Not only from Saudi, Senegal also shooting towards Mauritius. Mauritius is not easy for you guys to climbing up, and even right now finish at the position of 5.
It's going to be graveyard for most of the teams. They're actually just playing in front of Saudi Arabia's team. They have nothing else to lose, and they got nothing else to worry about as the Saudis are actually backing up with the blue zone. Look at how D7 just keep tossing. Oh, I don't think that's going to work like that, D7, but nice try. But back to us, the other teams though. We have Brunei on the other end, and the Saudis taking the center, but Xenos managed to find out on D7. There's going to be leeway, but Brunei's being attacked by the side of Saudi as well. Now, the Saudi Arabians are just splitted their focus into two ways. It's going to be a four-way war. We're down to 4 teams. It's going to be 2v4, 2v2 as well.
Yep, but look at the movement coming from Senegal right now. This is what I'm waiting for. You guys are man for this. You can do the fight, but right now, look at Senegal. Even Senegal can beat all the players from Iraq, and look at those elimination. Finally, Senegal, the teams that I'm doubting about their aggressive, about their play when do the fight, right now they are proving to the casters, especially to me, Senegal still there, and I hope this will be a good start for them to continue the day.
And back to us, the side of Saudi and Brunei. Now, they need to take down Dami for the Bruneians if they want to move forward. Lucky enough, they got a space to reset, but Samurai and the rest of Senegal, they need to make a comeback in the entire overall rankings. Jax tried to find Prestige. They need to shut down Prestige. He's the mastermind. He's doing a lot of several PUBG mobile plays here. And back to the side of Senegal, they do have a bit of a balance to work with. While the side of Brunei is going to be a flat land. Now, where would they hide? They have barricade themselves with a couple of vehicles, but can they actually defend the force coming out, the Saudi Arabian team coming out full as the entire unit. PSL tried to just smoke themselves out in between, but they need to be extra careful on their left and right because two teams are squeezing towards them.
Yeah, that's actually true. Brunei is in a very tight moment right now. It is not easy for them. Yeah, and if I'm not mistaken, all the utilities already being used, or most of them all. But right now, PSL and also the other teammate from Brunei already threw the smokes for blinding the vision coming from Saudi. But I really like also the movement coming from Senegal because they're just waiting. But D7 do the flank. It's a big flank going to the lower ground, do the back step, and one of the players from Senegal being taken down. Not only that, even Brunei also being taken down. What a good defense. What a good attention can be split up when it comes to Saudi. This is a very high quality gameplay coming from Saudi.
I have to agree. This is at its best when it comes to teamwork and the whole team play of Saudi. They are so confident when it comes to individual skills. And Dax Manning taken out on Piazzao. This is not great. The entire team of Brunei being finished off by both Senegal. It's going to be only two teams left. These 7 just going to hike up, getting the elevations of Senegal. But in the meantime, the circle is not closing. These 7 being knocked down by Samurai again. Now, where would Prestige go? What will be the call shot coming up from the IGL?
Yup. The threat already happened, but look at those 2-on-2 situation right now between Saudi Arabia and also Team Senegal. And this is like an evolving team because it is not your Senegal. It is not the Senegal we already watched for about 2 days. And look at that shot. One of the players from Saudi Arabia being low HP, but it's overpicked. Right now, Samurai left alone with the last man standing. But from Saudi, they are still having 2 of them. Let's see, is the clutch happen or there will be for Saudi again?
They know exactly where Samurai's standing. Now, all he needs to do just have a bit of a courage and pop cover of smoke, which he don't have. He doesn't have enough smoke yet. There comes the pressure. He tried to spray. He got 1. Only 1 more to go. Mono to mono. The Mexican classic coming out from Dami versus Samurai. Samurai just going to reset himself. Same goes for side of Dami. But can he just equal out the odds or just making an advantage? He picked up Prestige. This is huge. Coming up from Saudi Arabia. And they're going to flush it. They're going to move forward. They moved on the bridge. They finished off Xenos. Samurai, how can he clutch this?
This will not be easy though, but Samurai shooting towards the Saudi player, but the backup is there. And the winner chicken dinner again for Saudi Arabia, but Senegal. Samurai, really well done effort, and this is what I want to see from Senegal. They really step up their gameplay, starting from Vietnam, now Senegal. So the players, the team at the danger zone still can't do much, and this is what I like when it comes to the last day before the grand final.
I mean, like, my God, Senegal! What a play! They're just behind us, by the way. They're like amazing. I'm loving the fact they have been improving so much. They have been really climbing up the stairs. They've been taking up so much courage. There was almost a clutch. He got 1 just now for Samurai. He really took his katana and slapped away everybody else. If only he just pushed forward just now. The moment you know there's a quiet moment on the other side of the terrain just now, on the other side of the map, he knows that they're trying to pick the other person up. If only he got 1 nade.
1 nade.
That 1 nade can just change everything.
But I think you can't have 2 locks in a game because the previous nade just eliminated all the players from Brunei, right?
Yeah.
So yeah.
I mean, like, why not?
Why not?
Save one. Save the last one for the best.
For the best.
Always have to have 1.
Yeah, but that was a really good, also patient gameplay coming from Saudi. They are not too quickly when it comes to a short decision making.
Oh, yeah.
Still reviving his teammate and turn the table, become the champion or become the winner chicken dinner.
But back to the side of Bahrain. Now, they had such a good spot.
Totally.
What happened? Why is it so... Why everything just go in shambles when they got already everything in their condition? Everything's being ticking off the box. We're talking about great position, best view.
4 players.
4 players. Do they have enough to actually sustain to be up there? And what happened really? Because if you look at how Saudi's placement before, they are way better when it comes to analytical part, to where to move, navigate themselves around the valleys, around the terrain, and play along with the hills. They were having the lower ground. Bahrain got everything, but they just couldn't do it.
I think that's the problem when it comes to you are on the top.
Look at this!
You are the targeted team, because I think not only Saudi, before Chinese Taipei tried to hit them down. Brunei also and also Vietnam. So yeah, again, the definition of defense is really needed when you are already at the good spot, because the good spot will be the crowded one. Everyone want to go to the place from Bahrain before, so yeah, I think they just fail to defend themselves.
No, I mean, like, if you actually compare, I'm sorry, I have to compare here.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know, it's a fact, right?
It's a fact.
The way Saudi Arabian player plays, they were having the most toughest place to actually
Logically,
cut
yes.
across so many teams, including Bahrain, that have been just pressuring them from afar. But they still managed to survive, even though it's not a 4, but still managed to get 2 till the end of it. Always having better numbers. Yeah, I know Saudi Arabia, like how good you are. You guys are not relaxing. Thank you for proving that to us. Even though you are #1 spot. Every time I said something, they're like, I mean, we're going to show you.
It's kind of our jinx, right? So when we talk about Saudi, about they can chill, they can play not their best, they can just not reveal their card, but back again, they want to show us after all that words. And another chicken dinner with 12 elimination and total 27 points. So Saudi, you will be.
I mean, I'm not impressed with Saudi Arabia still. Unless if they break their record of 17, like getting themselves 20. Okay, then I'm happy. I'm like, yeah. My expectation of your performance, Saudi Arabia, is getting higher now.
Okay.
Now, if you want to please us, please get 20 eliminations in the play-ins. Not the grand finals, just the play-ins first.
Yeah, and I think the biggest opportunity to get a lot of elimination is A versus B, right? Because when A versus C, I think we still can't see Djibouti to play today.
Yeah.
So yeah,
unfortunately.
Let's go Saudi Arabia. Got the 20 elimination, but
just go for it.
Moving for Senegal.
Who cares about overall? What grand finals? They don't care about the grand finals. They know they already got into the grand finals.
But that's an interesting fact, you know. I just found out the total point that Senegal got for about 21, if I'm not mistaken. It is more than half total points Senegal got for about 2 whole days.
Woo! Senegal!
Let's
you
go,
really
Senegal!
push a lot for today. I mean, like, when it comes to the longest elimination distance, still gonna be Choto coming up from Bahrain. Is always the best of longer elimination distance. So they should put it to good use in Miramar.
Yeah.
In Miramar, but it's just
it's just unfortunate for them. Miramar is, I think, their trump card, because I think they can play the base, but again, Prestige
in the prestigious award.
Yeah.
It's gonna be Prestige, Late, and Basti. There you go. Please form a new team for a different team entirely after this for these 3 players. But his damage is quite on the higher end, and elimination distance got himself 6, but when it comes to his decision making, now that's where he shined the most. The way he tossed, the way he actually gave the pressure on which angle entirely.
Oh yeah.
That's something that nobody can actually match up to him so far in this play-ins.
Yeah, when it comes to, again, I already mentioned a lot when it comes to tournament, a similar skill when it comes to the aim power, the positioning is the next thing decide who will win. But a big respect from me to Prestige, because not only about the elimination, not only about the total damage, but the heals, 300. It proved us that Prestige fought a lot, recovered the health point a lot. So
He's boosting himself a lot.
it's not an easy game for Prestige himself. So yeah, really amazing for the most valuable player to Saudi, especially for Prestige himself.
But speaking of A versus B, we're not done yet. We still have one more match. Finally, I'm casting Sunhawk today. But we're going to head it back to as our host, I think, if I'm not mistaken, before we have more action-packed and waiting for Saudi for 20 eliminations. Take it back, Mr. Gary.
Mr. Gary.
All right, another great round from Fire Stage. Here we have Saudi Arabia, who will eat the second chicken dinner of the day. But guys, this is not the end. We still have another round on IESF 14 World Esports Championship. So don't go anywhere. I'll see you around, guys, after this one.
Warga plus 62 emang banyak maunya. Dari drakoran sampai banjir air mata. Nonton action yang mantul. Sampai nonton tendangan cantik. Maksudnya ini. Mau nonton apapun, semua ada di video. Mulai dari yang bikin berbunga-bunga, keringet dingin, ketawa, sampai bikin gak ngedip. Jadi nonton apa sekarang?
I cannot tell everyone to do just like it because I am me right now. Actually, when I go to the esports scene, there's a guy who always me who was
Hello, can you guess where I am? Yes, we are the exhibitions here. So we are gonna explore this freaking cool area and see what we can do with all tenants. So, come here. Basically, Garudaku is a product created by PBSI or Federations of Esports Indonesia. Garudaku is one-stop solution for esports industry in Indonesia. In this platform, you can create your own esports community, join tournament, searching for player database, esports company, or even community in every game category. All members that registered in this platform can join many various tournament in every game category like Dota 2, Tekken 7, Mobile Legends, PUBG, eFootball, FIFA, CSGO, Point Blank, and also Free Fire. Garudaku also has an esports academy for every non-professional players and professional players. They provide coaching clinics and all academy members can be lead to be professional players in every game category. Garudaku became one of the exhibitors at the IESF 15th World Esports Championship Bali 2022. They had a very interesting activity here. Besides, they will teach you how to use their platform and become one of their members. They provide gaming corners. Visitors can use as long as they like to play many games in PlayStation 5. You can play Tekken 7, eFootball 2023, and FIFA 2023. On the other side, they collaborated with Racing Lab to provide a racing simulator that you can try at their booth. The attendee is very helpful to give guidelines on how to use racing simulator machine. This one is very interesting because they give me an experience using a racing simulator and make me feel like I'm the real racer. So, that's what I got from the Garudaku zone, and I really want to explore more at these exhibitor areas. So keep following me and stay tuned.
All it takes is one dream. One dream that becomes a journey. To drive an ambition. believing in yourself. Persevering challenges. Always focused on the dream. To grow aspirations. Having the will to keep going. Building a future with a legacy. Knowing dreams can come true. Over 11 years of growth. The spirit of entrepreneurship. Created possibilities. Realized new potentials. Innovate for the better. Expand horizons. To change lives. To connect new ideas. To explore new grounds. With the future in sight. Together.
Hello everybody, we have Jesse Art here as a BA from Onyx Esports.
Yeah.
So I wanna ask you, so the first question is what do you think about this match Indonesia versus Philippines?
Match yang tadi menurut aku seru banget sih. Terus udah gitu kayak menegangkan juga.
So the next question is who is the top opponent for Indonesia in IESF?
Menurut aku Filipina sih. Cuma tadi Indonesia berhasil menang lawan Filipina kan. Cuma menurutku yang paling susah Filipina sih.
So how much confident are you that Indonesia will be the winner for this competition?
100% dong. Kita harus percaya diri.
So for the last question, any future hope for esports Indonesia, especially Mobile Legends?
Semoga makin berkembang. Terus udah gitu, semoga bisa berjangka panjang.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time. Esports Indonesia.
Jaya, jaya, jaya.
Thank you Kak Jessian.
Get Galaxy A33 5G.
Because
Galaxy A33 5G with awesome processor. Buy now. Get Galaxy A73 5G.
Why?
Because this is awesome. This is awesome.
Awesome details.
Awesome details.
Awesome details.
Galaxy A73 5G. Take more awesome details. Buy now.
Hi, welcome back to the IESF 14 World Esports Championship Bali 2022. So, entering day 4 of the biggest esports championship, what did you feel? Did you have some fun? Anyway, entering the next round of this tournament, the competition is getting louder, more intense, and more entertaining. Today, there is 4 games that will be played in this tournament. CSGO on the ice stage, Dota on the earth stage, Mobile Legends on the water stage, and PUBG in fire stage. So, are you ready to watch more matches on this day? But before that, here's the joy of the day 3 of the IESF 14 World Esports Championship Bali 2022. Enjoy! So, how is it? Exciting, isn't it? We're exploring more other boat tomorrow, so stay tuned and cheerio!
Selamat datang di sebuah pengalaman perjalanan baru Indonesia bersama InJourney. Terbang bersama kami untuk melihat pariwisata Indonesia. Sirkuit internasional, bentang alam, ragam atraksi budaya, produk lokal asli Indonesia, warisan budaya, keamanan dan kenyamanan. InJourney membawa keramahan Indonesia ke dunia.
Warga plus 62 emang banyak maunya. Dari drakoran sampai banjir air mata. Nonton action yang mantul. Sampai nonton tendangan cantik. Maksudnya ini. Mau nonton apapun, semua ada di video. Mulai dari yang bikin berbunga-bunga, keringet dingin, ketawa, sampai bikin gak ngedip. Jadi, nonton apa sekarang?
All right. Welcome back again on IESF 14 World Esports Championship Fire Stage PUBG Mobile third round of the day. So before we're gonna start the match, I would like to tell you that this event can be held by support from our government sponsors. So thank you once again to Kemenparekraf, Kemenpora, KONI, NOC Indonesia, and of course Wonderful Indonesia. So guys, for the third round, who's gonna get the chicken dinner or siapa yang bakal makan ayam lagi? It's gonna be Bahrain, Saudi Arabia, Korea, Chinese Taipei. Let us see. So, let us take to the caster that will lead the game for today, the third round. We have two marvelous ladies there. Please welcome once again Tutu and Donna Fiska.
Thank you so much, Mr. Gary. I think the one that actually ate chicken just now was you.
Yeah.
But thank you.
He actually is.
Is still? Is it done? Yeah, he's done.
Oh, yeah, he's done now.
I'm Chichi, and this is gonna be Donna, the cute, adorable with her. I love her hairstyle today. Just saying. But before we go, formalities aside, as always, we have to thank none other than our sponsors. It's gonna be JHL Group, JHL Auto, Nusape, DES, Good and Crypto, Taiwan Excellence, Pertamina Hydro Cocoa, and our official telco partner is gonna be Telcosel. None other than our official smartphone partner, Samsung's Galaxy A series. Our internet service provider partner, IndiHome. We have travel management partner, HIN. Hotel partner, also in Marisika Hotel right now. Right now, we are standing at. And also Episode Hotel, our Esports broadcaster partner, Miniski Global, IFEL, and ESID. Our production partner, Lemon ID. And none other than our media partner, Trans7.com, Esports.id, Video.com, Dunia Games, Dance TV, Dance Play, Merah Putih, Bola Score, and Kami Bijak.
Ooh, got some Indos there.
Yes.
Yay, finally, Chuchu, welcome to Indonesia. You should stay here more often then.
Oh, no.
But also, Chuchu, and also, ladies and gentlemen, our government has given us their best support here. So thank you so much for Kemenpora, Kemenparekraf, KONI, and OC Indonesia, and also wonderful Indonesia for your support. So this event is really, really amazing. I enjoyed it a lot.
You know what? I said no more for me to stay that long in Indonesia because I can't remember how to talk my language after I've been here so long because it's just so good. The place is just incredible.
Yep.
I love Bali so much. I love the food. I love the people. I love you.
I love
and
you
you guys have been amazing. I mean, like, if you guys haven't been to Indonesia, you guys have to because it's one of the places where everything's happening, and not just that. The people are just so funny, and they're very warm, and they are very welcoming. I mean, like, all the players, even them, having such a great time here.
Yeah. And also, especially if you're joining this kind of event, the tournament and esports gaming, because like we all in here has a same or similar hobbies, right? Interests, right? So yeah, if we meet each other here in the same venue, in the same kind of activities, we're gonna like bond a lot, right?
Yeah, everybody speaks the language of games.
Yeah,
but
definitely.
back to us games, we're finally gonna heading out to our last match of Group A versus C. Now this is where everything's gonna keep on happening. It's gonna be the last match of Sanhok. Well, who will it be for our predictions? Who did you pick?
I picked Chinese Taipei all over again. How about you, Chuchu?
I'm going to go for Senegal because I believe they can do it. Senegal!
Yeah, Senegal, let's go!
They really have it going today. I'm loving the fact the underdogs, a team that we don't have enough spotlight in day one and day two, finally waking up from their slumber and realize, hey, we have to get in the top 11 to get into the grand finals. And today is the last day to do that.
Yeah, I actually almost picked Senegal.
Oh man, I'm sorry. Yeah, we can do the same thing.
Yeah, the same thing. Also, not talking about Senegal as well. Like these past 2 games, I couldn't agree more with you, Chuchu, because like they show us what they got finally. And even though in the last match in Miramar, right, they placed second, right? For Senegal.
It's just so different.
Yeah, it's so different. They placed second, but they were really, really happy about their placement, about their results.
I mean, like, I'm super happy for them, not just because of their results, not just because of their placement, it's because how different if we compare with yesterday's performance coming out from Senegal. They just really ramped it up. They are more confident about their firing. I just hope we don't compliment them too much to change them at the same time.
Hopefully not, fingers crossed. And I also like really impressed how, because like actually both Senegal and Saudi Arabia, the last war that happened in between them, the not only the placement is like they above each other, but their, what is it called, like their position in terms of sitting in the stage is like they are above each other.
It's like literally in real life and in the game.
Yeah,
they are
real life
on
and in
top
the game.
of each other. Like I mean, like not in real life that way, but they're just having a one step up when it comes to the stage. They don't have that sort of, don't have that picture yet. That's too much information, by the way.
Yeah.
But back about, you have that picture, don't you? Because Donna can't stop laughing when I say on top of each other.
I need to pull it out of my mind.
That's a dangerous game we're playing, Donna. Don't do that.
Okay. I think we're ready, Chuchu, for the the last game of the day between Group A versus B. So after we saw the Vietnam winning the first game and the Saudi Arabia finally take their crown back in the second game, do you think it's going to be like a different flag all over again?
And you know what? When it comes to Sunhawk, it's a wild card game. It's never expected, as always. But are you guys ready for Sunhawk? Because we're going to head straight into it.
Let's go!
Now, when it comes to Sunhawk, it's the smallest map that we have to date. And not just that, it's because of it's small and the players have been aggressive. They have nothing else to lose when it comes to the last day of play-ins, trying to get into the grand finals. They have to. And we're having a flight path. Not really centralizing in the center of a map, but it's enough for the players to even reach out to hard team.
Yeah, typical Sandhawk, not too hard, not too challenging in terms of flight path as well. Even though it's quite a bit extreme flight path, yeah, it's still okay. Everything is doable in Sandhawk. So what's matter the most is usually, like typically, is the first circle that we're gonna see and that we're gonna witness. The first circle is gonna favoring which part of the Sandhawk itself. So,
of all the places, the first circle have to be 40% or maybe lesser than that. We're making it 60% of water. Yeah. So it might be hard-team all the way. If that happens here, Donna, everybody gonna move to its one direction only.
Yeah.
North is gonna be on the northwest side.
Yeah.
So if that happens, imagine the bridges. Two bridges nearby Halfton, the one on the right side, the one on the south. So it's going to be so crowded. A lot of players will have to pay a lot of death toll, including Gaddafi, and being knocked down by the side of the Mauritius team. Now, Libya, they have to be extra careful. They're sharing the compound in Painan.
Yep. Sharing the compound in Painan. The northern Painan will be occupied by Team Libya, I believe, and Mauritius is going to be like the western side of the Painan itself. But with that one knockdown, it's only gonna like cost a time for Libya itself, not costing any man or any soul here. But ladies and gentlemen, it seems like we have
the light of heaven.
The light of heaven.
The light of heaven have been shined upon us. The moment we have the light of heaven, the voice of heaven will tell us a news that we're quite happy because we're going to share the time with you guys again. It means that we have another remake going on. You know what? It's always the fun part of PUBG Mobile, the hiccups.
Yeah, the hiccups. But well, because like this is like the Group A and also B, like they are, what can I say? They are approaching the end games for them, like the last chance for them, right? So they are not gonna like waste any moment for them. They want to make it, or they want to play the game as maximum as possible for them.
The moment you mention end game, the first thought comes in my mind. It's gonna be, are we in the movies? Because we're gonna watch some Mavol, which is not their real name, movies, where they have the end game. So that's going to be it behind it. But speaking of the players, yeah, I definitely agree with the fact that's going to be it. If they can't make it by today, because we mentioned earlier with Doggy even, I think that you guys even mentioned the first match of the day regarding there are 5 teams in the red danger zone. Even they got themselves maybe up to the 9th place, but the gap in between 9, 10, 11th is not that far off, down to the 13th place. Now, there might be a swap in the last minute. We've seen so many teams that have him to be swapped down, being pushed down in the last minute. Now, that definitely will be so painful to actually just take it as your reality in this match.
Yeah, but talking about like the last game, the game that we just saw that unfortunately is not gonna be played anymore. I kind of like the circle though, because like except about what you mentioned earlier, it is like favoring towards Vietnam as much, because like
I thought you're going for Chinese Taipei. Wait, what? Which team are you with? Donna, make up your mind.
I'm just like I'm favoring the team that. Any team here, actually.
Really? Really? The any team is Chinese Taipei all the way. Chinese Taipei, Vietnam. Any team, I favor all the team. Yes, I love all the team. Chinese Taipei, Vietnam. Come on, Donna.
But
Come
talking
on.
about Vietnam though, because like they finally got their momentum, right? Their adrenaline rush is there, and they securing most of the area of the A island itself,
Yeah.
and then the circle is going towards the A island, so it's gonna be like a big advantage for them, especially like in the last previous Sandhawk that they played. Even though the circle favors the northern area or the A island area of the Sandhawk, but they didn't really make it out of the game for a winning.
I mean, like, I'm not blaming them for the hesitance. You saw how aggressive some teams can get, especially when it comes to Saudi Arabia. They just know how to stop and when to stop. Well, don't blame it on them, because right now, if you guys just happen to be joining PUBG Mobile for the first time, if you're curious about Sandhawk, why is it A, B, and C? There's A for Alpha, B for Bravo, and C for Charlie. So each of the island do have Camp Bravo, Camp Alpha, and Camp Charlie. So it's always one of the biggest indicator when it comes to the island. But back to us, the circle just now, I was disappointed to be remake, because there's going to be, I mean, like, it's hard for the players. It's really challenging, but it's fun for us.
Yeah, the viewers, especially the casters, because we love fights.
We are evil.
We are evil for the players. The players is having a headache, and then we're happy about that.
We're happy they're having headaches. That's just how cruel we are. And one more thing, it's so hard for us to actually seeing a very wonky circle on one side, but we're back into the game now.
Yay.
Will they give us another game of salt? But definitely this flight part is the reverse, the contradiction of the previous one, coming up from Tambang, maybe up towards the side of Langkawi, but still more towards the southern part. But the circle will be really nice now. I don't want a nice circle. I do want to have all 3 islands first circle.
Yeah, are very similar with the previous one, but the flight pad though, it's kind of like typical, especially like the first preview remake that is happening earlier in the day. It's like a U-turn kind of flight path, because like the flight or the plane itself only go back and forth, and we're gonna witnessing which area is gonna be favored the most by the first circle, and it is gonna be
drum roll. There you go. Oh, it's down south right now. It's the reverse, the circle as well.
Everything is reversed now.
Okay, so Nakam is really a good spot for the players. And I mean, like, even Nakam, all the southern part here, is a really good place, not just because of the circle part, but it's also a good place with a lot of abundance of healing items, including Sami. So I mean, like Chinese Taipei, where you're rooting for them, definitely have a good start, which already have horse run on the other end around Nakam, quite far off from Sami, but he definitely will have a lot of information towards the other teams, which I have a feeling there's going to be Azerbaijan around there as well. So we have possibly 4 teams right in the Camp Charlie area where we have the circle just now.
Yeah, quite crowded now. But one thing that I noticed that is kind of different is also previously we saw Libya facing ups again. I believe, which team is that? In a Painan area previously. But
it was
now
Libya,
and then versus one another countries. And then
I'm trying to recall. I think Mauritius, was it Mauritius though?
I think so.
Possibly. I mean, like, sorry, we have very short-term memory. We are goldfish.
Yeah, exactly. But now Libya is getting out of the Pina itself and taking the quarry itself. But Senegal, though, they are spotted down by Azerbaijan, and just like that, Azerbaijan securing their first elimination point early on.
I mean, like, I respect the effort they're trying to use a micro Uzi with a Floyd just now, but the thing is, the rest of the teammates quite too far off, too far-fetched, and they are separating into 1-1-1-1 formation for now, but it doesn't work for the side of Senegal. The moment, I mean, I don't want to jinx them. That's the thing. I feel like I'm jinxing them right now.
We are.
I am. You're going for Chinese Taipei. They're doing great right now.
Yeah, and hopefully they are still gonna doing great for this match, the last match between Group A and B, especially like Azerbaijan doing really well, spotting one man again from the enemy team, which is Senegal. Yeah, and Senegal is kind of have a burden going on around them because they lost one man, and also the position is being locked down and hunting down by Senegal.
But it's going to be run and gun for Azerbaijan for now.
Yeah,
I feel like Azerbaijan is really just going to go towards one compound hopping, even though they don't have enough to actually work with. But that was really courageous coming up from them just to pin down the rest of Senegal. Whilst on the side of Saudi Arabia, now this is going to be the team to be watched out for when it comes to Group A. They're definitely conquering the Paradise Resort, while we have Dupine and Mauritius just going to scatter away each other. It feels like they are not sharing Mauritius with Libya anymore, because previous match we do have before the remake, Libya players are still here. So definitely after that match before, the Libyans are like, we couldn't win against them.
Yeah.
Possibly. So they were like respecting that sort of performance.
Yeah, Libya went out, and I believe I saw them around Quarry for now. And I think they are going well for the early games for today. But on to the Vietnam side, even though the Alpha area or the Alpha Island now is in the first circle. So yeah, they're going to be like having a chill quite a moment in the early game and gathering some information from the top of the highest ground of Alpha Island itself about the rotation or the movement in terms of the other teams.
I mean, like, this is not Miramar, but it's okay. If you have the idea, it's fine. As long as you're still in the circle. Imagine if you're in the high ground, right?
Yep.
And then you're not in the circle.
Oh,
that's all we can say.
It's going to be a hard challenge for you.
For everyone.
For everyone.
Even us watching, it feels so hard by just watching. Now back to the side of Pakistan, on top of ruins. They do happen to be visited by another. I'm not sure what Pakistan is doing. They just keep on firing at something else. But Samurai will be cornered by the side of Azerbaijan. Ghost Prime! Samurai did it again! Oh, with a rifle. That was just amazing. Baku taking down Samurai. Oh, no. Where are the rest of Senegal? Where are the other two? Why are they so separated?
Yeah, and now they have to pay the cost of the position itself. But Azerbaijan pressure, though, was really, really great. But Samurai almost healed up himself. But yeah, almost is never enough.
Almost is not going to bring you to the grand finals. It's that almost is always the one that will hurt you.
Yeah, give you
so
a heartbreak.
Much. Yeah, beyond heartbreak, traumatized. It's going to be traumatized.
Yeah, traumatized.
But back to the side of we do have Libya. Now they're dropping way far off from Mauritius. It's not that too far. They're still inside sort of a corner of the compound. But we do have some teams playing quietly. Now, Tambang has been heated up by Senegal versus the side of Azerbaijan. I'm loving the fact that Azerbaijan is stepping up the match. They even got himself an MG3, an 8-time scope, a level 3 of everything. What a good day in Nakam.
Ooh, Ghost Prime is actually gonna be the ghost, the prime of the ghost towards the other enemy. But Chinese Taipei, though, we're going to see the point of view from them. They secure or they're spotting the players from Azerbaijan. But Huoshuan as the frontliner, I believe, and the guardians of the northern side of the defensive area of the Chinese Taipei, he will only gathering information about the position of Azerbaijan's player.
That's a good trigger. This been coming from Huoshuan. Yep. If we were in their position, in the actual position, we might actually shot something that and then we missed quite a lot, and then we give away our position towards the enemy team. That's why we're sitting here, I don't know, because we don't have that much trigger discipline as Roshan does.
Yep.
But the thing is, now, would they trying to move? Right now, the rest of the Chinese Taipei only have 2 members. I'm not sure where Hong and also Changfu is. Hong's supposed to be the IGL here. Definitely he's giving orders towards the rest of the roster, saying you just gain information, don't open fire. But it's a different story when it comes to the South Korea side. Math Boy being cornered so hard by the side of Iraq, but Reva burn, baby burn. Where would you run in the corner? Just gonna put out the fires, but they're having another go, but he could see through the smoke. Wait, what? Why? He was right across Math Boy.
Oh my god, but Math Boy managed to take Reva down, no doubt, and the backup is coming in to really eliminate it one by one, the players from Iraq. And not just only the firing is coming on, but the Molotov, the burn is there to eliminate it. Golden by Iraq.
Yalla vote with Kalaga remains at the back lines. Too far too late here to actually give extra support. Kalaga coming out on the other end. Yalla vote trying to distract on the other end. Now they have already the knockdown. They need to pressure more, but if they're not pressuring, they need to build this. Volt cooking up the net quite a bit later. Spotted out across the windows, but Kalaga rebuilt him. Kalaga just left. Volt, you're alone here and you need to move. Kalaga's too far.
Oh my god, but Kalaga is gonna approaching, no?
No.
No?
It's like, you do it by yourself. This is your problem now.
Okay, and just like that, Team Iraq is gonna like build out of the war that they've been building towards Team South Korea, because they seems like, or they felt it's not gonna be like worth it that much, because like they only left with 2 players, and also Team South Korea is giving them aggression towards Iraq also.
But they want to gatekeep to the side of the Koreans because the blue zone is shrinking even further, and they want to gatekeep on the other end. Uriel spotted out on Volt, but where is Kalaga? Uriel, Kalaga make the shot. He goes for the flank. He got one. There's 3 more to go. Kalaga with a man 4-1-6. Spot out the smoke, but Volt is in the blue zone. He needs to make a move. He couldn't stand this much longer, but still the first phase. But they are still giving up a bit of a pressure. They won the bit of a redemption coming out from 2 of their members that out quite early on. Plays on finish of Uriel, but Kalaga still not satisfied with this.
Yeah, it's gonna be like a do or die situation both for Iraq and also South Korea, especially for South Korea, because they've been locked down for quite some time now. They are still in the same compound, in the same house, in the same building for such a quite of time, and they didn't seem like have no way out of the compound.
Oh, ring around the rosy, playing a bit of sneak peek. Math boy tried to read out where to go. Do we have vehicles? I don't think so.
Nope.
Big Star, Math boy already boosted himself quite a lot. And they're back in the building now. We're just gonna, you know what, wait it for a bit, hoping that Yellow Vote will actually bail on them while the blue zone ticking. But at the meantime, we're talking about the third zone will be really destroying both of these teams. They're quite too off from the safe zone.
1 kilometers, km. The path that they need to cross towards or into this next circle is not gonna be easy. And now, and they seems like really want to take each other out. really committed.
I mean, like, if they bail that one for the side of Iraq just now, they might be backstabbed by the side of the teams that they've been trying to shut down on. But back to Saudi Arabia, now they actually start to move against the side of Mauritius. Mauritius have been holding point on the longest. Here comes side of a Vortex, taking on D7, and 1 more, double down. All they need to do is find 2 more. Mauritius Vortex being taken down by Prestige, as always. The brain for the team here, taking maybe going to reset on Dami and D7, but can he did it alone? Because SK-Tan is quite too far to actually give support fires from the back.
Oh my god, I really love how D7, before he's been revived, he's gonna like secure in the other area or angle to really save the players from Saudi Arabia. But SK-Tan, though, with that kind of position, he managed to take 1 man down from Team Mauritius. And just like that, Saudi Arabia is go back again towards the war. This is gonna be like a big war between Mauritius and also Saudi Arabia, because Saudi Arabia only left with 3 men now.
It's gonna be 3v3 for both. D7 nick the head of Lord just now. That's gonna be really painful in the receiving end of Lord. Mauritius and Saudi, they can just part ways, disengage, have it another go after the rotate into the third zone, but they want to commit to this. They're really just putting out all their resources there. Dami boosting up himself, but they don't have enough smoke. They have couples on Prestige's hand, but Prestige don't have enough utility to put the pressure on. 1 toss of smoke, 1 Molotov left, but can they have another go? They try to shush away, they try to flush out Mauritius from Painan, who've been holding here the longest since the start.
Yeah, and somehow it works. They forced Team Mauritius out of Painan now. Only Vortex left to be the backliner of the team itself, but we can see Team Brunei, they are approaching the area of Painan for now, 2-2. the angle that they've been gardening.
We have new player coming in. It's got to be Brunei. Yeah, they want a bit of a pie as well. We're talking about two teams we're fighting, to Mauritius and Saudi. They want to be the third party. They're just taking the play towards the Saudi, but Vortex spotted them out. Vortex know what he's doing. He saw them through Chewy. Trying to take on Dammy. He's going to be 3v1. Vortex taking on Piazza. Vortex, what a guy. He's seeing the one of the best player coming out from the side of Mauritius right now. He's shining above the others. Back to the side of Vortex on the rooftop. While we still have Iraq versus Korea. Vote! Almost got him, Mad Boy! Oh, the blue zone. They're so full. But Vote having just band-aids. Just band-aids will work, brother. Bankers are evolved. Oh, Volt. He finally take down on double take there. Double down. But can he heal himself? Big Star remains. He got first aid. Big Star being spotted out by Volt. But he don't have anything else. Only band-aids. They need to go. He have to move. 3 more seconds on the clock.
Yes. And he tries to finishing off 2 of the players from South Korea. But the grenade, though, coming from Big Star. Volt is taken down, but Kalaga as well. Kalaga still has the position, still has the vision toward Big Star. But Big Stars, in terms of all of the utilities, in terms of 8 kit, HP, and also vest and helmet, Big Star is 1 step above Kalaga for now.
He knows exactly where Kalaga is. We saw that spot just now on top of his crosshair. All he needs to do is wait. Is it worth waiting for? They're so far. We're not done. Big Star! Oh my God, Kalaga will try to go. No, he climbed out. Why did he do that? Kalaga is there to save the day. It's down to mano between the South Korea versus Iraq. Kalaga take the sports car. He will be chance go the other way. You know what? I'm done. Big Star, do you have vehicle? This is not a great day here, but we still have Libya versus Chinese Taipei now.
Yeah, Libya and Chinese Taipei, we're going to focusing on to the war. This is going to be like a big war, 4v4, I believe, as Basti is going to be revived for now because Libya still has their time. Shark, though, Shark is going to be like guarding up the inside of the compound itself, but Shark taking so much damage, but Shark thrown the grenade that is really on point. 2 knock has been made by Chinese Taipei, but Huo Xuan is trying to revive himself or heal himself up, but Hong, meanwhile, on the other side, managed to finishing off the players from Libya, and just like that, with a snap of a finger, Chinese Taipei eliminated Libya.
They're not done yet. We're talking about, I think it's Sri Lanka team actually tapping out from afar. So Taipei, Chinese Taipei, they need to reset right now. Shock need to be revived. Sustain the rest of Sri Lanka, try to take advantage of this, but they're not even want to move forward. They don't want to advance. They don't want to navigate themselves in the compound. This is giving so much space for the side of Chinese Taipei to reset. But Amore is spotted out, giving the pressure to the side of Shock. Shock is bleeding out. Who will actually save him? They managed to revive and they managed to reset. Now, all they need to do, Chinese Taipei, is get a vehicle, at least a buggy to get out from here.
Yeah, that's the only way and as fast as possible to do. But meanwhile, we're going to see the team Vietnam trying really, really hard, being a swimmer here and swim across the island. And meanwhile, Winnie, as the backliner of the team itself by Vietnam, he saw Pakistan moving, and it's gonna be like a very, very important situation or knowledge for Team Vietnam.
We are in the Olympics of esports.
Yeah.
So that's why they need someone to swim.
Yeah.
For the sake of Olympics, maybe. I'm not sure if you're playing PUBG or playing swimming right now, but that's the only way to survive. Why not? Back to the side of Dami on Saudi. I mean, like, so many times Mauritius Vortex being knocked down, but this time being finished off straight away. Saudi Arabia are now going to push forward and closing up the distance between Mauritius and Saudi Arabia. Lord, can he save Sky at the same time? They lost their star players just now, which was Vortex. Back to the side of DBS. D7 really want to keep this in the back now. This is going to be an easy one, but the Molotov was right on the dot. Oh, he got banned, but it's not going to be enough. And the circle ended up in Chinese Taipei and Sri Lanka side. And the rest of the other teams, good luck, have fun moving on the southern side of the map.
Yeah, especially the teams that coming from the western or the western north area of the circle itself is going to be like a hard time for them, especially if we remember the Vietnam condition now. After they swimming across the island itself, they need to move, they need to run as fast as possible. So not only become a swimmer, they become a runner now.
Oh, wow. Make it triathlon.
Yeah.
All the way. What else do you need? Bicycles. Yeah, why not
Yeah,
put
why
in
not?
bicycles here, guys? I mean, like, we do get a lot of bicycles at our hotel, by the way.
we do.
We had a good time. Back towards the side of Saudi Arabia. Now, they are moving towards in the lair of Chinese Taipei, straight into possibly Sri Lanka as well. They have to pick their poison. But at the same time, they're taking their own sweet time not to make it too reckless towards navigating themselves in the center. Kalaga might spot it out Dami, and it might be another go for the side of Iraq. In the meantime, it's just going to be Kalaga left, so that he has to be extra careful for Iraq. He actually bailed the fight against the South Korean team just now, who left with only one members. Two teams playing in the blues, including Senegal, back to the side of Bahrain. Now, Shoto and the rest of Bahrain do get themselves on top of ruins, I think, the compound just now. But the thing is, there's no elevations on that side.
Yeah.
So can they gain any sort of information for the side of Sri Lanka? Susti definitely try to do the work, but Amare and the rest of Sri Lanka will actually try to get themselves in a better place to work with. Azerbaijan will be one of the first few teams again to be getting out of this lobby and match.
All right, but Brunei though, they are approaching or moving nearby. The one-man rail, that is Choto being knocked down just like that, being eliminated. Bahrain though lost one of their men and only left with 2 men, and their compound for now is gonna be like the hot spot for the other team around them. And it's the other team, including Brunei, is gonna like trying their hard way, trying their best to retake that compound maybe.
For now, I mean, like, if they can actually retake it or if they can actually defend, it's a different story. Now, the circle, this is quite an unusual circle, if you ask me. It's not really on top of Nakhon, but it's on the outskirts, around the junction of the road. Back to the side of Pakistan, they are taking a fight. Winnie taking a Kobe against the Pakistan team now. They have to be extra careful. If they want to fight against Sri Lanka, they have one more behind their backs. Now Pakistan kind of stuck in between. Amore being spotted out. We've been finished off with the Blues and Doom taking on Vars. This is not great. Pakistan being just too much for them. Doom taking on Pain. It's going to be a 3-fight. 3 teams crossfire. And you do have Kalag on the other end, but Kazan almost shredded his helmet. The Sanka ended up in no man's land. What Sri Lanka, Vietnam and Pakistan having it a go one by one. And finally eliminated. Pakistan just being ham and sandwich all the way.
Yeah, but Sri Lanka though, they really need to be extra careful because Vietnam, as they know, the big war has just ended between Sri Lanka and also Pakistan. Vietnam is actually can take that opportunity, but they didn't do. They don't really move recklessly and they really move like carefully. Chua Chong though, he is gonna be like the man that gonna search the information about the players from Sri Lanka before they make the move. But Chua Chong really need to be careful because Susti is guarding up the wing left side of the area of Sri Lanka.
But just now we noted on Prestige again making another play. Amare scouted out Vietnam players right across him. That's another team on his right side. They have to pick their poison right now. From the Pam to the fire. Sri Lanka did actually got COVID by Chua. What a big need and an opening for Vietnam to push forward. They're going to flush their entire team out, cutting across towards the corner. And Nam should get it on Amare, finish off with another Kobe. Vietnam just having such an explosive match right now.
But they didn't notice Sushi position. Sushi is gonna be like the messing. Sushi is gonna messing around in Vietnam, taking one man down from Vietnam, but the refrag is so fast coming from Vietnam, and it's gonna be like 2v3 situation alongside between Sri Lanka and also Vietnam, but Vietnam managed to take 2-1 2K alive again.
But for Tuanzi, can he actually reset while they try to navigate into the safe zone? Chua taking on Susti for the Molotov. Now Chua, in the meantime, kind of doing corner left, right, and center. Even the Blues are squeezing in at the same time. They do have another contender on the other end. Kalaga can actually be the third party and the playmaker for both teams there. But Kalaga making it harder for Hazen and the rest of Sri Lanka. It's not just by the Vietnam team. It's going to be coming up from the Iraq as well, as 2 minutes to retaliate, taking on Nam Shin. Vietnam down to 3, but it's still bleeding out with 1.
Yep. But I really like how the two of the players is moving forward now. But Kalaga, as the last man standing from Iraq, still with his sports car, is gonna try really hard and gonna be spotted down by Chua Chong. And just like, the Sri Lanka got eliminated out of the game.
Yeah, they got caught on both sides. I mean, like, there's no way out for the side of Sri Lanka just now. They just couldn't see Kalaga coming out, backstabbing from behind. But Chua definitely saw Kalaga, got knocked, finished off by Ho Xuan. On the other end, even Chinese Taipei having their noses into this business. We're down to 2 teams within seconds here. It's going to be Vietnam versus Chinese Taipei. Both are the teams that you're rooting for, Donna.
Oh my God, and both the teams still has 4 men, still full power, full house. Huo Xuan though, taking so much damage towards himself, but managed to dodge the bullets out, but not with the other players. But Hong still managed to dodge the bullets out.
4v4. Vietnam taking on the lower ground, not even the circle. The circle happened to be blasting the Chinese Taipei with elevations as well. Chang Fu taking on Nam Shin. Chua, both have been knocked down to 2. Vietnam, can they actually do this? Do they have enough smokes to just pick up their mates? Only Chua left with bleeding out. Tuanzi and Winning have to go for the flank, but Winning is right in the middle of the blue zone. They've been cornered with the structures as well.
Yeah.
Chinese Taipei, this is it. This is theirs, and you got it right this time for your prediction. All they need to do is just execute, close the deal, and they can get away with a chicken.
Yeah, I think so, because Team Vietnam for now doesn't seem to really have a way to get out of the blue zone and to get out of the death zone themselves, because no smokes at all. It's so open field, and now Team Chinese Taipei is gonna like swarming in and searching for the last man standing from Eagle or Team Vietnam. 2-1-0 for now. Is gonna facing the death of his.
It's going to be trying to play for healing games, but it's just too close for the side of Vietnam. And that's it! Chinese Taipei. I mean, like, if you can't close the deal just now, I have nothing else to say. It was 1v4. What a just flawless performance coming out from Chinese Taipei with more than 10 elimination. I think it was 13. They managed to secure all 4 men well and alive. Everybody was healthy. There was just such a team composition with such a good coordination.
Good coordination, and even Team Vietnam as their opponent has no utility left at all. So yeah, it's a winning condition for Chinese Taipei confirmed. And finally, we didn't jinx any team here.
I jinxed one. I jinxed Senegal.
Oh yeah, Senegal.
I'm
Oh
sorry,
my God,
Senegal.
sorry,
The moment
Senegal.
you got your momentum, I happened to spoil it. Yeah, we got the powers to do so. But it's just incredible plays coming up from most of the teams. It's just so unpredictable when it comes to the drop zone as well, when it comes to the last day of the play. And we still have the grand finals in 3 days.
Yep.
But when it comes to the last day of plays, everybody is just so desperate to make it a go. But it's just the desperation is either you're getting better or you're just making it worse.
Yeah, and better for Chinese Taipei, especially because the last time I believe like South Korea's position is like in terms of total points in the leaderboard, they closing in the gap between South Korea and Chinese Taipei, and Chinese Taipei doesn't give it away too easily.
But the thing is, South Korean team just now has been waiting with the Iraq team, the longest fight ever.
Yeah.
None of them actually winning.
Oh
None
my
of them
God.
actually. I mean, like Kalag did manage to squeeze in.
Yeah.
But I'm not sure about Big Star.
Yeah.
I think he just, you know what, realized there's nobody there. I think he passed into a box in a very sad manner. Alone and very
oh my God,
sad.
Hang and dry alone for yeah, it wasn't worth it at all.
Both teams are losing.
Yeah, not worth it at all for both of the teams, especially when the circle moved away from them so far. The distance between them and the circle is 1 kilometers away. It's not worth it. You should move by then.
I mean, like they want to go for it. I get the idea of why they want to be backstabbed, but at the same time, it's just too much resources, too much of a death toll, and it's just not worth paying the price. But this time we have Chinese Taipei with 13 elimination, gather up with 28 total points. If Vietnam on the other hand, even though they've been shooting quite a lot, but it's just securing 2 eliminations by far. The second highest is going to be the Sri Lanka team, but the problem with them just now, it happens to be coincidentally having the same timing to rotate with alongside with Iraq who's backstabbing them, and also the other team, which I think is just bombarding them from the other side, which was, if I'm not mistaken, it was Pakistan who's having the same sort of boat with them for Sri Lanka.
Yeah, if Sri Lanka wasn't being like tailed down or a backstab, I believe that they might survive. The story is gonna be like very, very different, especially between like Sri Lanka, Vietnam, and also Team Chinese Taipei, because I believe Team Sri Lanka has more utility, has more resource than Team Vietnam themselves to really surviving towards the end game of this last match.
That's true. And aside for Libya, now they were in Painan previously, and even before the remake, they were fighting against Mauritius in Painan. So Libya have to give up their Painan. It feels like they are very uncomfortable with it because they can't gain any sort of points at all, including any elimination. It just shows that they are a bit confused about where to go and what to go next, because everywhere else is occupied. Now, you have to make it a go, like it or not, since today is the last day of play, and they don't have any choice anymore.
Yeah, they picked like a round quarry area, but the quarry area is not really that cramped of a compound to loot, right? And they really need to like move around a bit much. And it costs time, of course. It costs time, and they need to move towards Painan again, eventually, at the end of the day. So yeah, I saw a lot of like confusion going on around Libya in this match. So too bad for them. But for now, we are seeing the top 4 teams, which are obviously Chinese Taipei, Vietnam, Sri Lanka, and also Senegal. We can see that Team Vietnam really trying so hard in terms of rotation that they made, swimming and also running. And what I really like about the rotation from Vietnam, from what I noticed, is actually when they arrived in the Charlie Island, they sent one man with a vehicle to really scouting area. And then it works for them.
I think it was Horshun just now who actually tried to scout things out, because we can't see. I think it was Shock and maybe Horshun or even the other Hong wasn't there. They're really scouting, not just giving away the position easily. But the truth use is not that much either. The heal is like average. When it comes to eliminations, it's always 40-ish and above. But Horshun, the one who actually getting himself the longest elimination distance this time. But you know it's not. You can't possibly get more than this. But when it comes to the airdrop, this is the average as well of 2, not on the high end like previous one was 3 earlier today. But speaking of how the players played now, who's deserved the MVP? Not just giving away the information of the other team. He's really smart regarding trying to get himself eliminations and damage, being the third party, and not just one of the first few to be in the entry fragger.
Yep, and also looking at the damage and also elimination is like a fair number that we see. That means Wushuan giving the damage towards the enemy as effective as possible now, or he is being the finisher of all of the knockdowns enemy.
I think coming up from Chinese Taipei, I have a feeling that all the players are pretty much playing almost the same similar role. They all have the same responsibility if they compare with the others. Now, at the same time, we're going to see the overall ranking. Who will be desperate enough to push themselves in the top 11. Right now, I'm not worried about the first page. The top 10 there is definitely having a go for the grand finals, but how much the gap will be if it compared with number 7 up to 6th place. 6 is not safe either, because they might swap over with so close of a gap. up to 11 place, 1 to 7. Only 2 points difference between the 10th and 11th, but 1-1-4. The Korean team still can have a catch-up.
Yep. And we are gonna see the players came all over again before we jump into the next series of the day. In case you missed this player's face and also want to see who's actually like the players of the teams or the countries itself. But this is the Saudi Arabia side. You can see the face of them. How they actually like, this is like kind
They
of
look chilling.
Yeah, they look chilling.
Some of them even have their own lovely pillows.
Yeah.
So which team do brought their pillows today? I mean, like they definitely love their pillows to be on top of the stage here. So if you can see some players, yep, we do have, I think that Saudi Arabian players have got themselves their pillows. So they're definitely very comfy up there. They just try to perform as best as they can at their most comfortable positions, and you know how they sit. You guys can actually learn with a pillow. Maybe it actually helps with the elbow.
It helps a lot actually, because like if you hang your elbow around, it's gonna be like too tiring, and if you put your elbows on the desk, it's gonna be like too high up for you.
Especially when it comes to our height, right?
Yeah, especially average height.
But we're done for our A versus B. We do have much more matches to go, which is going to be A versus C and B versus C. But before we have more action-packed live action, we're going to toss it back to our lovely, handsome, amazing, remarkable, very funny host. Back to it, Mas Gary.
All right, thank you once again. We have third round done. Another good game. For right now, Chinese Taipei got another winner chicken dinner. So, guys, before we take a short break, I would like to ask you one question. Ayam apa yang handsome? No one answer? No one answer? Like Cucu said, I am Mr. Gary. Okay, after this, still on IESF 14 World Esports Championship.
All it takes is one dream. One dream that becomes a journey. To drive an ambition. Believing in yourself. Persevering challenges. Always focused on the dream. To grow aspirations. Having the will to keep going. Building a future with a legacy. Knowing dreams can come true. Over 11 years of growth. The spirit of entrepreneurship. Created possibilities. Realized new potentials. Innovate for the better. Expand horizons. To change lives. To connect new ideas. To explore new grounds. with the future in sight. Together,
Hello everybody, we have Jesse Art here as a BA from Onyx Esports.
Yeah.
So I wanna ask you, so the first question is, what do you think about this match Indonesia versus Philippines?
Match yang tadi menurut aku seru banget sih. Terus udah gitu kayak menegangkan juga lah.
So the next question is, who is the top opponent for Indonesia in IESF?
Menurut aku Filipina sih. Cuma tadi Indonesia berhasil menang lawan Filipina kan. Cuma menurutku yang paling susah Filipina sih.
So how much confident are you that Indonesia will be the winner for this competition?
100% dong. Kita harus percaya diri.
So for the last question, any future hope for esports Indonesia, especially Mobile Legends?
Semoga makin berkembang. Terus udah gitu, semoga bisa berjangka panjang.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time. Esports Indonesia. Jaya, jaya, jaya. Thank you, Kak Jessia.
Get Galaxy A33 5G. Galaxy A33 5G with awesome battery. Buy now. Get Galaxy A53 5G.
Why? Because this is smooth.
Galaxy A53 5G with awesome smooth display. Buy now.
Hi, welcome back to the IESF 14 World Esports Championship Bali 2022. So, entering day 4 of the biggest esports championship, what did you feel? Did you have some fun? Anyway, entering the next round of this tournament, the competition is getting louder, more intense, and more entertaining. Today, there is 4 games that will be played in this tournament. CSGO on the ice stage, Dota on the earth stage, Mobile Legends on the water stage, and PUBG in fire stage. So, are you ready to watch more matches on this day? But before that, here's the joy of the Day 3 of the IESF 14 World Esports Championship Bali 2022. Enjoy!
as Sky swing.
So, how is it? Exciting, isn't it? We're exploring more other boat tomorrow, so stay tuned and cheerio.
So good afternoon. Today we have the PUBG team from Saudi Arabia. I have few questions to ask. For the first question, you guys have dominated the last 6 rounds and win 4 rounds out of the 6 rounds. Are you guys satisfied with the performance that you have shown on these rounds?
الحمد لله كان أداء مرضي بالنسبة لنا اليوم وبنقدم في الأيام الجاية أحسن إن شاء الله.
Okay. For the next question, what is the key factor that helped you to win those 4 rounds?
Again?
What is the key factors that help you to win those 4 rounds?
هذا سر يعني لازم نخليه بيننا.
Okay.
That's it.
Okay. For the next question, even though you have already won most of the rounds, do you think there are things that you can improve to perform better?
أكيد مع كل يوم راح تصعب البطولة فلازم نتجهز ونتدرب ونحضر كل يوم بالبطولة أفضل.
We know that the Brunei Darussalam team have won the last rounds. Do you have any change in strategy, or you gonna use the same strategy to keep the momentum going?
It's على حسب نرجع نتابع وبنشوف إذا بنغير شيء أو لا. إن شاء الله إنه للأفضل.
Okay, so for the last question, what is your biggest challenge to beat your opponent in this PUBG game?
السؤال الخامس أكبر المخاطر إنه الخصم يكون اند زون وأنت اوت زون وماسك كومباوند فهذا شيء مرة صعب يعني فلكن إن شاء الله again.
Okay, thank you. That's it.
Sharing all their money got me wearing fly. Girl by IESF, and they say they love my ass. And 7 G's to religion. I say no, but they keep giving, so I keep on taking. And no, I ain't taking. We can keep on taking. I keep on demonstrating my love, my love, my love, my love. You love my lady lumps, my hump, my hump, my hump. My humps, they got you. 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 Dolce and Gabbana, Fendi and Adana, Karen, they be sharing all their money, got me wearing fly. Girl by IESF, and they say they love my ass. And 7 G's to religion. I say no, but they keep giving, so I keep on taking. And no, I ain't taking. We can keep on taking. I keep on demonstrating my love, my love, my love, my love. You love my lady lumps.
Selamat datang di sebuah pengalaman perjalanan baru Indonesia bersama InJourney. Terbang bersama kami untuk melihat pariwisata Indonesia. Sirkuit internasional, bentang alam, ragam atraksi budaya, produk lokal asli Indonesia, warisan budaya, keamanan dan kenyamanan. InJourney membawa keramahan Indonesia ke dunia.
Warga plus 62 emang banyak maunya. Dari drakoran sampai banjir air mata. Nonton action yang mantul. Sampai nonton tendangan cantik. Maksudnya ini, mau nonton apapun, semua ada di video. Mulai dari yang bikin berbunga-bunga, keringet dingin, ketawa, sampai bikin gak ngedip. Jadi nonton apa sekarang?
I cannot tell everyone to be just like it because I am me right now. Actually, when I go into the esports scene, there's a guy who always
Hello, can you guess where I am? Yes, we are the exhibitions here. So we are gonna explore this freaking cool area and see what we can do with all tenants. So, come here. Basically, Garudaku is a product created by PBSI or Federations of Esports Indonesia. Garudaku is one-stop solution for esports industry in Indonesia. In this platform, you can create your own esports community, join tournament, searching for player database, esports company, or even community in every game category. All members that registered in this platform can join many various tournaments in every game category like Dota 2, Tekken 7, Mobile Legends, PUBG, eFootball, FIFA, CSGO, Point Blank, and also Free Fire. Garudaku also has an esports academy for every non-professional players and professional players. They provide coaching clinics and all academy members can be lead to be professional players in every game category. Garudaku became one of the exhibitors at the IESF 15th World Esports Championship Bali 2022. They had a very interesting activity here. Besides, they will teach you how to use their platform and become one of their members. They provide gaming corners. Visitors can use as long as they like to play many games in PlayStation 5. You can play Tekken 7, eFootball 2023, and FIFA 2023. On the other side, they collaborated with Racing Lab to provide a racing simulator that you can try at their booth. The attendee is very helpful to give guidelines on how to use racing simulator machine. This one is very interesting because they give me an experience using a racing simulator and make me feel like I'm the real racer. So, that's what I got from the Garudaku zone, and I really want to explore more at these exhibitor areas. So keep following me and stay tuned.
All it takes is one dream. One dream that becomes a journey. To drive an ambition. Believing in yourself. Persevering challenges. Always focused on the dream. To grow aspirations. Having the will to keep going. Building a future with a legacy. Knowing dreams can come true. Over 11 years of growth. The spirit of entrepreneurship. Created possibilities. realized new potentials. Innovate for the better. Expand horizons. To change lives. To connect new ideas. To explore new grounds. With the future in sight. Together.
Hello everybody, we have Jesse An here as a BA from Onyx Esports.
Yeah.
So I wanna ask you, so the first question is, what do you think about this match Indonesia versus Philippines?
Match yang tadi menurut aku seru banget sih. Terus udah gitu kayak menegangkan juga lah.
So the next question is, who is the top of opponent for Indonesia in IESF?
Menurut aku Filipina sih. Cuma tadi Indonesia berhasil menang lawan Filipina kan. Cuma menurutku yang paling susah Filipina sih.
So how much confident are you that Indonesia will be the winner for this competition?
100% dong. Kita harus percaya diri.
So for the last question, any future hope for esports Indonesia, especially Mobile Legends?
Semoga makin berkembang. Terus udah gitu, semoga bisa berjangka panjang.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time. Esports Indonesia.
Jaya, jaya, jaya.
Thank you Kak Jessia.
Get Galaxy A33 5G. Galaxy A33 5G with awesome battery. Buy now. Get Galaxy A53 5G.
Why? Because
Galaxy A53 5G with awesome smooth display. Buy now.
Hi, welcome back to the IESF 14 World Esports Championship Bali 2022. So, entering day 4 of the biggest Esports championship, what did you feel? Did you have some fun? Anyway, entering the next round of this tournament, the competition is getting tougher, more intense, and more entertaining. Today, there is 4 games that will be played in this tournament. CSGO on the ice stage, Dota on the earth stage, Mobile Legends on the water stage, and PUBG in fire stage. So, are you ready to watch more matches on this day? But before that, here's the joy of the Day 3 of the IESF 14 World Esports Championship Bali 2022. Enjoy! So, how is it? Exciting, isn't it? We're exploring more other boat tomorrow, so stay tuned and cheerio!
So good afternoon. Today we have the PUBG team from Saudi Arabia. I have few questions to ask. For the first question, you guys have dominated the last 6 rounds and win 4 rounds out of the 6 rounds. Are you guys satisfied with the performance that you have shown on these rounds?
الحمد لله كان أداء مرضي بالنسبة لنا اليوم وبنقدم في الأيام الجاية أحسن إن شاء الله.
Okay. For the next question, what is the key factor that helped you to win those 4 rounds?
Again.
What is the key factors that help you to win those 4 rounds?
هذا سر يعني لازم نخليه بيننا.
Okay.
That's it.
Okay. For the next question, even though you have already won most of the rounds, do you think there are things that you can improve to perform better?
أكيد مع كل يوم راح تصعب البطولة فلازم نتجهز ونتدرب ونحضر كل يوم بالبطولة أفضل.
We know that the Brunei Darussalam team have won the last rounds. Do you have any change in strategy, or you gonna use the same strategy to keep the momentum going?
It's على حسب نرجع نتابع ونشوف إذا بنغير شيء أو لا. إن شاء الله نقول الأفضل.
Okay, so for the last question, what is your biggest challenge to beat your opponent in this PUBG game?
السؤال الخامس أكبر المخاطر إنه الخصم يكون اند زون وأنت اوت زون وماسك كومباوند فهذا الشيء مرة صعب يعني فلكن إن شاء الله again.
Okay, thank you. That's it.
All their money got me wearing fly. Girl, but I ain't asking. They say they love my ass and 7 G's to religion. I say no, but they keep giving, so I keep on taking. And no, I ain't taking. We can keep on taking. I keep on demonstrating my love, my love, my love, my love. You love my lady lumps, my hump, my hump, my hump. My humps, they got you. 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 Dolce and Gabbana, Fendi and Adana, Karen, they be sharing all their money, got me wearing fly. Girl, but I ain't asking. They say they love my ass and 7 G's to religion. I say no, but they keep giving, so I keep on taking. And no, I ain't taking. We can keep on taking. I keep on demonstrating my love, my love, my love, my love. You love my lady lumps.
Selamat datang di sebuah pengalaman perjalanan baru Indonesia bersama InJourney. Terbang bersama kami untuk melihat pariwisata Indonesia. sirkuit internasional, bentang alam, ragam atraksi budaya, produk lokal asli Indonesia, warisan budaya, keamanan dan kenyamanan. Journey membawa keramahan Indonesia ke dunia.
Warga plus 62 emang banyak maunya. Dari drakoran sampai banjir air mata. Nonton action yang mantul. Sampai nonton tendangan cantik. Maksudnya ini. Mau nonton apapun, semua ada di video. Mulai dari yang bikin berbunga-bunga, keringet dingin, ketawa, sampai bikin gak ngedip. Jadi nonton apa sekarang?
I cannot tell everyone to do just like it because I am me right now. Actually, when I go into the esports scene, there's a guy who always
Hello, can you guess where I am? Yes, we are the exhibition here. So we are gonna explore this freaking cool area and see what we can do with all tenants. So, come here. Basically, Garudaku is a product created by PBSI or Federations of Esports Indonesia. Garudaku is one-stop solution for esports industry in Indonesia. In this platform, you can creating your own esports community, join tournament, searching for player database, esports company, or even community in every game category. All members that registered in this platform can join many various tournament in every game category like Dota 2, Tekken 7, Mobile Legends, PUBG, eFootball, FIFA, CSGO, Point Blank, and also Free Fire. Garudaku also has an esports academy for every non-professional players and professional players. They provide coaching clinics and all academy members can be lead to be professional players in every game category. Garudaku became one of the exhibitors at the IESF 15 World Esports Championship Bali 2022. They had a very interesting activity here. Besides, they will teach you how to use their platform and become one of their members. They provide gaming corners. Visitors can use as long as they like to play many games in PlayStation 5. You can play Tekken 7, eFootball 2023, and FIFA 2023. On the other side, they collaborated with Racing Lab to provide a racing simulator that you can try at their booth. The attendee is very helpful to give guidelines on how to use racing simulator machine. This one is very interesting because they give me an experience using a racing simulator and make me feel like I'm the real racer. So, that's what I got from the Garudaku zone, and I really want to explore more at these exhibitor areas. So keep following me and stay tuned.
All it takes is one dream. One dream that becomes a journey. To drive an ambition. Believing in yourself. Persevering challenges. Always focused on the dream. To grow aspirations. Having the will to keep going. Building a future with a legacy. Knowing dreams can come true. Over 11 years of growth. The spirit of entrepreneurship. Created possibilities. Realized new potentials. Innovate for the better. Expand horizons. To change lives. To connect new ideas. To explore new grounds. With the future in sight. Together.
Hello everybody, we have Jesse Art here as a BA from Esports.
Yeah.
So I wanna ask you, so the first question is what do you think about this match Indonesia versus Philippines?
Match yang tadi menurut aku seru banget sih. Terus udah gitu kayak menegangkan juga lah.
So the next question is who is the top opponent for Indonesia in IESF?
Menurut aku Filipina sih. Cuma tadi Indonesia berhasil menang lawan Filipina kan. Cuma menurutku yang paling susah Filipina sih.
So how much confident are you that Indonesia will be the winner for this competition?
100% dong. Kita harus percaya diri.
So for the last question, any future hope for esports Indonesia, especially Mobile Legends?
Semoga makin berkembang. Terus udah gitu, semoga bisa berjangka panjang.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time. Esports Indonesia.
Jaya, jaya, jaya.
Thank you Kak Jessia.
Get Galaxy A33 5G. Galaxy A33 5G with awesome battery. Buy now. Get Galaxy A53 5G.
Why? Because.
Galaxy A53 5G with awesome smooth display. Buy now.
Selamat datang di sebuah pengalaman perjalanan baru Indonesia bersama Journey. Terbang bersama kami untuk melihat pariwisata Indonesia. Sirkuit internasional, bentang alam, ragam atraksi budaya, produk lokal asli Indonesia, warisan budaya, keamanan dan kenyamanan. Journey membawa keramahan Indonesia ke dunia.
Warga plus 62 emang banyak maunya. Dari drakoran sampai banjir air mata. Nonton action yang mantul. Sampai nonton tendangan cantik. Maksudnya ini. Mau nonton apapun, semua ada di video. Mulai dari yang bikin berbunga-bunga, keringet dingin, ketawa, sampai bikin gak ngedip. Jadi nonton apa sekarang?
All it takes is one dream. One dream that becomes a journey. To drive an ambition. Believing in yourself. Persevering challenges. Always focused on the dream. To grow aspirations. Having the will to keep going. Building a future with a legacy. Knowing dreams can come true. Over 11 years of growth. The spirit of entrepreneurship. Created possibilities. Realized new potentials. Innovate for the better. Expand horizons. To change lives. To connect new ideas. To explore new grounds. With the future in sight. Together.
Get Galaxy A33 5G. Galaxy A33 5G with awesome battery. Buy now. Get Galaxy A53 5G.
Why? Because
This is smooth.
Galaxy A53 5G with awesome smooth display. Buy now.
Selamat datang di sebuah pengalaman perjalanan baru Indonesia bersama Journey. Terbang bersama kami untuk melihat pariwisata Indonesia. Sirkuit internasional, bentang alam, ragam atraksi budaya, produk lokal asli Indonesia, warisan budaya, keamanan dan kenyamanan. Journey membawa kerambahan Indonesia ke dunia.
Warga plus 62 emang banyak maunya. Dari drakoran sampai banjir air mata. Nonton action yang mantul. Sampai nonton tendangan cantik. Maksudnya ini. Mau nonton apapun, semua ada di video. Mulai dari yang bikin berbunga-bunga, keringet dingin, ketawa, sampai bikin gak ngedip. Jadi nonton apa sekarang?
All it takes is one dream. One dream that becomes a journey. To drive an ambition. Believing in yourself. Persevering challenges. Always focused on the dream. To grow aspirations. Having the will to keep going. Building a future with a legacy. Knowing dreams can come true. Over 11 years of growth. The spirit of entrepreneurship. Created possibilities. Realized new potentials. Innovate for the better. Expand horizons. To change lives. To connect new ideas. To explore new grounds. With the future in sight. Together.
Get Galaxy A33 5G. Galaxy A33 5G with awesome battery. Buy now.
Selamat datang di sebuah pengalaman perjalanan baru Indonesia bersama InJourney. Terbang bersama kami untuk melihat pariwisata Indonesia. Sirkuit internasional, bentang alam, ragam atraksi budaya, produk lokal asli Indonesia, warisan budaya, keamanan dan kenyamanan. InJourney membawa keramahan Indonesia ke dunia.
All right, welcome back again on IESF 14 World Esports Championship. Still on the fire stage with me, Gary Eka, as the host for today. And of course, we're still on the fourth round of PUBG Mobile. Okay, guys, before we start the match, I would like to give you some information about this event. So the IESF 14 World Esports Championship will be a part of the Indonesia Esports Summit 2022, an annual celebration of the country esports ecosystem initiated by IESF and PBSI. With the goal to involve all esports stakeholders in Indonesia, including game publishers, game developers, pro teams, athletes, influencers, brands, community, and media in the country. In this year, IESF 14 World Esports Championships, followed by 106 countries. And this is make this event as esports event with the most nationality competing offline. We have 4 marvelous thematic stage here. We have Earth stage, Air stage, Ice stage, and Fire stage. With 6 games include CSGO, Dota 2, Mobile Legends Bang Bang, PUBG Mobile, eFootball 2023, and Tekken 7. And in CSGO, not only the male team, but we also have female CSGO tournament for these years. All right, guys. We also would like to give you some information about this event can be held by support from our government sponsors. So thank you once again to Kemenparekraf, Kemenpora, KONI, NOC Indonesia, and Wonderful Indonesia. All right. Let us start the game. I would like to tag to the caster that will lead the game for today. Please welcome once again Donna Fiska and El Doge.
Well, thank you so much, Mas Ger or Gary Eka. And we are back here on the caster desk, and we're going to witnessing the last 3 games for teams or country in Group A, because we're gonna see Group A versus C for today. And back with another Angel, Miramar, and also Sandhawk. And I'm Donna Fiska as your shoutcaster. Alongside with me is El Doge.
Yep. Group C, finally. They are playing today. And from the previous day, at the second day, Group C really stepping up. They shown us their quality, especially for Jordan, Maldives. Both of the team are showing their best.
Yep.
So I hope for the last chance, for the last day, Group C will show it as well. Because again, most of the teams from the Group C is still on the bottom or at the dangerous area. So they need their best gameplay. And for the prize pool again, the total is $100,000 US, and the cut is only for the top 3, 50,000, 30,000, and 20,000 for the third position.
Yep. Well, once again, this is a do or die situation for all of the teams. If they want to go home with a cut in the prize pool, they need to go into the top 3 position later on in the grand final. But before that, all of the teams here, all of the countries here really need to step up their gameplay if they want to secure in the top 11 position. to proceeding towards the grand final later on or tomorrow. And they are going to have another 15 total matches to play to get this prize pool. And yeah, we're going to refresh your mind in case you are missing out a little bit, because we're going to facing up against the Group A, which is contained of Libya, Senegal, Pakistan, Saudi Arabia, Brunei Darussalam, Azerbaijan, Sri Lanka, and also Group C contains Ghana, Jordan, Djibouti, Guatemala, Maldives, and also Egypt. Meanwhile, Group B is gonna continue their way later in the last 3 games.
Yep. And for the Group C, again, we want to giving the information. I think Djibouti is still not playing, so
yeah.
But they are not violating any rules, so we'll see later. But the schedule. We are back to the Erangel.
Yeah.
We are back to the repetitive again in Erangel, Miramar and Sanok, but with different teams. So, Group C, yesterday, the gameplay is amazing.
Yeah.
We can see the A versus C, even though still dominated by Saudi, but at the top 3, Group C, really having a lot of points.
Yeah,
really
definitely.
having a good fight coming from all of the teams. So, I hope today, especially for Ghana though, because Ghana having the same or the similar problem with Senegal, so Senegal can prove that they are a strong team. I hope Ghana will do the same too.
Yeah, of course. We really cannot wait to see their moves, to see their play for this, especially the 2 countries that mentioned by Aldoga, Senegal, and also Ghana. We want to see them really take this chance, especially for Senegal, because like this is gonna be like the 3 last chances for them to really collected enough points if they want to proceeding into the top 11 position later on. So talking about all of the teams and also between Group A and also C, you've already mentioned Ghana, you've already mentioned Jordan, but actually Eldoge, even though Group A yesterday really dominated with the winner chicken dinner, because like the 3 games won by all of the teams from Group A, which is Libya, Saudi Arabia, and Saudi Arabia again. How about today? What do you think? Are we gonna see the different flag?
I think Group A is a strong team. We can't deny that. But I really want to see. I want to see how Group C will show their quality, because Group B can do it or can did it. So I hope Group C will do it as well. So before we are going to the game, the prediction.
Yeah, how about you?
Jordan. Yeah.
Yeah. They've been really strong though.
Yeah, I kind of see that Jordan's kind of similar with Iraq in terms of gameplay. They are quite aggressive. The fight is amazing coming from them. So I hope it will happen again today. So what about you?
Senegal, of course. Senegal. I'm all in for Senegal, and I hoping Senegal is gonna play it all out for them, because it's back again, do or die situation for them, because in terms of position they are not quite there yet, but they are stepping up a little bit, little by little. And especially these past 3 games we've seen, Senegal has a really some of a escalated gameplay, stepping up the gameplay that they got. So yeah, I believe in Senegal.
Jordan.
Let's go, Senegal.
Jordan for me is just
Senegal.
really amazing. I mean, they are skeleton coming from the danger zone.
Yeah.
They even already at the or outside of the top 11. But yesterday, the second day, they really up there, and right now even they're at the top 2 starting of the day. So we hope the gameplay coming from both of the parties. Senegal, they can giving their best also. They're doing the war. They're not only doing the passive thing. And I hope Jordan will give us again their best fighting gameplay also, because Jordan for me is so amazing. Senegal really stepping up, and the last day for the play-ins, they really need it. They really need it.
Yeah, talking about Senegal though, they can see Jordan, you mentioned that, right? Jordan as an example that this kind of thing is doable, still doable. Even though you only have 3 chances to really win it all, but yeah, still collecting more than 20 points for 3 games
is still doable for Senegal.
Yeah, I think so. But again, if Senegal want to pass top 11, they want to be on the top 11. I think they need a very big win in these total 3 games left for them, because you already mentioned a lot when it comes to a tournament like this with a round robin kind of team or the system. We can say that the top players, the top team, even not stopping their points collecting.
Exactly.
We can say that Senegal really need a big win. All the 3 games, even at least top 2 or top 3, they need a double-digit placement point. They need a double-digit elimination points. It is still doable, but again, it is not that easy.
Yeah, exactly. Because like for now, Group B is taking their rest. For now, taking their break. B for break. Yeah, taking their break, and they're gonna continue the way the last 3 games they gonna play. But talking about Group B, there are Chinese Taipei, Vietnam, South Korea that really stepping up their game. That really have a very great result for today, and they are going to continue later on. And we have to remember 3 of the teams, Taipei, South Korea, and also Vietnam, is on the edge of the top 11th position, and they are not done yet, so they still can collect more points.
So I think I can add my opinion. It is not only about Senegal himself or themselves. They need to play a really good game for 3 games and hope those 3 teams you already mentioned there doesn't or do not perform well at the last 3 games. But who knows? We'll see later, because we are going to see the first game between Group A versus C. So back to Rangel. Ladies and gentlemen, enjoy.
Well, let's do the go, because this is the first game between Group A versus C. Back to the OG map, as mentioned by Aldoge, Irangel. The flight path, I believe, is not going to be like a very big challenge for most of the teams, because it's, well, even though it's not really equal, it's cut a pretty decent amount of the map itself, so it's not going to be like a challenge for no, I want to mention Chinese Taipei, but Chinese Taipei is not gonna play in this game.
Is there?
Obviously.
Are they your new favorite team or what?
No, because I remember their drop spot, because they got SMB. So yeah, for the other teams that got SMB and also Novorep Noye as their drop spot, is not gonna be like facing a huge challenge for them. Yeah, so let's see.
Let's see. So I think not only SMB, Rozok is not played by Brunei, because Brunei is not playing, right? Or Brunei playing?
Brunei playing.
Group
A.
So yeah, Rozok is still there. So around the area is not that safe, because it's the central part of the map right now. But back again, with the flight path, I think Georgia Pool will be a very hard drop spot if you want to go straight forward to that place. But I think Vietnam is not playing is such a blessing for them, because the previous Angel is just helping them. And back to the classic, the zone. The first circle is quite the opposite, starting from the flight path itself. But the players dropping down at the east side or the right side of the map, they can do the loot fast, then they can do the rotation faster.
Yeah, obviously, but it's gonna be like a very good kind of first circle for Team Maldives, because they are now occupied the western area of the map of the Erangel. Sri Lanka also, I believe they are going towards a very pier, like quarry. So yeah, they are still having a good time now. Even though Rozok, we see Brunei now, they're gonna be having a good time in the first minutes of the games in the looting phase. And plus, Rozok being the edge of the circle for the first circle, Brunei is actually can take it as an opportunity to collect more elimination point by or from the other teams that is gonna go towards them in terms of rotation, especially Saudi Arabia that has their drop spot in Yasnaya.
Yeah, totally. I mean, like, Rozok is like the way to the west from east, you know?
Yep.
So the nearest is the school area, then go to the Yasnaya, or even teams coming from shelter can go towards Rozok also. So yeah, it's a very good place to maybe Brunei can get a lot of elimination. But I think still a big problem. Azerbaijan, Evangel, they have Pachenki. Miramar, they have Pecado. But I haven't seen Azerbaijan can control the central quite well.
Yeah.
Can do the rotation well. Because, I don't know, it is about a coordination, I guess. Because when it comes to Azerbaijan, especially in Miramar, one player always been knocked out by the other teams easily without a fight. So I think they really need to change their strategy. They have the benefit to play at the middle of the circle. So yeah, Azerbaijan is one of the team we haven't mentioned earlier. So besides Senegal, besides Ghana, Azerbaijan also need a lot of points.
Yeah, Azerbaijan though, because like from what I noticed here, a lot of the teams here, if they lost a few of their team members early on the stage, they're gonna have a quite hard time continuing the game itself. And that is something that you need to work on, because if you want to be the strong team, you need to know, you have to know, and you have to be good at playing in any time, in any certain position or condition, like playing with 4 players and how to play with 3 players and how to play with only 2 players left, right? And how to play like with the last man standing only. The strategy in each position or in each condition, you have to master that.
Yeah, it depends. I mean, like, when you have the full power, it will be easier for you to do the rotation, do the fight. But again, when it comes to the reducing of your manpower, I really agree with you. They really need to understand how to control the game. Again, adapting is the key for Battle Royale, especially for the teams at the world stage right now. They do not have a lot of information about their enemies.
Yep.
They do not have a lot of time to do the brainstorm, to have an analytical data about the other teams, about the other rotation. So that way, the short decision making coming from them need to be calculated well. But back to the game. Yes, Naya, this is quite unique. I think this is the thing that I talk a lot when it comes to the Pro League in Indonesia. When you're already far from the zone, you can't be the first to do the rotation. It's like an opposite. When you are far enough, you need to maximize your loot, maximize anything to support you at the mid and the late game. So I think Saudi still did a very good job earlier. But Guatemala, we just mentioned Senegal, we just mentioned Azerbaijan, and also Ghana. Guatemala, actually, one of the countries that always need a point, and at the rotation, they're not that good, especially now, because only one player, and I do not see another teammates want to do the backup. Even one of the player with the USD still going to the uphill, and it's not a good situation. There's the backup, and J Rose CI8 just being knocked down, went out to the lobby.
Oh my, but thankfully
What
they
happened,
are
though?
safe now. But Sri Lanka though, they doesn't stop there, because with that kind of information, they want to hunting the team from Guatemala, but Guatemala managed to get out of the war. And yeah, Sri Lanka forced them out of the area of them. But I really like, it's too bad that I can say Guatemala take that kind of rotation or take that kind of path, because they come from, I believe, farm, and also they went straight into the first circle, which Sri Lanka is actually like being the edge of the circle guardian.
I mean, Sri Lanka, their original drop spot is near that area. They're doing the scrapping.
Yeah.
We can say that. And Guatemala, I don't know, even though one already being knocked down, I do not see, again, I'll repeat again, I do not see the backup.
Yeah.
They all have the vehicles, but they do not know the tempo, the momentum. Only one so far ahead. There is no backup can be done, and it's a free elimination, I guess, for Sri Lanka.
Yeah, and one thing that I noticed from Guatemala, that they are successfully went away from the pressure or aggression that come from Sri Lanka, is, I can say, is luck. Because like,
totally.
with that kind of move, like really, really free move, I believe.
It's
like
a bold one,
bold move with without any decoy that they have, that Guatemala have, and Sri Lanka's fire is not connected into them. Yeah, it's so lucky for Guatemala. Fortunately for them.
Yeah, unfortunately for Guatemala, but unfortunate situation again, fortunately for Sri Lanka, but unfortunate for Guatemala. And we mentioned it from the previous day or the second day. When it comes to PUBG Mobile, you do not want to use the road. You do not want to use the original road because it is so easy to be spotted with. So I think, that's a very unfortunate moment for Guatemala. But we are moving to Ghana, one of the team that still need a point. I think a minor mistake like that need to be reduced because they still need a lot of points. I really like their movement right now. Move as a unit. It can do the backup if there is a shot coming from the other enemies. But let's see, because right now, near with them, Egypt. Egypt already had a history, a good one, I can say. They are a very strong team when it comes to a fight. Senegal right now at the back. So a lot of team going from the Southeast area. We can saw earlier from team Guatemala, then Ghana, then Senegal, then the last player or the last team is Egypt.
Yeah, but talking about Egypt though, especially even though they are a strong team or strong counters when it comes to a big fight, they really need to be careful, especially with Jordan now. Jordan seems really confident, especially after taking the Libya's player. But Libya's backup though, it come really fast that Jordan really need to holding on to their position and stopping the aggression for quite some times. And also they need to save Ragnarok, to revive Ragnarok now.
But this is what I'm talking about. When it comes to fight, sometimes you will lose at the 1v1 situation.
Yep.
But if you have a good backup, the one that already lost before can be still can be revived. So this kind of gameplay I really want to see coming from all the nations, all the country, because they really need a gameplay like this. You can't just rely on 1 or 2% when it comes to Battle Royale, especially at the early stage of the game.
Yep.
If you still have 4 players, maximize it. Maximize all the players from position, from doing the flank or kind of that thing, so you can win the war. The proactive movement, that's the key of every war when it comes to early stage of the game.
Yep, definitely. And we can see that Libya paving their way into the center of Gatka, where Maldives already occupied a half of the Gatka because they didn't move any single meters because they were in Gatka, and the circle is really favoring Gatka area for now, the western area of the map itself. And Maldives already saw a lot of information and also a lot of rotation that coming nearby or around them. But now, Maldives doesn't take any chance and doesn't take any elimination with that kind of information.
Yep, a very big advantage we can say for Maldives because from the scrapping they can regrouping at Gatka itself. And I really like they split up their players, occupied one compound by one compound. So they have a lot of vision.
Yep.
They can do the cutting rotation towards player from Georgia Pole, from Pochinki. Even Azerbaijan is very close target towards them. So I think still a very good win for Maldives. Especially, I really like how they park their vehicle. So it can't be spotted easily. But from the other hand, Senegal, one of the player, Floyd being taken down, and it's just a really fast war because confirmed as an elimination.
Yep, confirmed as an elimination. But Guatemala, though, I believe it's not Guatemala, but Azerbaijan.
Yep.
Now really being pressured by Sri Lanka. The combination or the position of Sri Lanka for now is quite strong, but not for too long because Sursti in front of them up there is being knocked down, and he gotta be like, they need some effort to save Susti up there. They need to set up some smokes because it's gonna be like so open from the side of the Azerbaijan.
Yep. That scout tower is really benefit for Team Sri Lanka because they can get a lot of vision towards Azerbaijan, but it is also obvious. It is predicted there will be player there. So yeah, really good counter coming from Azerbaijan because Azerbaijan, we mentioned a lot, we discussed a lot. They need to upscale again their gameplay. And back to the circle. The third one, look at Pakistan with the classic gameplay. Still at the middle of the circle. They do not do anything about it. They have the compound, just do the defense. And the next problem is are they or is there any team that will try to conquer the compound from Pakistan?
Of course. I think so, but not that much, especially with Azerbaijan now still really engaging a fight between Sri Lanka and Azerbaijan. They want to be the conqueror of the compound area itself, but we already hearing some vehicle going around, circling around the compound. But besides the compound itself, one spot that I think is going to be like very or quite popular is the feet of the mountain area of hospital.
Oh yeah, totally agree. That's a natural obstacle, you know. It can be used by a lot of teams, but before I just surprised about how precise the aim coming from Brunei, even though it's only a small gap at the window with the blockade of some woods, I can say, it's still connected towards the player from Azerbaijan. So not a good situation for them. Even they have compound right now, but it can be easily taken because there's a slope near them. Sri Lanka still picking towards them, and also at Gatka there is already a Maldives. So yeah, it's not an easy way for Azerbaijan at this game, but we can see with the third circle going to the mountain, to the highest one at Erangel, Jordan already at the top of it. So because there's no Bahrain, I guess, so Jordan will play quite well when it comes to the high ground, because usually the team who will occupy the high ground is Bahrain.
You know what? When I see this kind of position of Jordan, what I can think is Jordan being Jordan.
Being Jordan.
Jordan being Jordan. They want to be the conqueror among all of the enemy team. But moving on to the other side, we can see that Senegal is having their compound really safe and sound for now. But in front of them, there are some teams, one being Egypt and the other one is Maldives. Talking about Maldives, they didn't move for the past 3 circles, but Senegal, though, they are initiating a war, opening up a fire, even though only playing with 2 players, with Xenos and also Samurai, but they still have their confidence in them. And the next circle is going to be the witness of all, and it is still not a hardship situation in terms of circle.
Not a hardship, but a lot of open field. There are not so many when it comes to compound. So that way, teams like Egypt, they need to move. Teams like Senegal, they need to move. And with only 2 players, this is so unfortunate for Senegal, because it's not easy at all. A lot of open field. They can be shot from all of the angles. Even Egypt right now, look at the weapon. UAZ already, I think it's already smoke, and it blew up. So Senegal, they do not have any more vehicle. It is not easy for them, but back to the top of the mountain, the fight will begin on the top of the mountain itself. So Jordan and Saudi Arabia, 2 big names, 2 strong contender, and Saudi still using their classic strategy, baiting with baggy, baiting with vehicle, and the other will try to shot.
Yeah, it's gonna be like a very big fight coming on between Jordan and also Saudi Arabia. 2 of the very aggressive teams, 2 of the very aggressive country has been meet up in the top of the mountain, and now some of the utility has been thrown into the enemy to each other position. But I believe there are some names has been shown up in the other side of the mountain itself. So
Green? Is that Egypt? No. Egypt is bright green. You can
I think it's one of the players from Guatemala. He tried to maybe get into the top of the mountain, but it's not going to be a great situation. Yeah, it's not going to be a great situation for Guatemala actually to really want to have a fight between Jordan and also Saudi Arabia.
But for me, one is in the worst condition right now is actually Jordan, because one of the players being knocked down, even being sent to the lobby, and like you already mentioned before, not only they are facing Saudi Arabia right now, Guatemala from behind, also closing their place towards the Saudi or towards the Jordan area. But back to Jordan, Esawi try to defend, change to the UMP, because there will be a close combat, but the jump shot coming from Dami, so strong, even though there's a trade happen. from the Jordan itself, but it's not easy to destroy all the players from Saudi because the Saudi already gathering up.
Oh my
So another knockdown coming for Team Jordan.
Oh my God, Jordan, only have one man standing, one last man standing. That is being Leith, but Leith get the time to really revive Ragnar. But D7 though, D7 has already know the spot or the position of Leith, but the counter shot is really working for Jordan. But SK Tondo, SK Don being the really sneaky assassin, throwing the grenade, cooking some grenade here. One grenade has been cooked perfectly, but Ragnar managed to dodge the grenade out. But for now, SK Ton managed to wipe out Team Jordan, but they got another challenger, that being Guatemala team.
Jordan, like I mentioned, they are being pinched not only from Saudi. This is the opportunity also for Team Guatemala, and they did pretty well. The backstep did so well coming from Guatemala, and look at Guatemala right now. They already collected one elimination, but it's not enough because after this they need to going down from the hill like I already expected. So a lot of teams are fighting. Look at the southern part. Maldives right now need to move. After 4th circle, they do not move at all.
Finally.
At the 5th one, they need to move to the circle.
Finally. But Saudi Arabia, though, not only they are on top of the world, but they are on top among other in terms of like position and also knowledge or also information. But we're gonna move into the lower ground now. Egypt facing face to face between them and also Pakistan, but Egypt also managed to take one more man down from the enemy side. But now Pakistan side only left with Fa'az that doesn't really strong to really dodge the bullet coming from Egypt.
That was really unfortunate for Pakistan. They are waiting there. They already come there. They're already defending that compound really well. But again, when it comes to long time, do not do anything, not doing any rotation, not fighting anyone. So Egypt, like I already said, they're very aggressive. They're a very strong team. And Egypt, with a bold movement, with a tag team, they beat all the players from Pakistan. But look at Maldives right now. With that kind of opportunity, they know a lot of teams are fighting not in their area. Now they're already approaching the circle, and they did it pretty well. Even one player already guarding near the main road or the compound, and the other teammates will go at the edge of the circle. Maybe try to snatch some elimination from the other enemies.
Yeah, I really like how they move. They're sneaking in their way into the zone, and also like looking at the two of the enemy for now, which that being Libya and also Team Egypt. One man from Egypt went away, went out of from the war that being initiated by Team Libya, but Libya successfully zoning out Team Egypt for now.
Yep, Egypt just left with only one player. That was unfortunate for them, but it's a good movement. At least for the placement, they are still want to save it because they already got 6 elimination. But look at Saudi. Even after dropping down from the hill, from the mountain, we can say mountain because it's the highest, but they are still with 4 players with a good weapon, especially the loot coming from Team Jordan right now. But Brunei is actually the team just moving at the 1st circle. But after that, up until the 5th, towards the 6th zone, I guess, they're still waiting and they are still good at their compound.
Yeah, not only Saudi Arabia, but Guatemala is actually like successfully descending from the mountain itself. So it's quite unique how they're descending like in such a very similar timing and also very similar pace. But they were still alive for now. But we're gonna see the next circle, though. It's not gonna be favoring any team at all because a lot of the team now at the edge of the circle, and they have to fight their way into the zone, especially for Saudi Arabia because they are facing another contender. That being said, with Brunei Darussalam, Brunei managed to take one man down from Saudi Arabia. SK Tone, hello! He is on the vehicle. He is riding his vehicle, but not working so well because Piasau is really strong. And with that being said, he collected 4 total elimination by himself for Brunei.
4 out of 5.
Yeah.
So Piasau is really strong. is a really good player, but coming from Saudi, not only two already being knocked down, already sent to the lobby, even left with only last man standing. And look at Brunei destroy all the players from Saudi, and they just collected 8 eliminations so far.
So, Brunei, welcome back. Welcome back
back
to the game. Welcome back to Big War. Welcome back to the end game, because we're only gonna see the 5 teams, the 5 countries left here towards the end game. But Libya, though, Libya being pressured a lot by Team Brunei, especially Brunei with that kind of position and with that kind of knowledge. Not only they see Libya, but they already see the position of Team Maldives.
I mean, it's a big benefit for Brunei. They still have the compound, even though it is so close to the blue zone itself. But they are still waiting for a longer time. But look at the nade and even the shot. Maldives, like you mentioned, Ladonna, they stabbing up. This is the gameplay from Maldives that already upgraded. So they are so strong. But again, one of the players from Maldives being knocked down. One tried to revive, but Brunei is on their prime. Not only knocking their player from Maldives, but also getting the confirm of the eliminations.
Oh my God. And Brunei seems like they have their confidence really strong now, on fire. Even though Shako has been shut down by Toxin now, but they still have the different in terms of elevation between Maldives and also Team Brunei now. So Shako can crawling his way into his teammates to be saved up, to be revived now. But Toxin is in the middle of a danger zone now.
Yeah, even Matt didn't realize there is another team near him, which is Guatemala. So it's a very easy backstab coming from Guatemala. Right now, Brunei has the biggest percentage of winner-winner chicken dinner with still 4 players even. They just sent all the players from Maldives to the lobby. So 3 versus 1 situation. It is not easy for Egypt, but again, the one player which is Arthur already helped a lot with gaining more placement point with just only 1, but stepping from the position or the 7th position, going to the top 3 at least right now.
Yep, but we saw the opening of a winning condition that has been made by Team Brunei, because they managed to get Cheyo knocked down, and Cheyo cannot really save his life now. None with the other teammates as well, because with that kind of information that Brunei has, they really want to hunt them down. And Egypt now being left with only 1 man standing, which is Arthur, is being crushed by not only one team, but also both of the team, Guatemala and also Brunei.
But 4v2 situation, look at how Brunei take the proactive, the shot coming to the prone players, the last man standing from Guatemala, and Brunei Darussalam back to the track. Winner, chicken dinner, strong performance, what a great teamwork, and a lot of eliminations.
Well, finally we see some Brunei's action now. And with that being said, welcome back, Brunei. Welcome back. Yeah, we see you. We saw what you got for now. And congratulations for the winner chicken dinner. And I really like how they control the late game, though.
Totally. I really agree with that. Even though they have the circle, but they still press all the enemies around them because they need it. They didn't want to get backstabbed by the other enemies, by the enemies around them. And at the last moment, the proactive, the moving with the vehicle as a bait, they locating the players of Guatemala with the vehicle and then drop down and shooting towards them. It's just beautiful. But I really want to shout out also for Guatemala because this is a really good setup for you guys. So I hope Guatemala, let's go show us the gameplay like the first game of A versus C.
Yep, definitely. As we I'm gonna watch some highlights also, and this is gonna be like, I'm really curious about like me as a casual PUBG mobile player, seeing this kind of circle and this kind of terrain itself. You got yourself some open field, some small compounds, and also some higher ground, which is the mountain of hospital. But I'm quite confused. Why do the players choose the top of the mountain to be like the spot for you? Because me, back again, as a casual player, is not gonna like it, because I think the circle is eventually will move away from you.
I think I can answer that. So when it comes to the third circle, even though the mountain, the top of the mountain already at the edge of the circle, so the percentage that it can be shifted is so high when it comes to the next one. But logically, when you want to go to the circle, straightforward, there is no compound inside the circle for Brunei and Pakistan earlier.
Yeah.
So that way, team like Saudi, team like Guatemala, they do not want to take the risk. They go to the top of the mountain first and try to win the fight.
Yeah.
Unfortunately for Jordan though, they are being pinched because at the beginning, the fight is similar, is on par between them and also Saudi Arabia. But coming for Guatemala, the backstabber to Team Jordan, it suddenly changed all the conditions. So that way, I think it is not only because the vision, but it's about the condition. You
Okay.
can't go towards the circle easily if the circle be like that.
Okay.
Yeah.
So if I can sum that up,
Okay.
with that being said, I'm not skillful enough to really secure in the top of the mountain as a casual player. Of
No
course.
worry lah, no worry.
No worry lah. There's so much time
What?
to really like sharpen up your skills.
Yeah, no
Well,
problem.
Yeah, no problem. Well, this is it. Once again, welcome back, Brunei. Congratulations for the winner chicken dinner with the double digit. With that being said, 13 elimination point you've been collected now. Back on track again for Brunei.
Yep, the blue squad.
The
Finally back with a lot of elimination, 20 total points. So it's a huge numbers to add to the leaderboard. So I think Brunei, Iraq, Jordan still have a very tight competition when it comes to the top three because Saudi is just watching.
Yeah.
They're already at the 200, so for what else we can say? But Egypt.
Warming up.
Egypt is another team that I mentioned a lot, Donna,
Yep.
with their aggression shown by how well they can occupy the compound from Pakistan and still have logically thinking at a very short time, sending Arthur, the last man standing, to defend the position to achieve more at the placement point.
Yep, good for them for that.
The smokes.
Yeah, smokes that coming from Brunei of 30 smokes. Not very high of a number in terms of grenades here, both by all of the top 4 teams, Brunei, Egypt, Guatemala, and Maldives. And thankfully, we finally see Guatemala and Maldives become top 4 teams.
Yeah, that's really fortunate for Guatemala. That's what I want to see because when it comes to the tournament, especially across nation, they already cost a lot.
Yeah.
Especially their physical, their time. So I don't want to see at least they can shine for about some or a few games. So yeah, good for you, Guatemala. But I hope it doesn't end here. They can still giving their best shot for the next 5 games then.
5 games.
Yeah, because they're at Group C, right?
Oh, yeah. Right.
So,
right.
throw use, Donna, above 200.
Yeah.
Still a good numbers, though.
Still a good number, but not that high though, especially like with the top 4 teams that we saw. They're not throwing enough utilities. Only Brunei throw like 30 something ish smokes, but not very high. Back again with a number in terms of grenade itself. Airdrop only 1, but PSL.
From Brunei.
From Brunei, not Indonesia.
Yeah,
I'm
not
sorry.
Indonesia.
But I believe, yes,
But
this
yeah.
is it. PSL. Hi.
So, hi, PSL.
Congratulations.
So, there's a fun fact.
What?
Because there is Indonesia flag right there. PSL, it's similar like pisau, right?
Pisau is
Knife.
Knife, yeah.
Knife, yeah.
Pisau is knife,
So,
actually.
he's sharp.
Yeah, he's
He's
sharp.
sharp with a lot of elimination, a lot of damage, and I can say carry the game for Brunei.
Yep,
Yeah.
yeah, exactly. So congratulations once again for PSO and also Team Brunei for winning this game with such
Oh,
a
yeah.
beautiful move and also beautiful finishing strategy there. Yeah. So yeah, I'm really cannot wait to see the other game that we're gonna see, which is gonna happen in Miramar and also Sandhawk. Your favorite?
No, Miramar's my favorite.
Yeah, your favorite Miramar.
Oh, I guess you say Sandhawk is my favorite.
No, Sandhawk is my favorite then.
Your favorite?
Yeah.
Okay, no problem.
Because
then.
no one's favoriting Sandhawk, so yeah.
Yeah, because you're doing the cast for Sandok today, right? All the Sandok?
All the Sandok for
All the
these 2
Sandok.
days, I casting.
Nice, Dan. So yeah, again, congratulations for Brunei Darussalam. But again, Guatemala, what a step up to you. But before we are
Great
going
job.
to the next game, we are back to our amazing host. So Masger, take it away.
Thank you once again, Donna and Eldoge, and once again, congratulations to Brunei Darussalam that get chicken dinner for this round. All right, before we are going to the commercial break, I would like to ask you another questions about ayam for my Indonesian people over there. Ayam apa yang bisa jadi DJ? Cannot? Ayam apa yang bisa jadi DJ? Ayam Walker. So stay tuned, guys. After this, we'll have another round from PUBG Mobile on IESF 14 World Esports Championship Bali 2022.
Warga plus 62 emang banyak maunya. Dari drakoran sampai banjir air mata. Nonton action yang mantul. Sampai nonton tendangan cantik. Maksudnya ini. Mau nonton apapun, semua ada di video. Mulai dari yang bikin berbunga-bunga, keringet dingin, ketawa, sampai bikin gak ngedip. Jadi nonton apa sekarang?
All it takes is one dream. One dream that becomes a journey. To drive an ambition. Believing in yourself. Persevering challenges. Always focused on the dream. To grow aspirations. Having the will to keep going. Building a future with a legacy. Knowing dreams can come true. Over 11 years of growth. The spirit of entrepreneurship. Created possibilities. Realized new potentials. Innovate for the better. Expand horizons. To change lives. To connect new ideas. To explore new grounds. With the future in sight. together.
Get Galaxy A33 5G. Galaxy A33 5G with awesome battery. Buy now. Get Galaxy A73 5G.
Why?
Because this is awesome. This is awesome.
Awesome details.
Awesome details.
Awesome details.
Galaxy A73 5G. Take more awesome details. Buy now.
One more. Farewell. First round goes to Indonesia.
It's because there is
He's actually going to fail the spray at Berlin.
Selamat datang di sebuah pengalaman perjalanan baru Indonesia bersama InJourney. Terbang bersama kami untuk melihat pariwisata Indonesia. Sirkuit internasional, bentang alam, ragam atraksi budaya, produk lokal asli Indonesia, warisan budaya, keamanan dan kenyamanan. InJourney membawa kerambahan Indonesia ke dunia.
Warga plus 62 emang banyak maunya. Dari drakoran sampai banjir air mata. Nonton action yang mantul. Sampai nonton tendangan cantik. Maksudnya ini. Mau nonton apapun, semua ada di video. Mulai dari yang bikin berbunga-bunga, keringet dingin, ketawa, sampai bikin gak ngedip. Jadi nonton apa sekarang?
All it takes is one dream. One dream that becomes a journey. To drive an ambition. Believing in yourself. Persevering challenges. Always focused on the dream. To grow aspirations. Having the will to keep going. Building a future with a legacy. Knowing dreams can come true. Over 11 years of growth. The spirit of entrepreneurship. Created possibilities. Realized new potentials. Innovate for the better. Expand horizons. To change lives. To connect new ideas. To explore new grounds. With the future in sight. Together.
Welcome back again on IESF 14 World Esports Championships Bali 2022, and now we are in the final stage for the 5th round of PUBG Mobile. So who or which one or which country that we're gonna get another winner chicken dinner for another one on this marvelous day on Bali, Merusaka, Nusa Dua. And before we starting the game, before we starting a match, I would like to give you some information about this event. So the IESF 14 World Esports Championships will be a part of the Indonesia Esports Summit 2022 an annual celebration of the country's esports ecosystem initiated by IESF and PBSC. All right, guys, let's start the game and let's take to the castle that will lead this game. Please welcome once again, Chuchu and El Doge.
Thank you so much, Mr. Gary. I thought he was rapping just now, the way he just swaying.
Moving, yeah.
Moving. I'm like, I was waiting for him to rap, like, go on. It never came out, but yeah, okay. Still waiting, but maybe the next one we're going to see him rapping.
Maybe, I hope so. I hope so.
I'm really looking forward for that. But here we are, the Castle's Desk again. I'm Chuchu. This is going to be El Doge. Meow.
Meow.
Why not?
It's Doge.
It's woof.
Woof.
Oh, it's woof.
Woof.
Yo, whooping is so cute. It's like, woof. I'm like, okay, that's sleepy dog woofing, I guess. We're halfway done. We're halfway through. It's in the middle of the afternoon, and it's really hot outside as well as inside in the fire stage.
Yeah, because the heat is different.
Yeah.
Outside because the sunshine, but in the venue, because they are spirit.
It's because of the tense.
Yeah,
the tension in
the
there.
tension. I mean, top 11 will go to the grand final, but if you do not go to the grand final, it's just like, I can do.
Imagine it's just 1 point different. That's going to be really a bummer for these teams. Now, are they really ready? Because right now, it's getting lower for the chances for them to actually get into the grand finals. But who are you rooting for?
For me, the next one is Sri Lanka.
Sri Lanka,
yeah. I love how they do the scrapping. I love how they can gathering again and defeating the other enemies. So I hope Sri Lanka, let's go Myanmar.
For me, it's going to be... It's going to be Libya. I do want to know why they have been quiet for the first few days. Right now they start to... You know, everybody's desperate right now. You can smell, you can feel the desperation from behind us here. I mean, like, we have a feeling they are eye staring at us right now. I don't want to actually look back. But in the meantime, I mean, like, yeah, we do have very dominant team. Example, like if Group A, we do have Saudi Arabia. That's nobody can deny that. Same goes for Brunei Darussalam. They have been very consistent. They're ups and downs, but they're always up there, regardless of how the situation is. But I'm looking for the team like Azerbaijan, including Sri Lanka, like even in case of Guatemala, Maldives, and these teams, Ghana even, like they are really tall. I just wish their overall ranking is as tall as the players right now.
Same as the players. I mean, Guatemala already did a very good job at the first game. So I think they have the skills.
Everybody has the skill.
They have the mentality. But I guess it is not about the... I think it's about the momentum also. But they need to create one. Like what Guatemala did. They are brave enough today. They have the confidence. Even they are facing the top 2 aggressive team. Jordan and also Saudi Arabia, but they still can manage to go towards the top 3. So Ghana, Senegal, Libya, Guatemala, I think you guys still have a lot of chance to going more in this at this few matches left, I guess.
There's only like how many matches left for the entire day? We only remain with like, including the next group, it's going to be like 4 or 5. 5 in total, including this Miramar. So all they need right now, between the break time, maybe the managers and coaches of each of the country and each of the region will have something to whack them with. Just to make sure that they will actually wake up. You guys know what? This might be your last shot at getting it. If you have nothing else to lose, this is the moment to prove to the world. We're talking about the world now to prove, even though it's kind of hard to play catch-up game here, but it's still your pride of representing your country is there. Show us what you're made of. You guys can do this. The only person that's stopping you is your mentality.
Totally. I mean, when it comes to a pressure, I know it can sometimes reduce your power, reduce your focus. We can say it like that, but it kind of, when we think about the other thing, we can see that the pressure can be our moral support. With the pride, we are the representative of our country. So that way, I hope all the teams will think that way. But without further ado, we are going to the second game for Group A versus C. So welcome, Myanmar. Let's go.
Come on, guys. Time to wake up. Let's get into straight our 5th round for the day. Come on, doggy.
Let's go.
You can do this, baby.
Oh,
Come on.
my God. This kind of unique day, I can say.
Unique
it's
day.
quite hot outside and
You're
it's
hot.
chill here. So yeah, let's go for the game. So yeah, the flight path coming from La Cobreria to the Puerto Paraíso. So it's a wonderful flight path.
Beautiful.
Beautiful one. Everyone can go wherever they want. And last, do not forget your vehicle. Because again, the previous Miramar is the best example you need vehicle when it comes to the late game.
And plus, I'm loving the fact that Brunei Darussalam do realize how important to have the utilities.
Oh,
We
yeah.
saw that's going to be the last match was one of the many, like few matches that actually get to use so many utilities on their side. That's going to be the standard. That's supposed to be the standard. Around 30 smoke grenades, example. It should be tally up when it comes to the other utilities as well. But so far, I think maybe the pressure coming up between the teams and the regions, making it so hard for the players to loot up possibly. So they couldn't have enough time to just gain all the resources in a short amount of time given.
Maybe that's one of the reason. But again, back to the game. The first circle, it favors the northern side of the map. So
again,
Puerto Paraíso again is the longest way towards the circle. So they really need to do the loot quite fast because they are dropping down the longest one from the flight path. So they don't have a lot of time. But for those teams inside the circle, like Hacienda, like San Martin, like around area of Montenuevo, they are still good with this time, so they can maximize what they need again for the mid to late game.
Now, you are one of the person that prefer to be in the inner circle instead of the outer circle then?
I think it depends, but when it comes to an outer circle, especially for Miramar, and it shifts a lot to the area that are readily to be played with. So I think I prefer to be inside a circle.
For me, a fair circle is always sort of a wild card. For me, well, everybody have their own perspective, right? So in my case, I always see that the teams actually inside of the center of a circle in the start. It's always good for them to get out of the circle for a bit.
Okay.
You know, just playing we call it a yo-yo tactic.
Yo-yo
you
tactic.
Just go out and get in again afterwards, so you don't be the center of attention in the middle. Because if you're in the center, a lot of team will move forward towards that direction, and if you manage to loot up, that's great. But the problem is, will it be enough for you to actually sustain your resources? So you need to get out for a bit and gain so much information just to see the navigation of other teams rotating into the circle first, because you might be ambushed left, right, and center.
I mean, that's a great perspective, especially for the beginning of the game, because the area is still wide enough for you to be more creative. You can do the yo-yo tactic. So yeah, I think that's a good opinion, and I can say I will use it later when I play maybe some tournament.
You're gonna play tournament now?
Yeah.
You're not gonna see it with the class desk.
I mean, like in Indonesia, not a big one, but there are a lot of fast tournament when it comes to like every night.
Don't tell me it's TDM though. Don't tell me it's TDM.
No TDM. It's a big map like Miramar and Erangel, but the system and the mode is just short tournaments, like only 3 games, 4 games. So that's a great strategy. But back to the game, a team like Egypt, La Cobreria. This is actually one of my favorite drop spots when it comes to Miramar, because like I mentioned at the first day, Miramar is a very wide area, but you are not, you can't do the looting phase to all of the compounds. It will waste your time. So keep building, like the bricks one and in Indonesia they say rumah dewa, kind of like that. It's easier because you predict good loot and you will gather good loot from that particular compound, we can say.
I agree. In case of La Cobreria, they can actually separate themselves to get certain compounds, certain buildings, just to build up their gears, and they can actually take their own sweet time, since there are not many teams in any tournament. If you actually experience this, not many teams love to drop on the northern part. But in this case, I'm surprised for the fact that nobody loved to drop around Valdemar. Now, for me, as my observation goes a long way here, there's always team drop around Valdemar. Now, we do know when it comes to Vietnam
Vietnam. Chumaser is one of the drop spot. Definitely
Oh, yeah.
has been ancient times when they were playing for the clubs. But when it comes to this tournament, Valdemar is one of the best places for you to get in safely and building up quite a generous amount of loot. And nobody's taking that. I'm surprised how many teams here try to focus on the center where a lot of team will be brought down easily by time. And we do know if you're sharing one compound with another team, it won't be enough to supply like 2 or 3 teams in the future.
Yeah, even not only for the supply, it can be a clash, right?
That's
because
true.
2 teams at the same compound, that will be not an easy way. But Valdemar, that is quite interesting because I agree. Not only Valdemar, our previous discussion about Los Higos and some certain places when it comes to Miramar providing a high tier loot. But I guess because the participants is not that many, they just want to be
Good
safe.
point.
Yeah, I think they just want to save at the middle. They just want to play quite conservative. They just want to play a long time game and they can reach the late game.
Okay, the thing is, yes, Alogi, we don't have 16 teams here,
Yeah.
but what if all the teams are thinking the same thing? That's why everybody's in the center. That's why also some teams will not be having that vehicle moment.
Oh, yeah.
Because there's so few vehicles up to the certain point if everybody just happens to be in the center of a map. And a lot of them at the peripheral of the map for the vehicles as well. And that's the best place for you to actually have one person each for the vehicle. It's so hard for us to see and witness one person for each vehicle these days.
Yeah, I mean, like the distribution of vehicle is, what do we say? It's expected. But a lot of teams right there, a lot of team at the same area, at the same mindset. So that way, you already mentioned, the vehicle kind of rare, we can see, to be used by one person. It's like 2% one vehicle, or even the worst condition, 1 team, 1 vehicle. So yeah, maybe that's the same mindset coming from all the players. And finally, a clash? No, not really, because
That person do have vehicles, while the players from Pakistan don't have any. So I don't think they can chase them out yet.
I think there's a problem when it comes to Pakistan due to gameplay at Miramar because they intend to play near the power grid area. Meanwhile, there's only 1 vehicle spawn when it comes to power grid. When you're dropping down and going to the green warehouse, there's 1 vehicle. But around that, it's kind of rare.
It's nothing.
It's nothing, yeah.
And the worst part, if you don't have vehicle in Miramar, fine, it's hard to migrate from one compound to the other. That's one problem already. You're adding more. If you are actually being spotted out by the players, where would you run? It's an open field. It's the desert, literally.
Even the tree are thin. Yeah, lack of nutritions. We can see. We can
It's
say
lack
that.
of water.
Lack of water. Only a palm kind of tree. You can use the terrain, but it is not effective. I really agree with that.
The funny part, if you're hiding behind a tree, the other person can rotate the other way around and just flank it out. How would you hide yourself?
Yeah.
You can see the backpack through the tree.
Yeah, that will be easily shot then.
I mean, like, that's one of the many things of the function of vehicles. It's just how important, not just for running away, for migrating, it's also for barricading. Like, example, the minivan. Basically, the minivan is the most tankiest vehicle in the Miramar. It's the slowest, yes, but it's also the tankiest in case you get ambushed. It's 2,000 HP, and it's going to be taking like entire team to shut it down.
Yeah. You need a lot of clips, we can say. At least 3 or 4 clips to shot minivan down. And I really agree with that, even though it's low, but when you...
speaking of minivan.
Yeah, it's a jinx again from Castor, I guess. So you can destroy the tires and become an obstacle, become a barricade. So yeah, that's what we need from the vehicle. It's not only about the transportation device, but more on, it can be a good defense. But this is another problem. When you have the vehicle, you really need to keep it well. You do not want to expose your vehicle because when it exposed, the other teams will try to take the vehicle down because they know the important, the function, especially for the late game.
Yeah. But also when it comes to how you said to hide them well, I see a lot of players are parking right in the open.
Oh, yeah.
I'm like, okay, we're going to see if that's going to happen, doggy. Yeah, you said it's true, but I don't know if the players can actually get it. But on the side of the circle just now, you guys saw it pops. I have a feeling we might end up on top of creative field. Now, if it happens to be in a creative field, there's so many valleys in between. Yes, there's also the crate itself. If it happens to be there for the last circle, now that's going to be really risky and tricky to play with.
Totally.
The slope is just slow, slippery, and steep. Now, same is for Pakistan here. they are having different level of terrain to work with. But in the meantime, Piazza is just giving so much information to the rest of the roster. Do they want to charge in? Now that's the bigger question.
Yeah, this is a very tricky hill or mountain, I can say, because it's tough. I mean, to be in here, you need to use vehicle, especially buggy, because their vehicle, it can be, but it's hard to drive
Minivan?
it. Minivan, I think
It's going to go the reverse.
Yeah, minivan, I think can. Minivan is like, I'm using the electric vehicle yesterday, tried to climb up the hill, and suddenly stop.
It got stuck up there, but on the side of Shaiko, we mentioned about how important vehicles are. The pickup truck will be shot from afar with the M416 coming out from Shaiko. Also with a great amount of scopes. Yeah, it's going to be 6 times, and back to it, trying to prone down. Now, the problem with this position, yes, it's a good vintage point and view coming up from Bruneians, but the problem is if they just using their resources, ammunition, smokes, grenade, everything else, too much, they will be having a lot of problem to replenish it later.
Yeah, totally, because they can't do loot about the compound that they have, because
it's not even a compound to work with.
They are playing at the open field, so that way it's not that easy for them. But Azerbaijan, I think this is a new strategy coming from them. From the previous Miramar, not only once but 2 maps before, they are being chased down at the beginning of the game. Right now, they already moving towards the Monte Nuevo area. What a good shot towards Cheo. Cheo at the top of the hill, low HP, but still not being knocked down. One more bullet, I guess. One more bullet from GG boys, but still not a GG one. Even there is a very good counter fire coming from Guatemala, because one of the players from Azerbaijan being knocked down.
Almost got traded to 1-1 just now. Back to the side of Guatemala versus Azerbaijan. But Gyro managed to take down on Ghost Prime. But the distance between them, can they translate it into one elimination point? David coming in and just going to finish off Baku. That's going to be a splat coming up from David of Guatemala.
Yeah, that was a nasty movement coming from the buggy itself. So yeah, 2 elimination for Guatemala. Even though Azerbaijan, like I mentioned a lot, they already changed the strategy. They are not being knocked down at the beginning of the game, but I think they are still having some tasks, some homework when it comes to pushing towards the enemy. I do not see the coordination. Only one going towards the players. One is left behind, but it is an open field area. Ooh. The other 2 can't do the backup. But yeah, Azerbaijan, you still have 2 players, but coming to the circle, shifting quite far towards the southwest area right now.
Might as well just south all the way here. Monte Nuevo will be one of the most crowded places with that junction. I do see Libya coming out from the northern side quite far off. Now they can take their own sweet time, but I'm not sure about the side of Mufasa coming out from the side of Ghana. Are they being shot down from afar? If that's the case, got the distance between them as they can reset and get themselves back up on their feet. But if it's right in the middle of an ambush, crossfire, I don't think they will survive that much, because just now we saw how open the circle was.
Yeah, totally. I don't know what happened. Is that an accident or
maybe
shooting?
He just slipped down?
Maybe just slipped down, because sometimes you can't control well your vehicle, especially Miramar. So let's see later from Ghana, because I think it's already been revived. One of the players already been revived. So Ghana with full team again.
It's kind of rare sight to actually see Saudi Arabia starting off with only 3 players. SK Tan already been finished off quite early on. I think it's coming up from the Pakistan team, probably because we did witness about Guatemala versus Azerbaijan before. So it happens to be they are parting ways. Around Monte Nuevo, and a couple of teams already start to migrate. As they saw, this is going to be a third circle. So like, when it comes to the 4th, if you're not in it, it's going to be a lot of problems.
Yeah, totally true. So that way, movement, a lot of movement already happened. So it's good for most of the teams, especially Jordan, maybe Guatemala after the elimination, and also coming from Maldives before. So we'll see later, because still a lot of compounds, still of terrain. I think the fight did not happen or do not happen at the 3rd circle, but we'll see.
Don't say it. They already start fighting now. GG boys, Azerbaijan.
yeah.
Knocked down on Egypt. Yusuf, and it's finished off straight away. Here comes the rush. But it's kind of an urban area. If you look at how many compounds, how many buildings they are, it's kind of having a bit of a problem for them to land down their sites. Every corner there's a building covering around it. GG boys and Sharif left with only 2 players, and just now Jordan players, right? We saw them having their own buggy for each, but I think they should switch it over because one of it is really smoked up.
Oh, yeah.
It's going to explode anytime soon.
Yeah, and because buggy itself, the health point is not that high, right? So but I think they still need the buggy to move around because it's easier, right? But it's risky.
I mean, like, it's almost explode. Maybe 3 taps is enough to actually exploding that bug. It's just really smoke up, by the way.
Let's see. Is Jordan having another vehicle because they needed it? I mean, even though they already have the compound, but we do not know about the 4th circle. But this is Jordan. We just talked about. Just do the tapping. But the revenge is better with a good hot shot coming from Team Maldives towards Team Jordan. And the zone shifting again towards the northern side. And look at how wide the open field area. So for those teams who are late coming to the zone, I think this is a very bad situation for most of the team.
They'll be scratching their heads. How to get in there? The worst part is the circle shifted again towards the center or a bit to the north. It was a flat plain entirely and a lower ground as well. Now, if you get in there too early, you're going to dig yourself a big grave. Back to the side of Jordan, they got retaliated from side of Maldives. That was a crispy shot in that hat shot earlier. But on the Maldives side, they can't land any vision to the side of Jordan. They didn't gain any information because of there's a wall in between. Now, they are waiting for that. Sawi almost got knocked down. Mori, we have Tail taking on Libya as well. Libya coming up from the northern part all the way. Seems like having a bit of gatekeeping on the northern side.
Yep. Coming from Egypt, I guess. But Egypt also coming from the north. They want to go straight forward to the circle. Guatemala already there first than the player from Egypt itself. But Sri Lanka, the one that I predicted, got, I think, the best position so far. But back to Saudi Arabia with a Mini 14, M24 and 8 times scope, I think. He saw the movement from Egypt, waiting for the time, but the smokes blind the vision. So Saudi can't get the elimination in a few times.
Just how confident they are. Oh, baby, burning gyro barbecue all the way here. It's really hot. Back to the side of Guatemala. They can't go through Saudi. I'm surprised. They were focusing on a different team. That's just how confident Saudi Arabian players are.
Yeah, but this is not a good situation for Guatemala. I mean, they are still splitting. 2 of the players still outside of circle. And I think I do not see how they can gathering easily because a lot of shots coming. Even J-Ro right now being taken down. What a good shot coming from Ragnarok with the Mini 14, Mini 14, what a good shot. So Guatemala really need to do the regrouping right now. Play at the high ground maybe and wait for the next circle.
Yeah, on the side of Ghana, I think they are reassessing the situation, where to go next. But Saudi, though, they are so scattered around the corner. They are dominating the compound. But Brunei start to move. We're talking about Shaika. Oh, it's the first one to open up the frags. Saudi taking on Egypt. Corona 9 on the ground, knocked down entirely on his knees. Back to side of Senegal. They're still climbing up the small hill. It's quite steep, fighting against Sri Lanka. Doom will try to keep them at bay. But problem is, you have to have 2 angles different entirely to guard up, including Maldives coming up from behind.
Yeah, for me, Sri Lanka can be that active. They just need to hold their ground, use a lot of utility because when they are too active, Maldives can shut them down. But look at the movement from Senegal. They are quite aggressive enough. They need 2-1 throw to the Sri Lanka players. Doom right there. Will be Doom. Yeah, will be doomed by the needs coming from Zeno. So this is not a good situation. Even 2 players from Sri Lanka already being down. What a play from Senegal. It reminds me with what Saudi did at the previous Miramar. They climb up the hill. They won the fight because a very good tag team coming from whole teammates.
Yeah, but they're not done and dusted yet. There's still Sri Lanka player Mora taking out Xenos entirely, just shut it down. Dax tried to buy time with band-aids only. He doesn't have any first aid. We do have Shy Boy already in the center. We're talking about, if I'm not mistaken, that's going to be either one of the players coming out from Ghana.
Yeah.
So the thing is, if you're too early in the center, it's going to be a bit of a problem since there's no elevations and not much compound to work with. Sri Lanka's Amari trying to make a play, trying to clutch out for the entire team, but Sri Lanka's on the other hand feels like they're really stuck in the rut, and the Blues will close up in any second now.
Yeah, less than 10 seconds. I believe they need to move from the 5th to the 6th zone, and I really agree with you. team like Ghana, Pakistan right now, they will be contested by a lot of teams because it's a very flat ground. There is no much obstacle there, but coming from Sri Lanka, Doom, what a shot coming to Maldives, but the movement from Bagi is so fast. Maldives took the chance right now, going toward the circle to even the fan, rather not the fan, an open track. One already smoked, but not blew up already. So that's a good movement coming from Maldives.
Oh,
but
finally.
look at Eddie, finally one of the vehicle blew up.
It's going to be the ones shooting up from the front, but we're not done yet. Ghana, Shy being knocked down entirely. This is what I mentioned before. It's too early for them to get into the side of center of circle. And Libya, one shot, just jumping down, trying to revive their mate. Saudi fighting against Guatemala, but one shot couldn't even have the space. The Blues and closing in. He got his last first aid. Can he make it at the fifth circle? And that's all! In the nick of time, but he couldn't revive. I think Basti is just sacrificing all his utilities just for the sake of one shot to carry out the job for the entire team.
Again and again, a little sacrifice for bigger opportunity. It's only one left, but the first 8 is still going on. It's still needed. Guatemala, after an amazing performance, they failed to control the late game. But again, back to the game. Jordan, what a shot. Still hiding behind, and right now not only fighting with the far enemy, but Saudi is their contender. And what next? Because it's a close combat one. It's not that easy, but Libya, the team going from the north, already being wiped out and sent to the lobby.
Oh, what a crispy spray coming up from this side. It was a perfect angle for him to cover for the entire team. Jordan left with only Ragnarok. Where would he run? Everywhere is super crowded. The pool is too saturated right now. Toxin taking on Pakistan as well. Those in the middle only have haystacks to work with. Shako taking down on Pain. We have Senegal still fighting, battling against Sri Lanka. The longest fight here on the southern part.
Totally at the edge of the circle, and Sri Lanka still managed to have quite a lot of utility, even though that's the last one for the need. Jordan, one by one of the players being knocked down, even one already confirmed as an elimination. Sri Lanka, Saudi, Jordan. These three teams need to think, are they going to go toward the circle or still playing from the edge of the circle?
But Saudi has been decimating so many teams at the same time. And Ragnarok, the last few members remain for Jordan. Closing off to be a Kobe. Now Dax and Samurai have been cornered left, right and center. Everywhere has been shooting towards them. Even Amare is trying to take them down. It's going to be versus 2 teams here for the side of Senegal. It's really tough. Samurai being spotted out. What a view! It's going to be it! Ragnarok finishing Senegal easily, not even breaking a sweat.
That was the precise timing coming from Ragnarok from Jordan. That was a very good using of the nades to do the pressure, then do the revive, and finally Ragnarok just finished the game for the enemies. But back to the circle, Pakistan, I think very unfortunate for them. They already cost a lot, they already cost all the vehicle, but the zone is shifting again. But Maldives right now with the most players inside the circle, but they are being spotted easily. Even and on the other hand, Pakistan are in a very pinch situation, last man standing, and still outside of circle.
Oh, it's going to be the fall of Amare. Finally being knocked out after such a long time trying to survive here. So many teams. Saudi! D7, where did that shot coming out from? And Daku been hiding the longest time. Chewie is closing it out. Surprise! Motherfucker, here it comes! Chewie being knocked out straight away! He got down! He didn't expect that to happen! Daku has been waiting there like a ghost for the longest time.
Yup. What a timing. Just coping with a 4-time scope. Surprised by the movement of Daku himself. But how long Daku will resist to go toward the circle? The DPS is already strong. So yeah, bye-bye Pakistan. Well played for this game at the 4th position.
Well, he tried to just sustain as long as he can. But what a valiant effort. What an ingenious play coming up from Daku just now. It was really cheeky. Back to the side of Brunei again. They are very consistent today. Saudi Arabia and Maldives as well. They are climbing up the ranks here with all 4 members still alive. It's going to be 3v2v4 and they got the most men. But the problem is they didn't get a perfect place.
Yeah, totally. Not a perfect place, but I think for all of the teams still inside the circle, less than 10 seconds. Let's see which part will favor the team. Because Brunei, the split is good, but again, when it comes to the late game, one player down, you can't be revived. Saudi, one of the players still controlling the high ground, but Maldives with most of players intact. So every team, I guess, have their own benefit, but we'll see who will be getting the chicken dinner.
D7 is having the toughest spot to climb down. Mori spotted out by D7, but this is giving away D7's position. You see how he can climb down. There's no way down for D7. And now Mori being spotted out by Dami. He got one. He got one against Maldives. And just going to finish it off. Down to only 2 players coming from Maldives. They got 4 players before for Maldives, and now down to 2. They equal out the odds. Back to reviving in 3. 3v2. Editing down on Dami. Down only last player, D7. There's no way out from here. I think this is just the toughest spot for Saudi. If they win this is going to be a miracle run for them.
I mean, it's a big trouble for Saudi right now. Dummy, already a good investment inside the circle, just defending the circle, but I guess it's picked by the other teammate. But Maldives, right now, one player tried to go around, tried to go inside the circle, but it's too open. It's easy shot by D7, and another elimination coming for Team Saudi Arabia.
Only vegetation and haystacks in between them. And D7 slowly being burned off by the blue. He needs to stand up. There's no way down. Oh, got one more. Toxing on the ground. Down with the left. One player coming out from Maldives, but he couldn't finish Maldives. Saudi placed himself at 3rd place. It's going to be Brunei. He got doubled down, but still, Maldives still survived. He couldn't survive till the 2nd place. Brunei, 1 versus 1, mano to mano. Yeah, so, man, Brunei! Again, my goodness me, what a game. What an effort coming out from Brunei. Back-to-back chicken dinner.
Back-to-back chicken dinner coming for Brunei Darussalam, controlling the late game with a patience gameplay. The split coming from them, they are not predicted because 3 players are quite far each other. So that way, I think that's one of the reason why Brunei can get the winner chicken dinner. Maldives, kind of confused when it came to...
They have 4.
Yeah, they have 4. One blew up by the vehicle. One is to open field, shot by Team Saudi. And the other 2 tried to go inside the circle and pinch. The pinch by Saudi and also Brunei.
Maldives, once upon a time, had a 4.
Once upon a time, yeah.
Down to 1, but they still managed to get 2nd place. So close of losing it by D7. D7, it can turn the things around if it can get the glimpse of one more player. He shot down, out of the 4, he shot down 2 of them. One of them blew up by the vehicle, definitely. But at the same time, Maldives just kind of being ham in the center. That's why I said they got the man, but didn't get the place and the space. Unfortunate.
Unfortunate. I guess the same condition going to Saudi Arabia. Dami already inside the circle. Be the very good investment, but being spotted. So yeah, it's not an easy way. But Brunei, I think that's the good gameplay. They really have a lot of angles because the split. So that way they can manage to know where is the exact position of the last man standing from Maldives. Because the other knockdown, I think, giving the information towards the active one. So yeah, a really clean gameplay coming from Brunei. But the zone, this is so hard for most of the players.
Yeah, it's just, you know, we got the power to actually tell about the circle. I didn't mention about it's going to be in the flat plane one. And it always attracted to us there and ended up in nothing in between, only haystacks. Now, it's great if you get yourself the compound or the haystacks to work with. The problem is you can't actually see 360 degrees by yourself. And that's the case for the side of Dami. He can see through the ones that actually in front, but there's so many structures like kind of blinded his side that can't see through what's happening on the other end. If only he can actually gain just a couple more information, just, you know, fan out a bit when it comes to position singles for Maldives, they can actually have it a go. But Brunei is just so smart when it comes to picking their last few minutes positions.
Yeah, totally. That's the good gameplay, I guess, coming from Brunei. After stacking at the 5th zone, then shifting toward the 6th and 7th, they are splitting. But I think the main problem when it comes to a very open field area is we already discussed about you can't be the first one to touch down because players are committing to take down your place, to take your compound or defense or your hay in that case because you are the target. We want the circle, we want you.
Yeah, that's the thing. You can't be rotating too early or navigate yourself too early in the center because of how open it was. But in this case, for Brunei, they know exactly where to stand. They take themselves in the high terrain and high grounds, and they still secure 9 eliminations, securing 24 points tally up. Same goes for Saudi. Now they got themselves 11 elimination points, the only team with a double digit here, and wiping like 1/3 of the populations of the PUBG Mobile this round. But the side of Ghana and Libya now, I mean, like Libya, they were having the furthest up north. They've been gatekept by Egypt, but surprisingly, Egypt elimination is not as high as it thought it would be.
Yeah, I think it's like a domino effect because
Yeah.
Egypt, too long doing the gatekeep towards the players of Libya, they failed to go inside the circle faster than others, especially Guatemala already on the northern side of the edge of the circle. So when Egypt want to go toward the circle, they are being shot by Guatemala. Unfortunately, not only Guatemala, Saudi also there. So Egypt really having a bad time, really having a bad situation. They can't do anything about it. Even the smoke already threw up, but still can't blind the vision from Saudi.
I have a feeling it's going to be a fish eat fish world here.
What?
Fish eat fish world.
Fish eat
yeah,
fish world,
it's like
yeah.
there's a bigger fish always coming up from behind all
Yeah,
the
yeah,
fun.
yeah.
You thought you're the biggest fish, but you're actually not too big.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean like a lot of in this case, when it comes to the rotations and they got caught up in between. So there's so many moments, that there's so many brawls, so many crossfire happens in a very short amount of time. It's just about, I think for this particular circle, it's all about the timing of your rotation.
Yeah, it's about the timing, about the rotation, and I think if I can adding more, it's about the throwable or the utility itself, because the top three coming from Maldives, Saudi, and also Brunei, all the three teams are really using the maximization about the utility. The smokes is on point. The
Yeah.
nades to go suppressing the enemy is too on point. So that way they can be up until the late game, especially and on the open field. It is not only about exposing yourself, shooting towards the enemy, but how you use the utility to take down the others.
It's always not being overused for the utilities, honestly
yeah.
speaking. For me, that's so important because it's always when you invested way too much when it comes to gatekeeping, you forgot for the fact that you have to save it up if you happen to survive in the last minute. They forgot, right? And it's going to be D7. We saw how far his shot were and how well. It's like Saudi, every single player feels like an MVP at this point.
Yeah, I mean, like, every player has their own time. Like, D7 is now, previously Prestige, previously Skaton.
Yeah.
Dami. Dami, we haven't seen Dami.
Dami was really trying to buy so much time in front. But you know what? D7 got a better view.
Yep.
But if only there's no tree in between, then maybe he can get second because of Maldives. It will be straight in this line of sight.
Yeah.
There's a big tree in between.
Big tree between, but yeah, Saudi is just too exposed. So D7, even at the last moment, he knew he will be sent to the lobby because of the DPS of the zone, but he still managed to took down one player from Maldives.
Two of them.
Two, yeah.
Two of them.
Two of them, and even confirm it as an elimination.
I mean, like, that's like where you have your last breath and still
yeah.
feel like a warrior, you know? That's the warrior spirit where you have it. Now, I'm waiting for the other teams to have, like, you know, wake-up call here. Come on, guys. There are some teams behind us having a bit of a headache. I think that's coming out from Libya team. Just behind me. And he's like this. I'm like, come on, guys.
Come
on, guys. We knew for the fact that you are one of the best in the world right now.
Yeah,
that's why you're here.
Even Libya entered the IESF, open it quite well. They already got their winner chicken dinner. So that way, there is still possibilities, a lot of chance.
So you look at the back. There's so many facepalm moments at the back there. I don't know what happened.
Because it is closing to the end. They do not want to be left behind. They want to go to the grand final. So we hope to see an amazing gameplay for the next 4 more games. But before we are going to sign up, which is the last game between A versus C, we are back to our amazing host. So, Gary, Eka, Asmara, take it away.
Thank you once again, El Doge and Chuchu. So congratulations once again to Brunei Darussalam. Another chicken dinner on the 5th round of PUBG Mobile IESF 14 World Esports Championship. But yes, this is not the end. We still have more rounds. But before we going to the break, I would like to ask you guys, my fellow Indonesian people, another one question about Ayam. Are you good? Ayam-ayam apa yang paling nyebelin? Tidak tahu? Ayamnya sudah habis, nasinya belum. Still on IESF 14 World Esports Championship Bali 2022.
Get Galaxy A33 5G. Why? Because Galaxy A33 5G with awesome processor. Buy now. Get Galaxy A53 5G. Why?
Because this is
Galaxy A53 5G with awesome smooth display. Buy now.
One more. Farewell. First round goes to Indonesia.
Because there is
He's actually going to fail the spray at Berlin.
So good afternoon. Today we have the PUBG team from Saudi Arabia. I have few questions to ask. For the first question, you guys have dominated the last 6 rounds and win 4 rounds out of the 6 rounds. Are you guys satisfied with the performance that you have shown on these rounds?
الحمد لله كان أداء مرضي بالنسبة لنا اليوم وبنقدم في الأيام الجاية أحسن إن شاء الله.
Okay. For the next question, what is the key factor that helped you to win those 4 rounds?
Again.
What is the key factors that help you to win those 4 rounds?
هذا سر يعني لازم نخليه بيننا.
Okay.
That's it.
Okay. For the next question, even though you have already won most of the rounds, do you think there are things that you can improve to perform better?
أكيد مع كل يوم راح تصعب البطولة فلازم نتجهز ونتدرب ونحضر كل يوم بالبطولة أفضل.
We know that the Brunei Darussalam team have won the last rounds. Do you have any change in strategy or you gonna use the same strategy to keep the momentum going?
It's يعني على حسب نرجع نتابع ونشوف إذا بنغير شيء أو لا إن شاء الله إنه للأفضل.
Okay, so for the last question, what is your biggest challenge to beat your opponent in this PUBG game?
السؤال الخامس أكبر المخاطر إنه الخصم يكون أنت زون وأنت أوت زون وماسك كومباوند فهذا شيء مرة صعب يعني فلكن إن شاء الله. Again.
Okay, thank you. That's it.
All their money got me wearing fly. Girl, but I ain't asking. They say they love my ass in 7 G's to religion. I say no, but they keep giving, so I keep on taking. And no, I ain't taking. We can keep on taking. I keep on demonstrating my love, my love, my love, my love. You love my lady lumps, my hump, my hump, my hump. My humps, they got you. Fendi and Adana, Karen, they be sharing all their money, got me wearing fly. Girl, but I ain't asking. They say they love my ass in 7 G's to religion. I say no, but they keep giving, so I keep on taking. And no, I ain't taking. We can keep on taking. I keep on demonstrating my love, my love, my love, my love. You love my lady lumps.
Selamat datang di sebuah pengalaman perjalanan baru Indonesia bersama Journey. Terbang bersama kami untuk melihat pariwisata Indonesia, sirkuit internasional, bentang alam, ragam atraksi budaya, produk lokal asli Indonesia, warisan budaya, keamanan dan kenyamanan. Journey membawa keramahan Indonesia ke dunia.
Warga plus 62 emang banyak maunya. Dari drakoran sampai banjir air mata. Nonton action yang mantul. Sampai nonton tendangan cantik. Maksudnya ini. Mau nonton apapun, semua ada di video. Mulai dari yang bikin berbunga-bunga, keringet dingin, ketawa, sampai bikin gak ngedip. Jadi nonton apa sekarang?
All it takes is one dream. One dream that becomes a journey. To drive an ambition. Believing in yourself. Persevering challenges. Always focused on the dream. To grow aspirations. Having the will to keep going. Building a future with a legacy. Knowing dreams can come true. Over 11 years of growth. The spirit of entrepreneurship created possibilities. Realized new potentials. Innovate for the better. Expand horizons. To change lives. To connect new ideas. To explore new grounds. With the future in sight. Together.
All right, welcome back again on IESF 14 World Esports Championship Bali 2022. On the fire stage, we still have PUBG Mobile. So before I start the game or tag to the caster, I would like to give you some information. So this year's IESF 14 World Esports Championship 2022 followed by 106 countries with more than 600 athletes and 596 offline matches. So this is make this event as esports event with the most nationality competing offline and the largest outdoor esports competition in Southeast Asia. We have 4 marvelous stage here. We have earth stage, air stage, ice stage, and of course here fire stage. With 6 games include CSGO, Dota 2, Mobile Legends Bang Bang, PUBG Mobile, eFootball 2023, and Tekken 7. And also, I would like to tell you that this event can be held by support of our government sponsor. So thank you once again to Kemenparekraf, Kemenpora, KONI, NOC Indonesia, and Wonderful Indonesia. All right, guys, let us start this round. So I have to tag to the casters, 2 marvelous and beautiful ladies over there. Please welcome once again Chuchu and Dono Fiska.
Thank you so much, Mas Gary or Brother Gary or Mr. Gary, the amazing, the legendary host that we have for entire day. Yeah, and also welcome back, ladies and gents, to the PUBG Mobile Division for the 14th World Esports Championship brought to you by IESF. And Chuchu, this is going to be Dona. But before we start, Dona, I think every single time I have to clarify, it's mother and father, okay? If you guys follow me long enough, you know I was in PUBG Mobile since the birth of its tournament, the PMCO times. I love my mom and dad, okay?
Yeah.
That's why I put them in my cast.
Yeah, actually, yeah. Because like we have to remember them every single time.
Yeah.
So mother and father.
Yeah. If you want sister and brother, like why not? Okay.
Oh yeah, maybe I'll try. So Shushu, before we jump into the last game of Group A versus C, this is gonna be like the last chance of Group A. Like usual, we're gonna have our prediction. What about you? Who you rooting for this?
Do we
last
have
match?
to do this every single time?
Yeah,
Because you
we
know
have.
what? I feel like I love all the teams out there. Every single one of them have been amazing. But if I have to pick right now, every single match will be different. So I think I might go with Pakistan this time. Because they were trying to play hide and seek just now. It was really cute, by the way.
Oh, hide and seek in game.
Yeah, you saw how they were in the middle of the open field. There's only one shack, and Dhaka was just hiding there as the Pakistan teams, all of them being decimated. I mean, like, in Sunhawk case, it's totally different. Now, who's your pick? You did the right pick in the previous Sunhawk. Are we having another Oracle moment coming up from you?
I don't know, but I'm rooting for Senegal. It's more kind of like a supportive kind of
Hey, you don't believe in them? Senegal?
No, I
Can
do
you hear that?
No, Juju. Choo. That was nasty. Don't misread my...
Go into a different corner.
Yeah, yeah, right. Don't go into a different corner.
Yeah, I
So
believe
Senegal, yeah.
I believe they still can. All they need to do is
Actually,
just
yes.
change their mindset. That's it.
Especially in this last game, because like Senegal is one of the teams or country that is sitting in the Group A, right?
Yep.
So this is gonna be like their last chance. So take it or leave it, and they have to play all out for now. Or if they have any burden, it's not gonna be fun for them actually.
Yeah,
Just have fun actually.
I agree that mounting up pressure, Group A. Are you guys ready for your one last push when it comes to the flames? Group A, do or die moment, make it or break it. We're going to head into Sanhok very soon. But speaking of Group A now versus C, C do have more chances later.
Yeah. Because
Definitely.
definitely, because like they still got their 3 games ahead of them, and also, actually, speaking of Group C, they're gonna facing up against Group B for the last time, and Group B, after like the day went by, the countries in Group B is actually kind of a hard opponent as well.
I mean, like for Group B and C, they still can change their destiny or fate or their future in the next couple of games. But for Group A right now, if they don't push this one last time, they have to bite their nails and wait if somebody will be pushed down or not. That's the worst part, waiting.
Yeah.
Waiting anxiously for somebody to make a mistake first. They don't garner enough points to be in the grand finals. Now, we haven't seen a lot of the overall rankings so far for the Group A seatings by far. But I do want to know if there's any team barely make it to the 11th place or not. If they're being pushed down in the last minute, imagine how it will feel for the Group A players.
Yeah, I'm actually like looking on this. Pakistan is actually one of them. Actually,
That's why we're voting for him.
Yeah, not really in the edge of the leaderboard though, not in the 11th or 10th position, but the gap points between like Pakistan and also the other teams below them, which is Libya, Vietnam, and also Egypt, or even Bahrain in the 12th position, is quite small. Yeah.
No pressure. No pressure, Pakistan. Just play and do your thing, okay? Because right now we're going to head over to our last map between A versus C in Sanhok.
Let's go.
Brunei.
All right. Brunei got their back-to-back winner chicken dinner for now. Is actually having a right mood from what I can see, especially with this kind of flight path. It parted quite equally in terms of all of the island inside of the Sunhawk itself.
Yep, a very even split between these two maps. And right now, not really two maps. There's one map split into two, and it's really in the center as well. So everybody can drop wherever they fancy. Always the bigger question is going to be where will the circle be? Because even though, but this is a very small map, we do know you can actually go by foot instead of just taking vehicles. You don't even need vehicles. That's just how small Sunhawk is at the moment. But a couple of shots open up by the side of the boot camp. It's going to be on the Brunei's teams, but nobody going to contest boot camp. I'm surprised, and this is going to be a tough circle. So we're going to have a circle circling all three islands. We have no clue if it's going to hard shift toward the right side, towards the mainland back or not. But the bigger chance is going to be the smaller islands on the left side. And it comprises around 40% of water ratio. Now, that's going to be tough. Less places to run and hide for the teams.
It's actually like kind of similar kind of first circle from the previous Sunhawk before, yeah. Very, very similar. But I didn't really see a similarity in terms of like a drop spot, because in previous match we kind of see that Painan is occupied, but now I don't see that Painan has been occupied by anyone now.
Maybe that's going to be B group. That's why they love Painan a lot. But on the side of Azerbaijan, having a go against Egypt, Arthur. Now spotted out Sheriff. That's going to be a really long shot across that window. There goes the nade being tossed around just to make sure it's going to be a warning grenade, making sure they won't actually enter the territory, but they're not taking it well for Egypt. As Tyler still using a... Yeah, it's right across him! Oh, that's just really unfortunate side of Azerbaijan. They couldn't leave the window exit out as fast as they can. The entirety of cavalry. Egypt taking this rain.
Oh my God, but that was very, very fortunate for Egypt. Managed to take one man down, but now Baku managed to dodge the bullet away and managed to get one man down. But trade knock has been happening between Egypt and also Team Azerbaijan now. 3v3 situation, I believe 3v2 situation between Egypt and also Team Azerbaijan, and Tail managed to take one more man down from Azerbaijan.
It's just a rough start for Azerbaijan, having only two men playing around the corner. Now Ghost Prime coming along with another member, their last two players remains of the Azerbaijan, where Corona didn't have any utilities to reset himself. Ghost Prime spotted out Tahil, almost being knocked down entirely, where Corona already cooking up the nade at the other corner. Now they're trying to actually pressure Azerbaijan from moving forward, now swapping over towards the side of shotgun, but never mind, still going to go with the UMP, making sure he can actually make space. But they need smokes right now for Azerbaijan to revive, because Tahil will actually relay the information back towards the side of a team. I don't think that works like that. It goes Prime, but okay, he swap over to a DBS. Krona taking on GG Boys. Now left with only 2v1 for Azerbaijan player.
Yep. And Krona is gonna facing Ghost Prime face to face, one by one. But the other players of the other member from Egypt managed to revive the other team as well. And this is it. It's gonna be like two men suppressing the other compound, the inside of the compound, and Tail is gonna be like facing the players from Azerbaijan one by one. One man down, and the last man standing. Ghost Prime managed to take one trade knock for Egypt for now, and Ghost Prime still can manage to dodge the bullet away.
Right in the face. Now have last first aid to actually be used by Ghost Prime. Can he clutch this? Just gonna load up and ready, but Krona spot them out across, and IESF finished things off. Ghost Prime couldn't actually try to sustain the rest of the team, but heavy casualty for Egypt's side as well. And this is gonna be a lot of shotgun moments. Yeah, you go, Gyro. Finish off Guatemala. Guatemala finish off the side of Senegal. It's not great for the start for 4 teams right now.
Yeah, not a good start for them actually for now. But speaking of Azerbaijan, even though they are eliminated for now, they managed to take 2 elimination points. But Azerbaijan is actually in the team Group A.
Oh no, Xenos.
Yeah.
They definitely heard his footsteps. That's not great. You have to make sure he got himself down. Just light down. This is not worth fighting for. He got himself a DBS. He got one. But that's just it. Another team being decimated in the hands of Guatemala and defeated 4 points gained by the side of a Guatemalan team. Cheo and the rest of the team got themselves an upgrade of loot as well.
Once again, I'm sorry, Senegal. because I jinxed you all over again twice for that for today, 2 times already. But GG, nice try for Senegal and also Azerbaijan, because like both of them has been eliminated too soon for this match. So it's kind of like a big match or a big war has been happening in the first 5 minutes. It shows us that those Azerbaijan and also Senegal tried to actually play it all out.
Yeah. We can see they are very uncomfortable with their position just now. They are forcing themselves to get more aggressive, but it did work out even in the last map that they are playing right now. They are coming up from Group A. I think based on the scoreboard as well, things are not working out well for them. So thank you so much for Azerbaijan and Senegal. That was a valiant effort, and we're looking forward to see you in the next one. But stay tuned for more, because it's Bali. They can have a bit of a rest and vacation time now.
Yeah, actually enjoy Bali, enjoy IESF World Esports Championship as it is, because there are a lot of things to do, especially like Maldives now. There are a lot of things to do from Maldives, especially after taking 2 mains down. And I believe that was from Guatemala, right?
Yep.
Oh, yep. Guatemala, and this is it. The pressure, the commitment, the aggression that has been building by players from Maldives.
They're going to go for the rush here, try to flush out the rest of Guatemala players. Addy with the DBS already. Sighted and waited. The other end is doing the same thing here. The receiving end is just too hot being punished. But Maldives retaliated. It's going to be 3v2 as Guatemala only left with only 2 players. David and Cheyo on the high ground. Toxin and 416 spotted out 2 of the players. Cheyo got himself a buggy, but he need to band-aid himself at least. I'm not sure if they have it. They have none. They have no more utilities. They have no smoke, no hand grenade. What can they do if they're being rushed? They do have a couple of nades still on the side of Cheyo. Mon, what a Kobe coming up from Maldives. They're climbing up the high hills there.
Oh my God, there are no hesitation at all that has been shown by Team Maldives, especially if they know they are knowing the last man standing only. But that David managed to take 1 man down from Maldives, giving Maldives some execution, but Team Maldives managed to take David away, and just like that, Maldives got 4th elimination.
Loving this Maldives performance, really. For the entire day, they've been stepping up their match, their game, giving us a different perspective of them, entirely different facet. But back to the side of Toxin and the rest of Maldives. Now, they need to reset themselves, having to reassess the situation and have another go for another run of PUBG Mobile. But the thing is, do they have the space, though? Back to the side of Bruneians. They are spotting out, well, it's going to be their nemesis, the arch nemesis again, towards the side of Saudi Arabia. But Piazza is always being the scouter, spotted out SK Tan in the previous match. SK Tan being eliminated quite early on. I hope it's not the same case here. But never mind, Chewy making sure SK Tan have to have another history repeating itself.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. That was such a beautiful shot coming from Team Brunei now. Esketon bleeding out, and just like that, Esketon has been eliminated. Only left with 3 men from now Saudi Arabia, and it is such a calamity for them, because 1 by 1 man has been knocked down, especially with Shako position, though he spotted out the rest remaining of the players from Saudi Arabia. He got such a nice angle there.
Yeah, I'm loving how Brunei is just, pick and shoot and then hide again, just to make sure they didn't expose themselves too much regarding their position. But it was kind of it's still a very crispy spray coming out from them. It's quite a distance, if you ask me, around almost 300 meters between them. And they still managed to secure a couple of eliminations here and there. But Dami have to just heal himself first to have another go against the Bruneians. Like it or not, they are not in an advantage right now for the Saudi Arabians, because they're quite not having those elevations. They need to get up on the roof if they want to shoot against the Bruneians, or they just build this one out. I think it's best for them to disengage for now. Things are not working their way.
Yeah, especially if we're looking at the shift in terms of zone itself. It's not a really hardship in terms of the zone, and both of the teams still has their moment and still has their spot. Only 2 teams that is not inside of the zone for this right moment. But this fight between Brunei and also Saudi Arabia is very, very interesting. Not both of them is actually like bailing out of the war.
Yep. And they are fighting between two islands.
Yeah.
We're talking about two different islands entirely. And they're still having a go. Saudi Dami definitely not happy regarding their losing Asketan quite early on. They tried to redeem his death. On the side of Jordan, on the other hand, this is going to be a bit of a cruising day for Leith. He got himself some motorbike to hike on. And for the rest of Maldives, didn't even realize he's there around I think they got some sort of idea what's happening on the other side. They definitely heard footsteps. They definitely heard movement coming up from Jordan's. But they are not revealing themselves yet. So Mori is not really satisfied. He's definitely spotted Asawi. There goes, giving back the information towards the rest of the team. He's having trigger discipline. Better not open fire because the Jordans have no whatsoever information about the Maldives players so far.
Yeah, also Ragnarok has been spotted down by Marie. 2 minutes already, but Ragnarok, I believe, he's been shot down, but non-bullets has been connected to Ragnarok itself. And because of that, Jordan has the information about the opponent, about the enemy, which is Team Maldives' position.
Oh, here it comes, trying to just counter-attack the side of Jordan's. Mori definitely regretted his decision. Almost entirely clipped his helmet there. Got a couple of headshots coming up from the other end of Jordan. Now, Saudi definitely still having a go against the Bruneians. Now, they are not living this.
Yeah.
By far. I mean, like, both teams wanted to secure this as much and as long as they can. They are quite in the center of the circle. Still, you might ended up on top of boot camp. So they're trying to secure and build their defense along the way. But Sawi finally take down on Mori. Even though Mori got the information first, but the Jordans are not sitting quietly. They are ambushing and pushing it in.
Oh my God. Team Maldives successfully fishing in Team Jordan's bed. I think you got a very big opponent here because Team Jordan don't really have any hesitation to really pressing in, to be colliding into the defensive area of Team Maldives. And the rest of the players from Team Maldives went away, only leave with Math, I think, inside of the house, yes.
I don't know if they have any clue. Lace definitely feels like he needs to check inside of the building. Now, if Moth can actually surprise this one, it's going to be huge for the side of Maldives. Oh, Moth! He was looking at different angle entirely. He heard the footsteps beforehand. He should have everything prepared by the book.
Oh my God, the miscalculation, the mistiming that Mad had cost him alive. And the opponent is Leith, the monster. The MVP.
If he actually shot down Leith, that's going to be huge coming up for Maldives. He got the angle perfectly fine.
Yeah.
All he needs to do is just wait in front of that door.
Yeah.
That's it. But he have to swerve around to the left side, and that just whiffed it so much, and not enough time for him to recover. On the side of Maldives, they're definitely going to play it very, very safe as they only remain with one player. Egypt have two, but for the side of Saudi, still have two. You do know that Saudi, even there's one player, including Jordan, equivalent to still entire squad anyways. Yeah. So like, these are the teams that even it's one person, you should take them down.
Yeah, actually. But talking about Maldives though, Eve Math actually managed to take Leith down, eliminated.
That's just huge.
Yeah, it's a huge cost for Jordan itself because we can remember that Leith is a playmaker, one of the big star coming from Jordan. But the zone though is shifting towards the southeast area. Still with Saudi Arabia and also I believe it was Brunei. Yeah, Brunei inside of the circle within the different island as well. And I believe both Brunei and also Saudi Arabia is gonna like having some quiet time to really garden up their backline.
But meantime, they are not staying inside of a boot camp. This is smart coming up from the Bruneians because why they do know that a lot of players will try to be in the center of boot camp. They got themselves on the outskirts and get themselves the elevations right on the outside of boot camp still. But the thing is, they try to guard up towards the side of Saudi Arabia, who actually been firing them across the island. So they want to actually gatekeep Saudi in case they are trying to swim over towards the side of boot camp.
Yep.
Unless if Saudi actually try to part ways in a different direction entirely, that's actually a smart move. Try to avoid all the unnecessary fights during this time.
Yeah, but speaking of avoiding, could one of the players from Pakistan avoiding the open fire that is gonna be do by Team Egypt because they have a nice choke point here, guarding up the breach area, but I think that one of that Pakistani player doesn't want to cross the bridge. It's not a really good idea to cross the bridge, especially alone.
I mean, like they can swim over. I feel like swimming is actually a safer route than you actually compare with the bridge at the moment.
Yep.
But unless, I mean, like if they got themselves vehicles, like yeah, maybe, but not so much. We do know Sanhok is 2 small vehicles. Yeah, it would be great to work with, but there's so many teams crammed into a very small circle, so it's really a risky thing to do. Back to a side of Ghana, Shy Boy still have all 4 men, but Sri Lanka Doom left with only still 4 players, but they are nearby towards each other. Now Doom tried to scout things out towards all the rest of the team. Now he's pruning down, try to be as quiet as possible, try to be a ninja here, but
is that from him?
No, it's definitely coming up from Ghana's side. But the thing is, that's a lot of information coming up from towards the side of Sri Lanka. That's definitely value for them. We do have Pakistan team just joining in from behind.
Oh no.
Oh boy, it's going to be a 3-way war here, Donna.
Oh boy, oh boy, oh, but Sri Lanka don't manage to take one, not only one, but 2 men down. And only left with pain. He got some painful now that caused him some life. And just like the Pakistan didn't notice that, didn't expecting that Sri Lanka is there.
I mean, like, we shouldn't vote for any teams after this. It feels like we're really, really making a bad luck for them for the entire day.
But actually, like, it's kind of like fortunate thing for Sri Lanka because, like, they only, like, 3 men behind, right? Because, like, Doom is scouting the way for the other teammates into the circle itself, but because like if Pakistan actually like ready to make a war or to initiate a war between them and also Sri Lanka, it's gonna be like a very hard situation for Sri Lanka as well.
Yeah, it's kind of true. They might actually be centered in the center of the, the crossfire. But just now we saw the circle shift again. It's going to be towards Painan. Now, nobody was in Painan like you mentioned earlier, Donan. It was supposed to be a couple of teams when it comes to Group B, but in this case, it's totally different. Back to the side of Saudi, they are running across ruins, not crossing straight into boot camp because they know the Bruneians are waiting, they're gatekeeping them. That's really an ingenious move coming up from the Saudi Arabians. But the thing is, they need to cut across towards Painan. It's going to be a lot of death toll for teams that still hasn't crossed towards Painan at the moment.
And Jordan, for now, is going to occupying Painan's area. And I believe like Jordan is the one of the team is actually having a territory in Painan, right, in the previous games.
True.
Yeah, and then they come back to their hometown for now. And Sri Lanka is hunting them down, is around the Painan area, trying to search for the nicest position or spot here. And Brunei as well is spotted by us now.
Oh, sorry, Donna. I think it was Libya and also Mauritius before.
Okay.
So Jordan happened to pass by. So in this case, I'm surprised why Libya didn't take Painan because it was quite empty. But back to the side of Sri Lanka, dude, spotted not shy. He was unaware and straight away being shot down, translate into 1 point. There's an easy execution coming up from Doom. It's going to be having a good day and a good run coming up from Sri Lanka. They already got themselves 5 eliminations in the bag. Now, it's definitely just having a go and keep the momentum up. They might actually try to pin down the entire team of Ghana right across them.
Yep. Sri Lanka, this is it. This is their moment. And they adding up more knockdown for them. And this is like gonna boost up their vibes as well, boost up their mental as well. Especially one of the player is from Jordan, but Amaredo also being knocked down now. And I think it's gonna be like a hard position for Amare to be saved.
Yep, this is going to be Sparma, the tallest player in the lineup of Ghana just now. Sparma and Nel and Mufasa, all 3 of them actually indoors, and nobody tried to scout what's happening outside. Nobody gonna go for the flank side. Mufasa tried to finish off Amare, but the smoke's really making it hard for them. But he's bleeding out. Hazen couldn't jeopardize his position just to save his teammate. It's not worth it for now. As Ghana still have their eyes out, they're trying to scout anybody that climbing down the hills there. But Mare still managed to actually close into the side of Hazen, so it will be safe. I'm not sure if they have enough time yet, as more teams coming into this center of Painan, and the circle will shrink even further anytime now.
Oh my god, and Painan is gonna be the place where we're gonna see a bunch of big fighters coming in, because like the half of the circle is Painan area, but Hazendo has been spotted down by Smama, but some of the ball is not connected towards himself.
I'm waiting who's behind Ghana actually try to creep in, slowly try to backstab them. That's definitely only one player left, maybe Maldives possibly, I'm not sure. But here comes, it's going to be Doom. Now Doom is going to be the Doom of the side of Ghana if they didn't realize where he's at. And they are quite in a position for Doom. I'm not sure where are the rest of Sri Lanka players.
Yeah.
But they are very separated right at the moment. Piazza coming up from Brunei, just going to make sure they can blow up the tires. Taking on Sarawi from the side of Libya. Chewy, Piazza, and now Newbie coming out on different angles in Dali. Trying to take them out instantaneously, but one shot and Barty tried to get away. Doom making sure they were trying to shoot down on one, but so close. The Blues are closing in. Doom, he could get even one. Oh, this must be devastating for Doom.
Oh my god, and Ghana managed to save themselves up and managed to touch down in the compound area inside of Painan. And this is gonna be like a very hard situation for Sri Lanka, but they managed to take one knockdown to now Hazendo. Hazen, I think, it's gonna be left out, bleeding out.
Yep, there's no way for the side of Sri Lanka can actually save him. He is in the middle of the crossfire, unless Susti can make it out alive and try to save him along the process. And he still managed to take it on Gaga. Susti trying to actually make a comeback from behind. Doom managed to squeeze in the last minute towards the safe zone. Now Ragnarok taking on Susti. Now this is going to be a bit of a problem. They don't have anybody on the back line for Sri Lanka anymore. They have only one player running around the corners, and this is going to be a tough one, while the rest of the team will still have Egypt and Maldives still playing in the blue zone, while Jordan trying to just gatekeep everybody who's trying to come into Painan.
Yeah, and this is gonna be like a very challenging type of circle, as Painan is like crowded by players and also by the building itself. So a lot of angle need to be working in by the players itself. As I talk that Egypt has been eliminated out of the game by Brunei Darussalam.
Sawi just gonna boost himself out. Ragnarok needs help. Chewy taking it on Dami. And it's going to be Sawi tried to toss out an Nate, but he missed just within seconds. And it's going to be 2v1. And Sawi being copied by Shako. Shako going to finish things off. Jordan losing one more man here. They're losing the fortress. We're down to 5 teams. The Bruneians, are they going to do it again? They have 4 players still, while Jordan's down to 2. Saudi down to 1. Where are the others? It's going to be domination coming out from the Bruneians here.
Oh my god, Brunei Darussalam doing it again, do this thing again, and Newbie is gonna be hunting down players from Jordan. They got their confidence now, even though like one man down, but they still inside of the building to really eliminate it one by one of their enemy.
Newbie tried to hold on to his 2 teams against him. It's going to be Jordan versus only. It's going to be taken out by Nell. This is a big time for Brunei. Nobody spot them out. They might actually be winning this again. Nell taking out Lay, one of the biggest star players for Jordan. Sri Lanka and Jordan down to only 1. It's going to be 3v3v, 1v1. Mufasa and the rest of the team of Ghana. Can they make their chicken right here, right now? Or will the Brunei crush their dreams again?
Oh my god, but on the other side, Ragnarok, as the last man standing from Jordan, managed to take one man down from a team Ghana. But not only one, Spama is also being consulted by the other team as well.
Shako makes such plays, so many Kobe's in the last moment here. Shako tried to push forward. Here comes the Molotov by Doom. Try to flush out the rest of the other teams, but that's going to be Nell in the struggle. Shako on the lower ground. Newbies and the rest trying to hop out from the window. Doom tossing out random nades. It's just next to each other. Oh, around the corner. Doom meeting his Doom, not alive this time.
Oh my god, Brunei Darussalam, Brunei Shako with the DBS Gaming eliminated the entire team, and only Ragnarok left from Team Jordan, and he cannot make a clash against Team Brunei. Back to back. The match between A versus C. All of it secured by Brunei Darussalam.
What a play! What a play! I have
my
to say,
God.
give it to Brunei. I mean, like 3 games in a row. Hat trick again. The Bruneians is here. They're stomping off the yacht. What a game just now. And they were remarkable. How can that happen? It's going to be AVC. There's only Brunei. There's only one team fighting A versus C now.
Yeah, actually, yeah, but this is it. Ladies and gentlemen, the players from Brunei Darussalam really enjoying this moment, enjoying their movement, especially this is like the last series they played. After this, they're gonna take some rest and get ready into the grand final tomorrow, because I believe Brunei is qualified already after these kind of games.
It's all about the flex plays here.
Yeah.
The same goes for Saudi Arabia. They have been tapping since the start against the Saudi Arabia team. And they got themselves that chicken. They got the moment that they actually taking the spot where to go, how they navigate around the map. The timing, the judgment is just incredible coming up from the Bruneians. I have to say, even though they were in the boot camp earlier, they get out of boot camp, they know what might happen if they stay in there. They might actually dig in their own grave. They know exactly where to stand with the timing provided and the circle pops. And also the way they just stay in the corner. They surprise so many teams by doing that.
Yeah, and did you remember, Chuchu, in the starting, in the early of the day for today, we kind of like questioned where is Brunei, especially like yesterday.
The
first day, or yesterday, especially like the second day. And yeah, thankfully they show us what they got. Still, they show us their power still here intact with them.
You know what? I talked to the one of the Brunei's presidents of Esports Association before. He called us him. If you guys actually know him, he's a really nice guy. Yeah, you know why, right?
Yeah, he is actually.
But speaking of which, he mentioned earlier today that one of the players don't really have the same mentality as they were in the first day. They had a bit of a devastation moment. They have a bit of a breakdown. They have a hard time to reset. And I think they really pushed forward this time. They really racked things up. You know what? It was Piazza who actually having a hard time to actually, adapt to the situation.
Oh, really?
But right now, we can't even see that's happening. It's just look at how they perform.
PSO is actually, like, for today especially, he is the star of the show.
That's true.
From what I can say.
It's just as a team, even Shako. I think Shako is actually leading for the entire team of Brunei. But look at the eliminations. It's always 9. Last match, it was 9 as well.
Oh, yeah? All right, then. It's good for Brunei Darussalam. It's not the same graphic, guys, actually. It's not the same graphic. But the graphic designer team back there is actually having some good time, because like he or she didn't really need some effort to change anything in this match rankings, because like still Brunei Darussalam, non-elimination point. Yes, good for them. And speaking of, in terms of elimination point, I can see that the elimination point total is really parted equally for all of the team, for almost all of the teams.
Yeah, you can't say all now. There's a couple of zeros down there. I mean, like, okay,
no way.
Just pretend we didn't see that. Yeah, close our eyes. And for Sri Lanka, they still have almost double digit. No teams having double digit this round.
Yeah.
Last match, even though Brunei's got themselves 9 eliminations still, but I think it was maybe one of the team, either Jordan or Saudi Arabia, got themselves 11 eliminations. So this time they don't have anybody with double digit, so it's not too dominating. It's just the circle make it so hard for the players to predict which island should they stand on.
Actually, remember the previous match, the early minutes of the game when Saudi Arabia facing ups against Team Brunei.
Oh, really?
Like,
Travel distance?
Yeah.
I mean,
no way.
They didn't even move, but they got the chicken.
Yeah. What are they doing, actually?
I mean, okay, this is sometimes a bit of a, a bit of a glitch when it comes to the KPI. So they definitely move quite a number of it for travel distance, even though they are they're starting off boot camp. They have to run down to its final. So they're definitely distance in between. So it's just a bit of a glitch in the KPI. So it's not on the production team side problem. It's just a thing sometimes happens with the glitch. But for the other teams, though, Jordan really had a go here.
Yeah, actually, 3,300 something meter travel distance for them. Total damage is also like 100 something. Trouble used now 77, and I can see from Chewy the longest distance elimination point, and I believe. Let me check about.
This is the one. No. The longest is actually 400 over that we had previously. But this is where they actually fought against the Saudi Arabia team, where Chewy knocked down and finished off straight away one of the player, SK Ton.
Yeah,
so this is the distance.
Yeah, the difference islands distance that we saw, 370 meters, and I'm really glad that. This is the longest distance elimination
in Sanhok.
In Sanhok,
in Sanhok.
Yeah, if not Chewy got this, I'm quite upset. Yeah, because like what else? So yeah, this is it. Overall rankings for today. Saudi Arabia still is the king of overall rankings with 300 over total points, and also Brunei 239.
Now, this is really risky for the side of Bahrain and Korea. They still can catch up, though, especially Bahrain and Korea are in Group B. So the one that actually should be worried is going to be Vietnam, who's still in Group B, so it's okay for them. But the one that's going to be in Group A, though, they are not happy if they ended up here. We're talking about, let's look at, where is Sri Lanka?
Sri Lanka is
at
actually
6. So whoever on the top, fifth place until the 11th is still not safe, because most of them standing there is going to be Group B and C.
Yeah, but this is it, ladies and gentlemen. MVP of the match.
Chewy!
Not from Indonesia, of course.
I just noticed.
Hello, Chewy!
Oh, you got a dimple.
Oh my God! Oh my God! Yes, Chewy, you deserved it a lot. Congratulations of becoming the MVP of the match.
Yeah, Chewy, you're Indonesian now. Just saying.
Welcome to Indonesia, Chewy.
Hey, he's having a good time. There goes the rest of the Bruneian teams. You can see they are so pumped up right now. And that was the last match for Group A. So Libya, Senegal, Pakistan, Saudi Arabia, Brunei, Azerbaijan, and Sri Lanka is done.
Yeah, it's done. And we are going to see the last series of today, which is going to be Group B facing up against Group C in just a moment. So I'm really glad that this game, this last series, gonna be the judgment of all.
I mean, like, if you're Group B and C, you'll be happy, because you still have a shot. But Group A, though, they are like sitting and biting their nails at the sidelines, hoping nobody can get double-digit elimination plus a chicken. If that happens, they will be pushed down in the last minute, and they can't do anything about it.
Yeah, but also especially with the performance that we saw earlier from South Korea, Bahrain, Chinese Taipei, and even Vietnam. It's gonna be like a nightmare from team in Group O.
We are having a lot of Chewy moments. Yeah, Chewy, here you go again.
Yeah.
Have a look at yourself. Screenshot this. Show it to your family.
The remake of the flag.
The remake of the flag. Yeah, thank you so much. We got it right this time, Chewy. You're Bruneian. Okay, Chewy. I think you're happy right now. Definitely is happy. But this is not the most damage we've seen by far for a player. I think that's still the highest. Still taken out by Lace with 1,700 damage by one person. 12 elimination by himself.
That was some craziest moment that we witnessed in this stage, in this group stage. And I believe that kind of record it's not going to be like easy to break on.
It's still too early, Donna, because we still haven't got the grand finals, where, in case you guys haven't got a clue, the grand finals still have 5 more teams to go.
One of them being Indonesian, of course.
Yeah, so I do have the list here. It's going to be Kazakhstan, Indonesia, Morocco, Brazil, and Turkey. And now these 5 teams, it's going to be world-class player as well.
Yeah, actually, PMG is the grand finalist. Oh my God. Oh, by the way, speaking about PMGC Grand Final, the ticket sale is open now.
Oh,
yeah.
Are you buying me one?
Yeah, I will give it away for you.
Yay!
You need to come later, Juju.
But it's Mr. Gary will be coming over for PMGC. Mr. Gary, are you coming over? Toss it back to our host, Mr. Gary.
All right. Thank you once again, Donna and Chuchu and Nandal. Winner chicken dinner. to Brunei Darussalam, and another MVP got by them. Oh, makes the game, it will be so intense after this. And like usual, we have a commercial break after this. But another questions about ayam to my Indonesian fellow over there. Are you ready? Are you ready? Oke. Kalau kucing jadi ayam, sapi jadi ayam, gajah jadi ayam, ayam jadi? Betul sekali. Kalau kucing jadi ayam, sapi jadi ayam, gajah jadi ayam, ayam jadi? Ayam jadi banyak. Still on IESF 14 World Esports Championship. Don't go anywhere.
Hello everybody, we have Jesse Art here as a BA from Onyx Esports.
Yeah.
So I wanna ask you, so the first question is, what do you think about this match Indonesia versus Philippines?
Match yang tadi menurut aku seru banget sih. Terus udah gitu kayak menegangkan juga lah.
So the next question is, who is the top opponent for Indonesia in IESF?
Menurut aku Filipina sih. Cuma tadi Indonesia berhasil menang lawan Filipina kan. Cuma menurutku yang paling susah Filipina sih.
So how much confident are you that Indonesia will be the winner for this competition?
100% dong. Kita harus percaya diri.
So for the last question, any future hope for esports Indonesia, especially Mobile Legends?
Semoga makin berkembang. Terus udah gitu, semoga bisa berjangka panjang.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time. Esports Indonesia.
Jaya.
Thank you Kak Kezia.
Get Galaxy A33 5G. Galaxy A33 5G with awesome battery. Buy now. Get Galaxy A53 5G.
Why? Because
Galaxy A53 5G with awesome smooth display. Buy now. Indonesia.
It's because there is
He's actually going to fail the spray. Afrolin.
So good afternoon. Today we have the PUBG team from Saudi Arabia. I have few questions to ask. For the first question, you guys have dominated the last 6 rounds and win 4 rounds out of the 6 rounds. Are you guys satisfied with the performance that you have shown on these rounds?
الحمد لله كان أداء مرضي بالنسبة لنا اليوم وبنقدم في الأيام الجاية أحسن إن شاء الله.
Okay. For the next question, what is the key factor that helped you to win those 4 rounds?
Again.
What is the key factors that help you to win those 4 rounds?
هذا سر يعني لازم نخليه بيننا.
Okay.
That's it.
Okay. For the next question, even though you have already won most of the rounds, do you think there are things that you can improve to perform better?
أكيد مع كل يوم راح تصعب البطولة فلازم نتجهز ونتدرب ونحضر كل يوم بالبطولة أفضل.
We know that the Brunei Darussalam team have won the last rounds. Do you have any change in strategy, or you gonna use the same strategy to keep the momentum going?
It's يعني على حسب نرجع نتابع ونشوف إذا بنغير شيء أو لا. إن شاء الله نقول الأفضل.
Okay, so for the last question, what is your biggest challenge to beat your opponent in this PUBG game?
السؤال الخامس أكبر المخاطر إنه الخصم يكون اند زون وأنت اوت زون وماسك كومباوند فهذا شيء مرة صعب يعني فلكن إن شاء الله again.
Okay, thank you. That's it.
Sharing all their money got me wearing fly. Girl, but I ain't asking. They say they love my ass and 7 G's to religion. I say no, but they keep giving, so I keep on taking. And no, I ain't taking. We can keep on taking. I keep on demonstrating my love, my love, my love, my love. You love my lady lumps, my hump, my hump, my hump. My humps, they got you. 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 Dolce and Gabbana, Fendi and Adana, Karen, they be sharing all their money, got me wearing fly. Girl, but I ain't asking. They say they love my ass and 7 G's to religion. I say no, but they keep giving, so I keep on taking. And no, I ain't taking. We can keep on taking. I keep on demonstrating my love, my love, my love, my love. You love my lady lumps.
Selamat datang di sebuah pengalaman perjalanan baru Indonesia bersama Journey. Terbang bersama kami untuk melihat pariwisata Indonesia. Sirkuit internasional, bentang alam, ragam atraksi budaya, produk lokal asli Indonesia, warisan budaya, keamanan dan kenyamanan. Journey membawa keramahan Indonesia ke dunia.
All I think about is you, boy. All I think about
Warga plus 62 emang banyak maunya. Dari drakoran sampai banjir air mata. Nonton action yang mantul. Sampai nonton tendangan cantik. Maksudnya ini. Mau nonton apapun, semua ada di video. Mulai dari yang bikin berbunga-bunga, keringet dingin, ketawa, sampai bikin gak ngedip. Jadi nonton apa sekarang?
I cannot tell everyone to do just like it because I am me right now. You know, actually when I go into the esports scene, there's a guy who always wants me who is
Hello, can you guess where I am? Yes, we are the exhibitions here. So we are gonna explore this freaking cool area and see what we can do with all tenants. So, come here.
Basically, Garudaku is a product created by PBSI or Federations of Esports Indonesia. Garudaku is one-stop solution for esports industry in Indonesia. In this platform, you can creating your own esports community, join tournament, searching for player database, esports company, or even community in every game category. All members that registered in this platform can join many various tournament in every game category like Dota 2, Tekken 7, Mobile Legends, PUBG, eFootball, FIFA, CSGO, Point Blank, and also Free Fire. Garudaku also has an esports academy for every non-professional players and professional players. They provide coaching clinics and all academy members can be lead to be professional players in every game category. Garudaku became one of the exhibitors at the IESF 15th World Esports Championship Bali 2022. They had a very interesting activity here. Besides, they will teach you how to use their platform and become one of their members. They provide gaming corners. Visitors can use as long as they like to play many games in PlayStation 5. You can play Tekken 7, eFootball 2023, and FIFA 2023. On the other side, they collaborated with Racing Lab to provide a racing simulator that you can try at their booth. The attendee is very helpful to give guidelines on how to use racing simulator machine. This one is very interesting because they give me an experience using a racing simulator and make me feel like I'm the real racer. So, that's what I got from the Garudaku zone, and I really want to explore more at these exhibitor areas. So keep following me and stay tuned.
All it takes is one dream. One dream that becomes a journey. To drive an ambition. Believing in yourself. Persevering challenges. Always focused on the dream. To grow aspirations. Having the will to keep going. Building a future with a legacy. Knowing dreams can come true. Over 11 years of growth. The spirit of entrepreneurship. Created possibilities. Realized new potentials. Innovate for the better. Expand horizons. To change lives. To connect new ideas. To explore new grounds. With the future in sight. Together.
Hello everybody, we have Jesse An here as a BA from Onyx Esports.
Yeah.
So I wanna ask you, so the first question is what do you think about this match Indonesia versus Philippines?
Match yang tadi menurut aku seru banget sih. Terus udah gitu kayak menegangkan juga lah.
So the next question is who is the top opponent for Indonesia in IESF?
Menurut aku Filipina sih. Cuma tadi Indonesia berhasil menang lawan Filipina kan. Cuma menurutku yang paling susah Filipina sih.
So how much confident are you that Indonesia will be the winner for this competition?
100% dong. Kita harus percaya diri.
So for the last question, any future hope for esports Indonesia, especially Mobile Legends?
Semoga makin berkembang. Terus udah gitu, semoga bisa berjangka panjang.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time. Esports Indonesia.
Jaya, jaya, jaya.
Thank you, Kak Jessia.
Get Galaxy A33 5G. Galaxy A33 5G with awesome battery. Buy now. Get Galaxy A53 5G.
Why?
Because.
Galaxy A53 5G with awesome smooth display. Buy now.
One more. Farewell. First round goes to Indonesia.
Because there is
He's actually going to fail the spray at Berlin.
So good afternoon. Today we have the PUBG team from Saudi Arabia. I have few questions to ask. For the first question, you guys have dominated the last 6 rounds and win 4 rounds out of the 6 rounds. Are you guys satisfied with the performance that you have shown on these rounds?
الحمد لله كان أداء مرضي بالنسبة لنا اليوم وبنقدم في الأيام الجاية أحسن إن شاء الله.
Okay. For the next question, what is the key factor that helped you to win those 4 rounds?
Again.
What is the key factors that help you to win those 4 rounds?
هذا سر يعني لازم نخليه بيننا.
Okay.
That's it.
Okay. For the next question, even though you have already won most of the rounds, do you think there are things that you can improve to perform better?
أكيد مع كل يوم راح تصعب البطولة فلازم نتجهز ونتدرب ونحضر كل يوم بالبطولة أفضل.
We know that the Brunei Darussalam team have won the last rounds. Do you have any change in strategy, or you gonna use the same strategy to keep the momentum going?
It's على حسب نرجع نتابع وبنشوف إذا بنغير شيء أو لا. إن شاء الله إنه للأفضل.
Okay, so for the last question, what is your biggest challenge to beat your opponent in this PUBG game?
السؤال الخامس أكبر المخاطر إنه الخصم يكون اند زون وأنت اوت زون وماسك كومباوند فهذا شيء مرة صعب يعني فلكن إن شاء الله again.
Okay, thank you. That's it.
All their money got me wearing fly. Girl by IESF, and they say they love my ass. And 7 G's to religion. I say no, but they keep giving, so I keep on taking. And no, I ain't faking. We can keep on taking. I keep on demonstrating my love, my love, my love, my love. You love my lady lumps, my hump, my hump, my hump. My humps, they got you. 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 not caring, they be sharing all their money, got me wearing fly. Girl by IES, and they say they love my ass. And 7 G's to religion, I say no, but they keep giving, so I keep on taking. And no, I ain't taking. We can keep on taking, I keep on demonstrating my love, my love, my love, my love. You love my lady lumps.
Selamat datang di sebuah pengalaman perjalanan baru Indonesia bersama Journey. Terbang bersama kami untuk melihat pariwisata Indonesia, sirkuit internasional, bentang alam, ragam atraksi budaya, produk lokal asli Indonesia, warisan budaya, keamanan dan kenyamanan. Journey membawa keramahan Indonesia ke dunia.
Warga plus 62 emang banyak maunya. Dari drakoran sampai banjir air mata. Nonton action yang mantul. Sampai nonton tendangan cantik. Maksudnya ini. Mau nonton apapun, semua ada di video. Mulai dari yang bikin berbunga-bunga, keringet dingin, ketawa, sampai bikin gak ngedip. Jadi nonton apa sekarang?
I cannot tell everyone to do just like it because I am me right now. Actually, when I go into the esports scene, there's a guy who always me who always
Hello, can you guess where I am? Yes, we are the exhibition here. So we are gonna explore this freaking cool area and see what we can do with all tenants. So, come here.
Basically, Garudaku is a product created by PBSI or Federations of Esports Indonesia. Garudaku is one-stop solution for esports industry in Indonesia. In this platform, you can create your own esports community, join tournament, searching for player database, esports company, or even community in every game category. All members that registered in this platform can join many various tournament in every game category like Dota 2, Tekken 7, Mobile Legends, PUBG, eFootball, FIFA, CSGO, Point Blank, and also Free Fire. Garudaku also has an esports academy for every non-professional players and professional players. They provide coaching clinics and all academy members can be lead to be professional players in every game category. Garudaku became one of the exhibitors at the IESF 15th World Esports Championship Bali 2022. They had a very interesting activity here. Besides, they will teach you how to use their platform and become one of their members. They provide gaming corners. Visitors can use as long as they like to play many games in PlayStation 5. You can play Tekken 7, eFootball 2023, and FIFA 2023. On the other side, they collaborated with Racing Lab to provide a racing simulator that you can try at their booth. The attendee is very helpful to give guidelines on how to use racing simulator machine. this one is very interesting because they give me an experience using a racing simulator and make me feel like I'm the real racer. So, that's what I got from the Garudaku zone, and I really want to explore more at these exhibitor areas. So keep following me and stay tuned.
All it takes is one dream. One dream that becomes a journey. To drive an ambition. Believing in yourself. Persevering challenges. Always focused on the dream. To grow aspirations. Having the will to keep going. Building a future with a legacy. Knowing dreams can come true. Over 11 years of growth. The spirit of entrepreneurship. Created possibilities. Realized new potentials. Innovate for the better. Expand horizons. To change lives. To connect new ideas. To explore new grounds. With the future in sight. Together.
study. We have Jessian here as a BA from Onyx Esports.
Yeah.
So I wanna ask you. So the first question is, what do you think about this match Indonesia versus Philippines?
Match yang tadi menurut aku seru banget sih. Terus udah gitu kayak menegangkan juga lah.
So the next question is, who is the top opponent for Indonesia in IESF?
Menurut aku Filipina sih. Cuma tadi Indonesia berhasil menang lawan Filipina kan. Cuma menurutku yang paling susah Filipina sih.
So how much confident are you that Indonesia will be the winner for this competition?
100% dong. Kita harus percaya diri.
So for the last question, any future hope for esports Indonesia, especially Mobile Legends?
Semoga makin berkembang. Terus udah gitu, semoga bisa berjangka panjang.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time. Esports Indonesia.
Jaya, jaya, jaya.
Thank you, Kak Jessian.
Get Galaxy A33 5G. Galaxy A33 5G with awesome battery. Buy now. Get Galaxy A53 5G.
Why?
Because.
Galaxy A53 5G with awesome smooth display. Buy now.
One more. Very well. First round goes to Indonesia.
Because there is
He's actually going to fail the spray at Berlin.
So good afternoon. Today we have the PUBG team from Saudi Arabia. I have few questions to ask. For the first question, you guys have dominated the last 6 rounds and win 4 rounds out of the 6 rounds. Are you guys satisfied with the performance that you have shown on these rounds?
الحمد لله كان أداء مرضي بالنسبة لنا اليوم وبنقدم في الأيام الجاية أحسن إن شاء الله.
Okay. For the next question, what is the key factor that helped you to win those 4 rounds?
Again.
What is the key factors that help you to win those 4 rounds?
هذا سر يعني لازم نخليه بيننا.
Okay.
That's it.
Okay. For the next question, even though you have already won most of the rounds, do you think there are things that you can improve to perform better?
اكيد مع كل يوم راح تصعب البطوله، فلازم نتجهز ونتدرب ونحضر كل يوم بالبطوله افضل.
We know that the Brunei Darussalam team have won the last rounds. Do you have any change in strategy, or you gonna use the same strategy to keep the momentum going?
It's على حسب نرجع نتابع ونشوف إذا بنغير شيء أو لا، إن شاء الله نقول الأفضل.
Okay, so for the last question, what is your biggest challenge to beat your opponent in this PUBG game?
السؤال الخامس أكبر المخاطر إنه الخصم يكون اند زون وأنت اوت زون وماسك كومباوند، فهذا الشيء مرة صعب يعني، فلكن إن شاء الله. Again.
Okay, thank you. That's it.
All their money got me wearing fly. Girl, but I ain't asking. They say they love my ass in 7 G's to religion. I say no, but they keep giving, so I keep on taking. And no, I ain't taking. We can keep on taking. I keep on demonstrating my love, my love, my love, my love. You love my lady lumps, my hump, my hump, my hump. My humps, they got you. 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 Dolce and Gabbana, Fendi and Adana, Karen, they be sharing all their money, got me wearing fly. Girl, but I ain't asking. They say they love my ass in 7 G's to religion. I say no, but they keep giving, so I keep on taking. And no, I ain't taking. We can keep on taking. I keep on demonstrating my love, my love, my love, my love. You love my lady lumps.
Selamat datang di sebuah pengalaman perjalanan baru Indonesia bersama Journey. Terbang bersama kami untuk melihat pariwisata Indonesia, sirkuit internasional, bentang alam, ragam atraksi budaya, produk lokal asli Indonesia, warisan budaya, keamanan dan kenyamanan. Journey membawa keramahan Indonesia ke dunia.
Warga plus 62 emang banyak maunya. Dari drakoran sampai banjir air mata. Nonton action yang mantul. Sampai nonton tendangan cantik. Maksudnya ini. Mau nonton apapun, semua ada di video. Mulai dari yang bikin berbunga-bunga, keringet dingin, ketawa, sampai bikin gak ngedip. Jadi nonton apa sekarang?
I cannot tell everyone to do just like it because I am me right now. Actually, when I go into the esports scene, there's a guy who always
can you guess where I am? Yes, we are the exhibitions here. So we are gonna explore this freaking cool area and see what we can do with all tenants. So, come here.
Basically, Garudaku is a product created by PBSI or Federations of Esports Indonesia. Garudaku is one-stop solution for esports industry in Indonesia. In this platform, you can creating your own esports community, join tournament, searching for player database, esports company, or even community in every game category. All members that registered in this platform can join many various tournament in every game category like Dota 2, Tekken 7, Mobile Legends, PUBG, eFootball, FIFA, CSGO, Point Blank, and also Free Fire. Garudaku also has an esports academy for every non-professional players and professional players. They provide coaching clinics and all academy members can be lead to be professional players in every game category. Garudaku became one of the exhibitors at the IESF 15th World Esports Championship Bali 2022. They had a very interesting activity here. Besides, they will teach you how to use their platform and become one of their members. They provide gaming corners. Visitors can use as long as they like to play many games in PlayStation 5. You can play Tekken 7, eFootball 2023, and FIFA 2023. On the other side, they collaborated with Racing Lab to provide a racing simulator that you can try at their booth. The attendee is very helpful to give guidelines on how to use racing simulator machine. This one is very interesting because they give me an experience using a racing simulator and make me feel like I'm the real racer. So, that's what I got from the Garudaku zone, and I really want to explore more at these exhibitor areas. So keep following me and stay tuned.
All it takes is one dream. One dream that becomes a journey. To drive an ambition. Believing in yourself. Persevering challenges. Always focused on the dream. To grow aspirations. Having the will to keep going. Building a future with a legacy. Knowing dreams can come true. Over 11 years of growth. The spirit of entrepreneurship. Created possibilities. Realized new potentials. Innovate for the better. Expand horizons. To change lives. To connect new ideas. To explore new grounds. With the future in sight. together.
Hello everybody, we have Jesse Art here as a BA from Onyx Esports.
Yeah.
So I wanna ask you, so the first question is what do you think about this match Indonesia versus Philippines?
Match yang tadi menurut aku seru banget sih. Terus udah gitu kayak menegangkan juga lah.
Okay, so the next question is who is the top opponent for Indonesia in IESF?
Menurut aku Filipina sih. Cuma tadi Indonesia berhasil menang lawan Filipina kan. Cuma menurutku yang paling susah Filipina sih.
So how much confident are you that Indonesia will be the winner for this competition?
100% dong. Kita harus percaya diri.
So for the last question, any future hope for esports Indonesia, especially Mobile Legends?
Semoga makin berkembang. Terus udah gitu, semoga bisa berjangka panjang.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time. Esports Indonesia.
Jaya, jaya, jaya.
Thank you, Kak Kezia.
Get Galaxy A33 5G. Galaxy A33 5G with awesome battery. Buy now. Get Galaxy A53 5G.
Why?
Because
Galaxy A53 5G with awesome smooth display. Buy now.
One more. Farewell. First round goes to Indonesia. actually going to fail the spray at Berlin.
So good afternoon. Today we have the PUBG team from Saudi Arabia. I have few questions to ask. For the first question, you guys have dominated the last 6 rounds and win 4 rounds out of the 6 rounds. Are you guys satisfied with the performance that you have shown on these rounds?
الحمد لله كان أداء مرضي بالنسبة لنا اليوم وبنقدم في الأيام الجاية أحسن إن شاء الله.
Okay. For the next question, what is the key factor that helped you to win those 4 rounds?
Again.
What is the key factors that help you to win those 4 rounds?
هذا سر يعني لازم نخليه بيننا.
Okay.
That's it.
Okay. For the next question, even though you have already won most of the rounds, do you think there are things that you can improve to perform better?
أكيد مع كل يوم راح تصعب البطولة فلازم نتجهز ونتدرب ونحضر كل يوم بالبطولة أفضل.
We know that the Brunei Darussalam team have won the last rounds. Do you have any change in strategy, or you gonna use the same strategy to keep the momentum going?
It's يعني على حسب نرجع نتابع ونشوف إذا بنغير شيء أو لا. إن شاء الله إنه للأفضل.
Okay, so for the last question, what is your biggest challenge to beat your opponent in this PUBG game?
السؤال الخامس أكبر المخاطر إنه الخصم يكون اند زون وأنت اوت زون وماسك كومباوند فهذا شيء مرة صعب يعني فلكن إن شاء الله. Again.
Okay, thank you. That's it.
All their money got me wearing fly. Girl, but I ain't asking. They say they love my ass in 7 G's to religion. I say no, but they keep giving, so I keep on taking. And no, I ain't taking. We can keep on taking. I keep on demonstrating my love, my love, my love, my love. You love my lady lumps, my hump, my hump, my hump. My humps, they got you. All their money got me wearing fly. Girl, but I ain't asking. They say they love my ass in 7 G's to religion. I say no, but they keep giving, so I keep on taking. And no, I ain't taking. We can keep on taking. I keep on demonstrating my love, my love, my love, my love. You love my lady lumps.
Selamat datang di sebuah pengalaman perjalanan baru Indonesia bersama Journey. Terbang bersama kami untuk melihat pariwisata Indonesia, sirkuit internasional, bentang alam, ragam atraksi budaya, produk lokal asli Indonesia, warisan budaya, keamanan dan kenyamanan. Journey membawa keramahan Indonesia ke dunia.
Warga plus 62 emang banyak maunya. Dari drakoran sampai banjir air mata. Nonton action yang mantul. Sampai nonton tendangan cantik. Maksudnya ini. Mau nonton apapun, semua ada di video. Mulai dari yang bikin berbunga-bunga, keringet dingin, ketawa, sampai bikin gak ngedip. Jadi nonton apa sekarang?
I cannot tell everyone to do just like it because I am me right now. Actually, when I go into the esports scene, there's a guy who always
Hello, can you guess where I am? Yes, we are the exhibitions here. So we are gonna explore this freaking cool area and see what we can do with all tenants. So, come here.
Basically, Garudaku is a product created by PBSI or Federations of Esports Indonesia. Garudaku is one-stop solution for esports industry in Indonesia. In this platform, you can create your own esports community, join tournament, searching for player database, esports company, or even community in every game category. All members that registered in this platform can join many various tournament in every game category like Dota 2, Tekken 7, Mobile Legends, PUBG, eFootball, FIFA, CSGO, Point Blank, and also Free Fire. Garudaku also has an esports academy for every non-professional players and professional players. They provide coaching clinics and all academy members can be led to be professional players in every game category. Garudaku became one of the exhibitors at the IESF 15 World Esports Championship Bali 2022. They had a very interesting activity here. Besides, they will teach you how to use their platform and become one of their members. They provide gaming corners. Visitors can use as long as they like to play many games in PlayStation 5. You can play Tekken 7, eFootball 2023, and FIFA 2023. On the other side, they collaborated with Racing Lab to provide a racing simulator that you can try at their booth. The attendee is very helpful to give guidelines on how to use racing simulator machine. This one is very interesting because they give me an experience using a racing simulator and make me feel like I'm the real racer. So, that's what I got from the Garudaku zone, and I really want to explore more at these exhibitor areas. So keep following me and stay tuned.
Welcome back again on IESF 14 World Esports Championship Bali 2022. And for now, we are on the last match between Group B and C. And like usual, I would like to say thank you for our government sponsors. So thank you once again for Kemenparekraf, Kemenpora, KONI, NOC Indonesia, and Wonderful Indonesia. Here we are on a fire stage, still on PUBG Mobile in the IESF 14 World Esports Championship. So we're gonna start the game, and like usual, I will talk to the casters. Please welcome once again Donaviska and El Doge.
Thank you very much, Mas Geror, Gary, Eka, and well, we are back here on the caster desk, and we're gonna proceeding into the last series of today between Group B versus C with me, Silvia Donaviska, and also El Doge here. We are ready.
The last group.
The last group.
The last dance.
The last dance.
Three more games to the grand final.
Yeah. This is like, especially for the teams inside the Group B, this is gonna be like do or die situation as also for them. And as always, ladies and gentlemen, we want to thank our sponsors here in the IESF World Esports Championship, the 14th Bali 2022. We got our main sponsor here, which is JHL Group, and also this event is sponsored by JHL Auto, Nusa Pay, DAS, Gudang Crypto, Taiwan Excellence, Pertamina, and also Hydro Coco. We also have our official telco partner Telkomsel, official smartphone partner Samsung Galaxy A series, internet service provider partner IndiHome, travel management partner HIN, hotel partner Episode Hotel, and our beloved venue right here, right now, Marusaka Hotel. Esports broadcaster partner Mineski Global, IFVL, and also ESIT, production partner Lemon ID. And also we got our special media partners Trans7, Detik.com, Esports.id, Video.com, Dunia Games, Dance TV, Dance Play, Merah Putih, Bola Score, and Kami Bijak.
Not to mention the government support. Thank you so much for Kemenpora, Kemenparekraf, KONI, NOC Indonesia, and also Wonderful Indonesia.
Yes, thank you guys so much. Without all of your support, we wouldn't be here enjoying and also witnessing the best moments of PUBG Mobile as one of the division or one of the game title here, alongside with any other amazing game title as well. There Dota 2 that is running right now, CSGO or CSGO, also Mobile Legends, Bang Bang, Tekken, and also eFootball.
So yeah, back to the PUBG Mobile. All the players are preparing right now. They really want to give their best shot because, again, this is the last chance. They don't want to waste it. They want to go to the grand final. And according to the points, I think it's safe to say the top 3 are safe because the points already that high, especially Saudi Arabia, with the only team achieved for about 300 points. So the next question, and I think you already discussed a lot with Chuchu before. The position coming from the 9th or the 9th to the 15, no, not 15, 13 I guess.
Yeah.
13 is the last team that can still proceed to the grand final. But back again, will it be another surprise coming from the teams? Because Brunei with treble or 3 winner chicken dinner, they're just so amazing.
Yeah, that was crazy. But before we jump into the last series of the day, we're gonna refresh our mind a little bit about the total prize pool, which is as high as $100,000, but only top 3 teams later in the grand final will take the cut of the total prize pool itself. The third is gonna take $20,000, the second $30,000, and also the first is gonna take the half cut of the total prize pool, which is $50,000.
Yep. And for our Indonesian viewers, 100,000 USD is actually 1.5 billion rupiah.
Billion is like milliard in
Indonesia.
Yeah.
So you can buy a lot of things. So yeah, it's a very huge prize pool. And back to the participating teams. Group A, Libya, Senegal, Pakistan, Saudi Arabia, Brunei, Azerbaijan, and Sri Lanka, they've done.
Yeah.
They already did their best. All the games already done for them. But this is the last dance. Group B and Group C, which Group B consists Korea, Mauritius, Bahrain, Chinese Taipei, Vietnam, and Iraq, while in Group C, Ghana, Jordan, Djibouti, Guatemala, Maldives, and Egypt.
Yes, this is gonna be the last dance, the last chance for them. And if we're seeing at the leaderboard or the updated leaderboard, both of the teams or countries from Group B and also C actually like still in the middle area between like top 11
Oh,
or
yeah.
they get away from the top 11 itself, especially for Bahrain actually, because like they are at the edge of the top 11, both Bahrain and also Egypt. But Chinese Taipei though, in the earlier of the day, they were in the mid area of the leaderboard.
Okay.
Like in the edge of the top 11 or not. But now, after three games that they've played, they actually like have a good spot here. It like they climb up a lot in terms
To the
of
top
points.
5, right?
To the top 5.
Yep. But I guess it is safe to say if you want to pass through the grand final, Libya is the minimum points. So it's about 141. Meanwhile, Vietnam, Egypt, Bahrain, South Korea are still playing. Even South Korea right now with 114 points, it is still possible for about 3 games, even though it is not an easy task to do.
Definitely.
Yeah.
And this is, guys, for today's matches, the last 3 games, round 7 up until the round 9, we're gonna see another Rangel, Miramar, and also Sandhag is gonna be played by the teams here.
Yeah,
well,
we'll be fair to see.
Will be fair first to see.
Yeah. So the last repetitive map, Erangel, Miramar, Sanok, I guess they already collected all the datas. They already collected all the things that need to be fixed, that need to be improved. And I hope again and again they will show their best, because tomorrow they are going to face another 5 contenders, which 3 of them are the PMGC players. So I think without further ado,
spicy.
we want to see the best gameplay. So can we go to the Erangel?
I think so. Okay.
Still preparing lah.
All right, so El Doge,
What is that?
for the last prediction, who do you favor the most to win this game in your Rangel?
I think right now one of the highest performance team, the most aggressive one, if I can say, Iraq is my prediction.
Oh, so do I.
What?
I also predicting
How
Iraq.
can?
Yeah, because like as you mentioned
Uh-huh.
earlier, like they are one of the strongest contenders
Yeah,
here,
totally.
especially coming from team Group B. That I can say. So yeah, Iraq, I think is gonna like.
I think most of the teams at Group B is on the blue zone or inside the blue zone. But Iraq is berantem, you know. It's fighting.
Fighting all the time. You know, another Indonesian slang that we can use, dar
What is
der
it?
dor.
Dar der dor.
Yeah.
They just
Dar
want
der
to
dor.
go towards the circle or go towards the players, and they do not have any hesitation to not fighting with those teams. And I really like about that, because again, maybe that's not the best strategy, but as long as you are on the top 4, it's proven that it is quite strong. Tomorrow they need something new, because I think the other Dar der Dor team, Fireflux, will be the strongest one so far, because we already saw how they climb up the points coming from the top 5, top 6 towards the top
The middle
3,
one.
if I'm not mistaken, go to the grand final. So
Yeah, in the middle and then go to the grand final. It's so crazy. But Aldo Gay,
what is that?
classic. Before we jump into the game,
Okay.
Erangel, which is consists of some of the words here. Erangel, E.
N.
Huh?
N.
N?
E is for N, right?
Oh.
Can I say ra?
Re.
Re. Repetitive. Repetitive. Ronaldo. You
Ronaldo is
don't do
not here.
some inside jokes, you know. That will be done at the grand final itself. Hey, don't
Okay.
forget, to ladies and gentlemen, the grand final tickets for PMGC already sold
On
them.
sale,
They're
yeah.
on sale, so you need to get it also. So we are going to the first game for the Group B versus C. Erangel, ladies and gentlemen, enjoy.
Oh my god, I really enjoyed how one of the players from Indonesia is actually like have that kind of cheers, you know, Renalre, because it was so fun to shout that kind of cheering, Renalre, because like not much of a player actually like have those kind of cheers.
I mean, he's shown the best gameplay when it comes to the final for PMPLID. So for you guys at home, don't forget to support your nation, support your best team at the column section. You can do for some hashtag. You can just make some good words to the team. So yeah, you can do anything as long as it is creative and it's still good for
Yep.
your team. But back to the game, Donna.
Mhm.
The flight path from Stalbert to military base. Chinese
Yeah.
Taipei are playing, right? So I think they can go to the Sosnovka if
Yeah.
they want to.
Yeah, they are definitely. We already see Hong being dropped down and will continue his pathway towards the SMB itself. And Novo Repnoye, I don't see like any team gonna take the road and go to the Novo Repnoye and the circle. Though, what kind of a circle is this? After a lot of good circle for a lot of the teams, now the closing Erangel, we're gonna see some extreme one.
Totally. This is not an easy circle, especially when the circle committing to the Sosnovka Island. Because, you know, a lot of teams are do the loot base or going to the drop spot inside the main island. But when it comes to the secondary one, which is the Sosnovka, they really need to calculate it precisely. But back to the game, the fight, I think, will not be happen because both of the party knows they need to do the loot first. They need to do it fast because there's a chance the zone will go to the south.
Yeah, exactly. A very big chance that the circle is going towards the southern area of the map itself as MB Island. And this is gonna be a big advantage for Chinese Taipei because we can remember they are the
What?
king.
The king.
Of the island itself.
The owner, we can say.
The owner of SMB.
Yeah.
They got their time more or the most times available here to do the loot phase, and they can also like set up a defensive area. But we can see South Korea movement. They are moving in or making rotation early on.
I mean, this is a classic when it comes to a circle like this. But before all the fight, I want to inform you guys at home, Djibouti, again, they can't play. But again, they are not violating any rules. So we hope the best for them.
Yep.
But again, the important point is they are not violating any rules. So back to the game.
Yep.
I just want to inform you guys also about a circle like this, a classic movement, a very fast one. Going to the circle, they do not want to be cut their rotation because maybe there must be not only maybe there must be people, players who do the gatekeep at the bridge. Yeah.
Definitely. So whether if the circle is like this, and if you are willing to go south and go to the SMB Island, whether you played as early as possible or as late as possible. There's no in between, right?
No. In between is really dangerous. I mean, like when you want to go, but not to really, it is fast, the fastest or the latest, you will be easily being taken down. Like what Maldives right now, they want to try go inside the circle, but I don't know, Guatemala, where's the shot? Finally, it's coming, but the weapon of choice is not that good. PP Bison, for the long range like that, it is not effective. Even right now, the situation changed. The first team even going to the right side of the bridge when it comes to the drone view is actually Maldives, not Guatemala. But at the other hand, Chinese Taipei just met Iraq, and most of the Iraqi players are being down. Is this our jinx again, Donna?
I think so.
Oh my God.
my God, but this is it. Oh my God, the battle on top of the bridge is happening. Chinese Taipei managed to wipe away the players from Team Iraq, and they are gonna have the major win here, a big jackpot for Chinese Taipei, 4 elimination point without losing any member.
I mean, this is a very strong team when it comes to Iraq. They are on the top 4 so far, but I think the benefit coming for Chinese Taipei is this is their place. They know how to play exactly the best when it comes to the bridge war. From the weapon, from the vest, I think for Chinese Taipei, they actually more prepared.
Yeah.
More prepared than what Iraq had because, you know, Sosnovka providing a very high tier loot for them. Even though the vest level 1, but the weapon AK M4 is just so good. So well played, I guess, for Iraq for the last Evangel before grand final.
Yeah, and actually I really like how Chinese Taipei is moving so fast,
Yeah.
guarding up the edge of the bridge itself.
bridge, yeah.
Because they know exactly that some of the teams is gonna like crossing the bridge as early as possible, so they prevent any some sort of like visitors, and then like minimizing their opponent later on in the middle of the game. So
Yeah.
yeah, well played for Chinese Taipei.
Like I already discussed with you, Donna, earlier. I mean, I changed the maybe to it must be.
Yeah.
Yeah, it must be because that's a big benefit when it comes to the first team, the strongest one, because you have the drop spot, you have the circle, you do not want to waste it, you want all the elimination, so that way Chinese Taipei is so vast going to the bridge. But I think I really want to change all of my opinions when it comes to the latest or the fastest. I forget. It is not 16 teams.
Yep.
So it is not as compact as we see
Usually.
oftenly or
Yeah.
usually. So yeah, that's the way to play at the southern part of the map. But back to the game, Maldives and also South Korea with the same direction. This is at the southern part of Sosnovka Island itself. So one of the players from Maldives just being taken down, and I think there's no other chance to be revived because it's too open, it's too risky, and I respect what Maldives do right now.
Yep. And Murray is gonna like finished off by you
my
real
boy.
here. Goodbye, Murray. And Maldives is gonna like continue their path with only 3 men now. And once again, playing with 4 men and also playing with 3 men is gonna be like a huge difference in terms of play style and also strategy.
Totally. When it comes to the 4 teams intact or 4 players intact, you know, you can do all the strategy you want. You can be more creative.
Yep.
Yeah, and your awareness is the highest or the prime one when it comes to your team. But when it comes to 3 players, even though you already have the circle, it is not that easy, especially when there is someone who want to occupy your place. So yeah.
Definitely. The easiest example to see is actually like if you lost 1 man, you lost 1 vision or angle to guard, right? Yeah, to guard. So yeah, it's gonna be like a minus kind of thing in terms of like your defense later on and also an offense. But yeah, everything can be done in this kind of game, PUBG Mobile. So yeah, still doable for them.
I think I spot something
What is
new when
that?
it comes to Chinese Taipei. From the weapon they have, from the vest they have, from the scopes they have. I think they are not going to the central area of Sosnovka military base, but they do the scrapping near the bridge area because it doesn't make sense when it comes to Sosnovka, but you do not have M4 at least, or a good scopes because yeah, I played a lot when it comes to Sosnovka military base, so I think it's still a good strategy, but
Okay.
it costs a lot of time to Chinese Taipei still doing the same thing. So I think right now for Chinese Taipei, they already gatekeep for a while, but they need to move right now because their weapon is not that good, their vest is also not that good, so they need to play at the late game battle because the only power for them right now is the manpower, still with 4 players.
Yep, especially with this kind of the next circle, the second circle being like
Oh.
to move towards the SMB island, but we're gonna like witnessing the big fight between Vietnam and also Bahrain. Both of the teams now playing a little bit lead rotation, classic Vietnam that we can spot it this past several games. They are like battling up in the blue zone, but for now they managed to get away from the initiative that made by Bahrain.
I mean, there is some similarity when it comes to these teams or these parties between Vietnam and also Bahrain, because when it comes to the drop spot, Vietnam players are going to the hospital. Meanwhile, the Bahrain teams are going to the scrapping area around the Gatka.
Yeah.
So it's logically, when it comes to the rotation or the repositioning, same goes for both of them. So
Yeah.
the meet-up between those parties expected. But yeah, I think both of the parties or both of the teams or both of the country, they won some boots. And very pure. And Primors is actually quite tricky because sometimes you can find the boat there, but it is not an exact location. Sometimes
Yeah.
it can move around. So yeah, so bad for Vietnam and also Bahrain. They need to find some new strategy.
So, talking about like you mentioned about the rotation, the same path in terms of rotation of Vietnam and also Team Bahrain. It eventually like only the matters of who is gonna like zoned out or pressured, pressure to get away in the first place. And what we saw is Vietnam is the one is gonna be forced to went away and gonna like see searching for the other way to rotate, like you mentioned. Maybe like they're gonna find some boat, and they found one finally. And they are gonna take the rotation, a long rotation for now, and I believe they are gonna touch down into the southern area of SMB Island itself.
I think so. But I really like the proactive movement coming from Vietnam. So the split coming to the Primors, it actually works quite well because they know there are some place that can spawn boats. So one of the players that being shot by Bahrain, there's one spot there, but the other searching for some boat place at the southern part of the Primors itself, and they found it. So good news for Vietnam. I think Bahrain right now in a trouble situation because the bridge is still get capped by the players. But speaking of bridge, Guatemala right now try to do some surprise attack. I guess Ghana right now will be their guess.
Oh my God! But not only about the bridge war, what is so interesting, but also the hard shift in terms of the zone now. The zone really favoring the eastern side of the SMB island itself. A lot of teams is actually like already have the spot to manage there. One of them being Maldives and also Egypt in the north, in the eastern area of the circle itself. Chinese Taipei got to move really soon towards or into the zone itself, but the right bridge, the right side of the bridge itself, which is we see now, is gonna be like a big battle, and this is it. The surprise attack has been made by David, and they managed to take one man down.
David, what a good shot with the M4, even without any scopes, with only an iron sight, but that's not good enough to confirm the elimination because, you know, it's quite hard to do the shooting without any scopes, only with iron sight, but still a very good effort coming from Maldives. The confirm elimination happened, but right now, coming from the elimination phase, I think one team with a very strong performance right now is Maldives, because when we back to the earlier stage of the game, we can saw that Maldives, then Guatemala, then right now Mauritius. So that way, Maldives right now have the highest stage of the mountain, if I'm not mistaken, around the Sosnovka area. So the vision is so good. Even Guatemala, they already did quite well with the gatekeep, but right now they're being pushed. They are being shot by the players of Maldives at the high ground. But look at Jordan. This is what Donald already mentioned before. You do not want to be the fastest when your drop spot is quite far from the zone. So Jordan really doing a very late rotation because they know they can still tank the blue zone. But when it comes to the third towards the fourth circle, they need to go inside at that time.
Yeah, they want to be the one who's tailing the other teams, not to be tailed in terms of, or speaking about Jordan itself. And now they're still in the blue zone though, still kind of looking around which area to spot or which area to touch down. But Mauritius sides, they are bombarded by Team Maldives. Maldives also already gathering some information. The right side, there are Team Guatemala, and the left side, there are Team Jordan. But Matt didn't even given a single tap towards the players for Jordan.
I think Maldives know exactly when it comes to a long-range battle, it can be always be an elimination. So that way they try to knock them down, but the shot coming from the lower ground, there is a positivity when it comes to lower ground and also high ground.
Yeah.
Each side have its own benefit.
Yeah.
When it comes to high ground, you have a lot of vision towards all the enemies. But when you are at the lower ground and try to shoot the people at the high ground, the head is easily being shot. And I know what you want to discuss about the zone, right?
What is
The shifting, going back towards the southwest area. So it is so stressful towards all the players. Even Bahrain right now, one by one of their players being taken down.
Yeah, bouncing quite extreme now. Not quite extreme, but very extreme.
It's very extreme.
We can see that some of the players or some of the teams is already like securing the spot in the eastern area, and the around military base part is like quiet, empty now. But Bahrain though, they played it too late, I believe. They are still in the blue zone for now and only left with one man standing.
Like I already mentioned, Bahrain, when they met Vietnam do the proactive, searching for another boot spot. Meanwhile, I think Bahrain still playing around at the edge of the bridge. But we are back to the fight. Look at Vietnam right now. They are the conqueror of the southern part of the map of the Sosnovka Island. From a long range, what a good shot. One player from Ghana, I believe, is being taken down. South Korea tried to go inside the circle too, but Maldives, again, I think will be a very hard contender, very strong one, because since the beginning, they are the controller of the high ground without any shot, without any damage coming from all around the area, because they are so hard to be taken down because high ground again.
Yeah.
Yeah.
High ground advantage.
High ground
now.
advantage.
But speaking about like Team Vietnam, not only they've been pressured by one team or one country, that being said by South Korea, but now they're being pressured also by Team Ghana. It's like quite a long way to go in by Vietnam, but Mado has some of a struggling moment, but he make it out alive.
Yeah, I really like how Toxin, even though two players from Maldives being taken down, because it's not easy to go down from the high hills, but at least they already have the shelter around the military base area. But at the same time, the last man standing from Guatemala also doing the same. Sorry, two of the men from Guatemala also doing the same. But the weapon of choice is not still not good, especially for David, one of the players from Guatemala, because if I'm not mistaken, he is still using AK for a mid-range. I think it is so hard to control, especially after the aim assist is not on anymore. So, coming back to Uriel, the same M4 with me, but I don't know, he changed the M4 right now. He's not using the techno core anymore. Shooting towards the Ghana players, not only one. Spam even at the low HP, but one player from Ghana that's being taken down. Confirmed as an elimination. Right now, Ghana in a very painful situation. South Korea, Vietnam still pressing them. They're not an easy target usually, but right now, the zone, the terrain is not helping them at all.
Yeah, the condition actually like kind of reversed for Ghana, South Korea, and also Vietnam. And just like that, Mufasa is left there hanging right. Only the last man standing from Ghana itself, and actually like he still got smokes to cover up himself, but the big star is coming and crashing him out of the game. gonna eliminate it.
Yeah, a big benefit when it comes to your team when you still have a very versatile vehicle like Buggy. When it comes to a game like this, the prone players can be spotted easily, but I think all the players from the edge of the circle know what is the exact task they need to be done. They want to go toward the circle, but Eagle or Vietnam, it's only left with only 2 players, and it is not easy at all for them because they do not have vehicle. Maldives at the same time, even though they already knocked down, got the elimination from Guatemala, but right now only left with Toxin. And without being said, the Smoke will reveal his own position. Not only Smoke, Nate's also, but this is a very well done Nate coming from Iraq. No, Jordan. So that's it. The gameplay coming from Team Maldives ends here. So yeah, it's never been an easy game when you're already left alone with only 1 player.
Exactly. And that was a beautiful grenade toss.
A beautiful one, yeah.
That being made by, I believe that was Ragnarok, right?
Yeah, from Jordan.
From Jordan. That was a beautiful one. But talking about one, this is one esports team which representing Team Chinese Taipei. They already got their spot here, and also they are already setting up their defensive area for now, and also collecting a bunch of information around them. And South Korea, I really cannot wait to see which spot that will they take, because they are still on the edge of the circle around and nearby them there are Team Mauritius.
I mean, I really like how South Korea treat the last circle. They use the vehicle towards the enemy, but look at this push towards the Mauritius. Suddenly 2 of the players just being down, and that's it. Mauritius went back to the lobby. What a game, what a push from South Korea. Again, vehicle, not only for your transportation or the transportation device, but when it comes to the late game, it will be a very big help for you when you want to push toward the enemy. But Chinese Taipei knew the exact location from South Korea. The nade is connected, but Big Star is being finished by Vietnam. So Vietnam really play quite patiently without any vehicle. They still can go down from the hill without noticed by anyone and still can get a lot of elimination, I guess.
I get like kind of deja vu seeing like Team Vietnam's rotation for now. Like I believe like I witnessed the position or the gameplay that been played at Sanhok, which they were actually like kind of struggling to move into the zone, but eventually in the end of the day they managed to get to the late game. So I think this is the thing or the condition that is continuously done by Team Vietnam. They are still on the game with 2 players and also collecting 6 elimination points. But not only Vietnam, Egypt and also Jordan is gonna take more elimination points. But with that being said, Egypt taken 1 man down from Jordan. But in terms of position, Team Jordan still managed to save Esawi up.
I mean, it's not only about the position. Jordan still having a prime vehicle. Again, when it comes to the late game, we already discussed it a lot. They need it. They really need it. And I think Jordan already realized it. They need to go toward the circle. But Egypt with a good defense. So bad. The Chinese Taipei players are going push towards the Jordan player. 1 already being knocked down. 1 at the low HP. And look at that. Ragnarok again. Showing his quality. 2 players from Chinese Taipei down with a close combat battle. And adding more elimination for Jordan.
Oh my god. Jordan with 4 men up. This team is really dangerous. Even Ragnarok is down now. They still managed to save the other teams now. But Laith and also Esawi, they are really being pressured so hardly by the other teams around them. But now they still managed to save their life up. But we are gonna see the battle between South Korea and also Team Vietnam, because Will 2 is spotted on. Trade knock has been happening between Vietnam and also Team South Korea. Mathboy being the last man standing has been spotted out, and Chua Chong finishing him off. Get out from here, South Korea, by Team Vietnam.
I mean, Vietnam did it again. They are low-key, do not want to join the fight when it comes to the movement, because they need to go down from the hill. Again, I already discussed they do not have any vehicle, but with that low-key kind of moment, they can sneaky going inside the circle and becomes a big trouble when it comes to the late game. But right now, 3 teams with a different personal, different player. 3 for Jordan, 3 for Egypt, and 2 for Vietnam. But look at those shots coming from Jordan again late. One of the players shocking the play-ins with the highest elimination for individual, 12-1. 12 elimination, I mean, right now giving the pressure towards the Egypt and Vietnam. At the same time, they need to move. Look at Jordan. They are not ending the war. They are still shooting towards the enemy. And I think one of the players from Egypt already being low HP, but still can or manage to do some hiding. But for long, for how much time Egypt has, because after this, the zone will go towards the circle, and it is not easy for those who are still at the edge.
Yeah, the zone, the circle is not favoring anyone because it is so centered and also so open. Both Egypt and also Jordan that have been initiating a big war really need to be moving for now, and that is gonna like what the thing is gonna like they do for now. Egypt tail is gonna try to sneaky BT towards the center of the circle, but no smokes at all has been popped by Egypt and also Jordan.
Yeah, but I think the shot, the ammunition coming from Jordan is quite a lot because they are still shooting, especially look at that shot, another headshot, and it is a confirmed knockdown. And I think Jordan knows where's the last player from Egypt. Still being spotted, not only late, Ragnarok also do the part well, even not only from Jordan, Vietnam, shooting towards the Egypt players. It is not an easy way. It is the worst condition for Egypt right now. Even one of the players still not doing the healing. He's still at the red bar. Finally, with the boosting, still can help him, but the one being knocked down can be revived. Surely, 100% fully, it can be revived. Look at the pressure. Still go towards the Egypt area. I think this is the worst situation for Egypt. But Jordan, even though at the late game they are still having the vehicle, this is one of the power. But Ragnarok being taken down by, again, none other than Vietnam. They are laying down. They really want the chance. They want the best momentum. And when they have it, they maximize it to the max, I guess. So yeah, shooting towards from Chua Chong again towards the Jordan. Not predicted. Still giving a lot of damage. And Jordan... And yeah, they are still hiding for a while because I think they are surprised by the shot coming from Vietnam.
Again, we kind of see
Chua Chong.
We kind of see a ghost movement from Vietnam.
My
This is
God.
deja vu. And it's kind of like a ninja move by Vietnam. Somehow they managed to get into the zone safely and bombard 2 nades towards the players from Jordan. But there are some counter nades has been thrown, but they are not the same direction. 2-on-2K managed to be taken down by 1v1 situation now for Jordan and also Team Vietnam.
Yup. 1v1 situation for sure. Esawi will fight Chua Chong. Chua Chong in most favors. Helmet level 3, vest level 3 from the airdrop, but I do not see the weapon that they pick from the airdrop. But the nade coming from Jordan. What a Kobe to end the game. What a good calculation and congratulations, Jordan, with the winner chicken dinner. We do not hear any clicking from the nades. Suddenly it's just thrown by the Jordan and it ends the game from Vietnam. What an Angel match.
Yeah, the cook timing though, that was so perfect. The direction though, the spot though, that was so perfect because actually like the players from Jordan is actually already know the spot of the last man standing from Vietnam itself. So yeah, might as well throw a nade and finish the game with a winner chicken dinner. So we're gonna like see or watch once again the highlights of the Erangel, of this amazing Erangel.
I mean, we can say that this is a classic Erangel because when we miss Erangel so much, we knew a lot of things happened at the bridge. Even though the new Erangel upgraded or upgrading the bridge itself, but still the gatekeep can or possible to be happen. So really amazing coming from Chinese Taipei, really amazing coming from Guatemala. But in Guatemala case, they missed the calculation. Maldives running first, go to the high ground and make them in the bad situation or in a bad position.
Yeah, and once again, what I can mention is actually about Vietnam. I kind of deja vu to see this kind of movement. They struggling a lot actually in the middle of the game, because we can remember they've been like gatekept by Bahrain in the main island area, and they have to take a boat to rotate towards the southern area of the SMB island itself. And when they touched down in the coastal area, the zone shifted away from them, and then they need to move. And there are some South Korea team gatekeep them as well, and not only South Korea but also Ghana.
Ghana, and also not to mention Maldives.
Maldives as well.
So it is a very full pack action, I guess, for Vietnam. For the hardest way, I think Vietnam really did it well. So like I mentioned earlier, when they do the proactive movement, they search the boat, that is the winning condition for them. But like Chuchu always said, save the best for the last. The nades coming from Jordan, who knew they still have the nades after a long fight with Egypt, a long fight with Guatemala, long fight with Maldives. They still have the nades and save for the last for the predicted place, which is behind the airdrop.
Yeah, because they looted their enemy down.
Yeah, it can
actually,
be. It can be.
Because like there are a lot of enemy. 13 elimination point for Vietnam, but Jordan collected 7 elimination point. So with that being said, even though Jordan that got winner chicken dinner, but the total elimination point from Vietnam is higher than them. So yeah, 25 total elimination point for Vietnam. There are 3 points gap between Jordan and also Vietnam.
This is a really satisfied game. I mean, there are 2 different options. You want the game like Jordan, you push towards an ordinary way, which is going to the bridge, fight with the gatekeepers, or you are in a very bad situation, but you still can pull it out because you are playing quite smart in the late game like Vietnam. So both of the parties respected by me. So yeah.
So yeah, Eldoge, when life gives you lemon, might as well you make lemonade, right? That's what Jordan did actually.
When life gives you
what?
Milk?
Milk?
You make the milk lah. Ice milk.
Okay. I will make the ice milk and look at the travel distance by Vietnam.
Oh, I mean, when your life gives you cow, that's what I mean. You make the milk lah. Why milk ice milk?
Okay, I know, Eldoge, you want milk so bad now.
So sorry guys. It's already quite late, so yeah.
We need milk.
We need milk. Overall statistic, 39 elimination, but not to mention Group B versus C reduced by 1 team because again Djibouti can play, so it's still a big numbers. They are fighting quite a lot and a huge fight, but for airdrop looted, this is the highest.
Yeah, huge.
This is highest, I guess.
This is hard.
Because when it comes to 3, we already say it as a high amount of numbers, but 4 is a huge numbers, especially at the latest moment for Vietnam. But I don't know, maybe the weapon is like AWM or AMR links, so Chua Chong
didn't
use it, doesn't swap the weapon. So yeah, 137 throw use. I think this is actually logically happen because a lot of teams being get capped and they can't do anything about it. So just being wiped out to the lobby, and Chua Chong, the second. Oh, and this is the same record with late. 12 elimination for individual record. So Chua Chong again showing us the quality of his gameplay. The most available player, then damage 1600 more, and the heals is 290 again. From this statistic, he is doing very well. Chua Chong!
Yes, here is Chua Chong! Congratulations! You slayed the game, become MVP of the match. You deserve it so much, Chua Chong, and also Team Vietnam, congratulations. Even though you're not winning the winner chicken dinner, but the point though is bigger than Jordan.
Yeah, it's bigger than Jordan because a lot of elimination. But still, shout out for Jordan. It is so great coming from them. How they can fight all the gatekeepers is respected because it is not easy at all. Bridge is kind of scary.
Very scary.
Yeah, very scary when it comes to people from northern side or from the main island when the zone shift toward the southern but Jordan did it pretty well.
Yeah, Jordan did it pretty well, and also Vietnam did it pretty well in terms of the condition that they got, and in terms of like also the rotation that they got. But ladies and gentlemen, that is the opening game between Group B versus C. We still got 2 more games left for them, and we're still gonna witnessing who's the top 11 teams is gonna proceeding towards or into the grand final tomorrow. But before we jump into the second game, we're gonna toss it back to our amazing host, which is Gary Ekas. So, Mas Ger, take it away.
Take it away.
Thank you once again, Dona Fiska and Eldoge. So guys, congratulations once again for Jordan and for the MVPs from Vietnam. And before we're going to the commercial break, I have another questions about Ayam. Are you ready? Ayam questions ready? Okay. Ayam apa yang tidak pernah sendirian? Ayam apa yang tidak pernah sendirian? Salah. Ayam apa yang tidak pernah sendirian? Ayam betutu. See you guys after this. Still on IESF 14 World Esports Championship.
All it takes is one dream. One dream that becomes a journey. To drive an ambition. Believing in yourself. Persevering challenges. Always focused on the dream. To grow aspirations. Having the will to keep going. Building a future with a legacy. Knowing dreams can come true. Over 11 years of growth. The spirit of entrepreneurship. Created possibilities. Realized new potentials. Innovate for the better. Expand horizons. To change lives. To connect new ideas. To explore new grounds. With the future in sight. Together.
fail the spray at Berlin.
Get Galaxy A33 5G. Galaxy A33 5G with awesome battery. Buy now. Get Galaxy A73 5G.
Why?
Because this is awesome. This is awesome.
Awesome details.
Awesome details.
Awesome details.
Galaxy A73 5G. Take more awesome details. Buy now.
Sharing all their money, got me wearing fly. Girl by IESF, and they say they love my ass. And 7 G's to religion, I say no, but they keep giving, so I keep on taking. And no, I ain't taking. We can keep on taking. I keep on demonstrating my love, my love, my love, my love. You love my lady lumps, my hump, my hump, my hump. My humps, they got you. They got you. They got you. They got you. Got you. They got you. They got you. Dolce and Gabbana, Fendi and Adana, Karen, they be sharing all their money, got me wearing fly. Girl by IESF, and they say they love my ass. And 7 G's to religion, I say no, but they keep giving, so I keep on taking. And no, I ain't taking. We can keep on taking. I keep on demonstrating my love, my love, my love, my love. You love my lady lumps.
Selamat datang di sebuah pengalaman perjalanan baru Indonesia bersama InJourney. Terbang bersama kami untuk melihat pariwisata Indonesia, sirkuit internasional, bentang alam, ragam atraksi budaya, produk lokal asli Indonesia, warisan budaya, keamanan dan kenyamanan. InJourney membawa keramahan Indonesia ke dunia.
Warga plus 62 emang banyak maunya. Dari drakoran sampai banjir air mata. Nonton action yang mantul. Sampai nonton tendangan cantik. Maksudnya ini. Mau nonton apapun, semua ada di video. Mulai dari yang bikin berbunga-bunga, keringet dingin, ketawa, sampai bikin gak ngedip. Jadi nonton apa sekarang?
Get Galaxy A33 5G.
Why? Because
Galaxy A33 5G with awesome processor. Buy now. Get Galaxy A53 5G.
Why?
Because
Galaxy A53 5G with awesome smooth display. Buy now.
Selamat datang di sebuah pengalaman perjalanan baru Indonesia bersama Journey. Terbang bersama kami untuk melihat pariwisata Indonesia. Sirkuit internasional, bentang alam, ragam atraksi budaya, produk lokal asli Indonesia, warisan budaya, keamanan dan kenyamanan. Journey membawa keramahan Indonesia ke dunia.
Warga plus 62 emang banyak maunya. Dari drakoran sampai banjir air mata. Nonton action yang mantul. Sampai nonton tendangan cantik. Maksudnya ini. Mau nonton apapun, semua ada di video. Mulai dari yang bikin berbunga-bunga, keringet dingin, ketawa, sampai bikin gak ngedip. Jadi nonton apa sekarang?
Selamat datang di sebuah pengalaman perjalanan baru Indonesia bersama Journey. Terbang bersama kami untuk melihat pariwisata Indonesia. Sirkuit internasional, bentang alam, ragam atraksi budaya, produk lokal asli Indonesia, warisan budaya, keamanan dan kenyamanan. Journey membawa keramahan Indonesia ke dunia.
Yes, 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 yes. Welcome back again on IESF 14 World Esports Championship Bali 2022. We are on the fire stage for PUBG Mobile. 2 more rounds for today. And we're gonna get the 11 team that will go to the next round. Oh. Another question about chicken? Tentang ayam? Enggak? Nanti, ya. Alright guys, let us take to the question that will lead the game for today. Please welcome my marvelous friend, Aljoge and choo-choo!
Thank you so much, Mas Gary Eka, an amazing host. Even one of the biggest team in Indonesia said that he is the #1 of esport host in Indonesia. So back again with us, Eldo again also Choo Choo here. We are going to the second game, which is the last 2 games for Group B versus C, which is Miramar. But before we are going to Miramar, what do you think about these last 3 games, Choo Choo?
Oh, I mean, like last 2 games, yeah, honestly.
Oh, last 2 games.
We're
Sorry.
done with the first one.
Yeah.
Done with the first one. Definitely, there's so many pillows right now in the venue.
Definitely.
That's the biggest thing that we're actually witnessing.
Yep.
There's so many pillows everywhere. We're not having a slumber or pillow party, but it's just for the players to be very comfortable.
Yeah,
It just shows that so many players take it seriously. We're going to predict right now. I hate predicting. I'm going to say hate is a strong word because I might jinx the team.
Yeah, that's what I did from the previous game. Iraq, I'm predicting, but they are going to Zone Area. But yeah.
Who's the unlucky teams that we'll be predicting right now?
Oh my God. Vietnam, so sorry.
Egypt, so sorry. But I believe in you. Just fight my curse.
Yeah, me too. Fight my curse. Because for me, why I choose Vietnam?
Yeah.
From the previous game or even today, they're performing really well. Even though maybe not all the games they are performing well, they do not get the winner chicken dinner. But I think this is the time. This is closer to the end, and I hope Vietnam will show their best and get the winner chicken dinner.
I'm still scrolling about the latest. You have the latest score, right?
Okay.
So speaking of latest score, now we do know for the fact that since you're actually rooting for Vietnam, they're not safe either. Same goes for Egypt. We are in the same boat at the moment.
11.
Yeah, that's kind of true. So it's going to be them, and Bahrain is still playing for Group B. They can just overtake the side of Egypt and Vietnam, both of them. Libya actually do have a bit of a gap. But if you compare it with Bahrain, Korea is the closest to drag down Vietnam and Egypt. Now, if I were in a different position, I'm probably going to root out for Bahrain, Korea. But it's going to feel so hard for the side of Vietnam and also Egypt. So for Mauritius, I think it's a bit of a long stretch.
Yeah, I think for Mauritius already quite far enough because they even reached the triple-digit points for total. But I totally agree with you. Right now, I think like South Korea, Bahrain is under pressure. It's shown by how Bahrain do not do the best at the previous game, even though they are faster than Vietnam in rotation, but they still can't manage it. They still can't manage to find the best way. But again, may the best win the tournament or go to the grand final. Again, 2 games, still anything can happen. But I think the minimum point, if you want to be safe enough, is going for Libya. 141 points. Is it possible though for South Korea?
I mean, like, possible.
Also Bahrain. It's still possible, right?
I mean, like, it depends on how much they want to perform in one single game. I mean, like, at the same time, right? We're talking about even up to the point, I think Pakistan, Libya, Vietnam, Egypt is not safe either, provided the fact that they need to gain every single round some points. If Bahrain and Korea want to overtake them, they have to make sure this 4 or 5 team will be eliminated first. If not, it's going to be a long shot for the side of Bahrain and even Korea.
So, I'm curious, will be a push or the same drop spot when it comes to the late game like this? Because they really want the point. Can they just drop to the opponents, the closest one, same drop spot?
I mean, like, if they are confident enough, why not?
Yeah.
If they are confident enough, because why? If they did the wrong thing there and they jeopardize the entire team, it's going to be the reverse.
Oh, yeah.
And they're contributing more points towards the side of a team that really one of the closest opening right now. So that's extremely risky. But if they want to, they can actually try to drop towards the team that might not have a shot in the grand finals.
Yeah, because what I can see, the data already collected. So they knew where is the exact location of their closest opponents. Because I see that not only the players, some of the teams I think have their own officials. It can be coach, it can be analyst. So maybe something like that will happen, because back to PMRC, while Infinity doing the same thing to Nova to close the gap to ensure the champion coming for the team. I think, yeah, it's still possible to be done.
I mean, if I want to compare for PMRC, the pressure is totally different. That one is for the money. This one is just getting into grand final. This is more at stake. The money is secondary at this point. Right now, all you need to do is just squeeze into the top 11, but it's not an easy task. That provided you have to bring down the number 8 to 11 team. Now, these teams are the teams that won't sit quietly if you try to challenge them.
Oh, don't sit quietly if try to be challenged or try to challenge. So that's a really good words, I guess, for those teams, because they are stepping up right now. They won the grand final, and I really agree with Chuchu. They are not just defending, but they are quite active right now. But I don't know about Bahrain especially. They have a lot of chance today.
Yeah.
Especially when it comes to Miramar, I think their specialty. And next one is Miramar again for Bahrain, because high ground control, one of the strongest, I guess, still for Bahrain.
You know what? I really want to see what Bahrain have to offer on the table. Let's jump straight into our last Miramar in the play-in. Starting off in the screen here, we do have Jordan team. Now, I love the fact you pointed out about Bahrain team. This is what they're most comfortable at. This is their forte. And this is supposed to be the match. They really had it in their grasp.
Yeah, totally. They do not want to waste this match. They want to play the best of them, especially for the flat pad like this, helping for Bahrain, because what I knew earlier, Bahrain is a team who did the drops for towards the power grid area, the scrapping area around that place, and they are playing quite safe. Same with Pakistan. Oh, no, Bahrain is not there. Bahrain is going to another place, but Pakistan, near the power grid area, maybe can play at the central. But again, Pakistan is not playing because there's no Group A in here. Maybe Bahrain can do the strategy, and I think I see the way coming for Bahrain right now.
They will love to drop around on the northern side of Power Grid or around Hasida de Patron. So that's quite a view that they got themselves there. They love the high ground so much. It's one of the most vintage point in the map itself. If you guys just join us, if you guys asking, I did actually read the chat as well. Group A is no more playing for the play-ins. Most of them actually qualify for the grand finals, but they have to wait for the other groups not to take them down. We might actually have La Bandita or Minas General Circle.
Yep. This is a really right part of the map circle. It still favors a lot of team, especially who would drop down fast from the flight path, because it's easy for them, like in we can say that Impala, Minas Generales, even Los Leones itself, still inside the circle. But Maldives, one of the team that is stepping up also today, right now near the El Azhar area. Still inside the circle, but be that way is not that good. And moving towards Chumacera, finally at the higher top of Chumacera, two teams are colliding, I think, for a while, because Guatemala and also Vietnam in the same spot.
I do know the kill fit sounds a bit confusing for you guys. Djibouti will not be playing, as they having a bit of issues regarding their health as well, so they will be sitting out, but it's not violating any rules so far. But it's still, I remember their first day performance. They are one of the teams that should be highlighted as well if they got the chance to play next time. Now back to the other teams. We're down to 11 teams here. And speaking of which, Maldives before, right? They were in the bottom back then. They pushed themselves quite high up in the second and third day here. Now that's something that we should look up to, because they got themselves quite in the comfy spot in the top 6.
Yeah, totally true. When it comes to Maldives, a lot of things happen, I think, for this team. Their confidence is growing up each day, and I really enjoy that, because they need it. Even though they can't go to the final, or they can't go to they proceeds to the final, they need it. They need the confidence, because tomorrow will be a different game. Still with PUBG Mobile, but will be different, because the participants, it's not easy anymore. The participants of PMGC, the best of the region, they did not want to play normally. But back to Ghana. One of the player, Mufasa, actually quite far from the other one, but South Korea, this will be a very easy one, because 4 players from South Korea shooting towards Ghana, and Mufasa too open without any obstacle. The first elimination, the first point for this game coming for South Korea.
This is really unfortunate on the side of Ghana. having such a tough spot to start with. But back to the side of Korea, they're having a good run here. Definitely got themselves 1 point to start. Very good momentum. Just going to tone up the entire rest of the match here in a different tone. On the side of Guatemala, we do have Jaro scouting over the rest of Vietnam team. Now, we did have another contender for the FMVP. We call it ourselves FMVP this time.
FMVP, okay.
For our entire series here. We do have the number 1 spot by coming up from Jordan player. Lath, and as well as Tuan coming from Vietnam, which both have very similar damage output. I think Lath is more towards 1.7k of damage output, 1.6 towards the side of Chua. But when it comes to eliminations, they are both the same, 12 eliminations the most.
That was so huge when it comes to an individual record. I mean, it is not easy when you are doing it at Classic. They are doing it at a world stage at the IESF. So, really amazing performance coming from both of the players. But again, is Vietnam safe enough? Because I think for Jordan, they already quite enjoy their position. The latest or the starting for them for today is actually at the top 3. So I think it's quite safe to say Jordan will proceed to the grand final. But Vietnam needs a lot of points, even though most of the game today they played really well. But again, they are not starting the game or they are not starting IESF well. So that way, they need to fulfill all the points they need at the last day like this.
You know what? If they can actually do this, just to point out regarding the overall ranking, Sri Lanka, Pakistan, and Libya actually in Group A. They're all 3 teams are having the average of 145 to 140 points. Now, if Vietnam, Egypt, Bahrain, even Korea can cut across more than 140, all the other 4 teams just now I mentioned will be pushed down.
Oh, yeah.
And that's worse because Group A can't do anything anymore.
Yeah, especially at the last 3 games. So that way, that's the conclusion. Like I already mentioned a lot at the beginning of Miramar, Libya. I think this is the closest contender when it comes to the points because Libya can't do any more fights, can't do any more match because they are from Group A. So, yeah, maybe we'll see how the story goes.
I mean, like, it's not that far for them to chase that much out anyway, because it's just 5 to 6 points difference.
Let's see then, because I'm curious as well. Anything can happen. Anything can happen because I think we are starting to discuss about like HVVP. We are starting to discuss about Vampire. So
Infinity? Oh my God, that's worse.
Yeah, so up until the last game, we still can't choose like the top 11, except the top 5 so far, I guess.
You know, I don't want to be in Group A right now because you're waiting and praying for something to go down. You know, that's like the worst feeling. You can't control it because you're not playing. And that's the worst part. And that's good for Jordan. They are number 3 right now. They don't have a care in the world. All they got is like, we're waiting for the grand finals. And speaking of grand finals, the 5 teams waiting, definitely they are revising the rotation of all the teams are playing here today.
Oh, totally true. Because yesterday, I met Indonesian coach, which is Nandi. So Nandi said to me that today him and also all the players just want to see all the games coming from the contenders, coming from the play-ins participants. So yeah, I think this will be interesting fact. So there is a data, there are datas collected by the players, and I think it is not only for the Indonesian teams because we saw Fireflux already here since the beginning. So yeah, they are following all the matches. Yeah, from the play-ins.
And the best part is these players that are playing for the play-ins right now have no clue how it tastes like to fight against these players, and they haven't got any data regarding their rotations. But the players are still waiting for the grand finals. Pretty much have every single data of every single player playing right now. They definitely have the advantage. Maybe they're just getting a bit rusty if they're not playing for the past few days.
Oh, that's a good point. I mean, when the players or the top 5 that will proceed to the grand final, besides the play-in, they do not play anything else. I mean, like the matches, the scrim, or something like that. Maybe that's the downfall coming from them. But from what I knew, all the players, even the grand finalists, besides the play-ins, already held by the sponsor, which is Samsung. So they already have the Samsung S22 Ultra with them right now. So they can try the phone.
Oh man, they
Yeah.
got time to adjust to it as well.
Yeah.
Now we're gonna see who's getting the advantage. But back to us, our circle. Now, jokes and chit chat aside, we're back to us around Minas Generales circle. But the rest of the team still having a fair share of the zone. But it's gonna be Vietnam taking on Guatemala. David being knocked down by Tuanzi. Nam Shin will be ambushed by Cheo. Jairu on the other end, no helmet, no problem.
Yeah, no helmet, no problem for now. But we'll see later because it's not that easy to beat the players or the teams that just perform quite well from the previous game. But the trade happened, I think, one player for Guatemala and also one for Vietnam. And I think it shows that this is not a good situation for both of the parties because the zone already moving toward the second one and both of the parties do not have any intention right now to move toward the circle. They want this long fight, and again, fighting outside of the circle will never give you benefit, a full one. Even though you win the fight, sometimes you lost your player, sometimes you lost your momentum towards the circle. So we'll see. Will Vietnam or Guatemala will play well with this condition at the beginning?
It's all three teams right now in the blue zone. We're talking about around 1 kilometer, so 1,000 meters away from the safe zone. It's quite far off. Provided they have vehicles, it's going to be okay for now. But for Jordan, Sawi trying to just put down on Iraq players. Kalaga is always overpicking himself. But Ragnarok, he can't even pick left, right, and center. Here comes Bahrain. They're in dire need of the point. Every single point treated as a dime. They're moving in unison, unfolding what's in front of them. Trying to take down one of the top teams out there in the top three, Jordan. Sawi just going to relay back the information to the rest of the roster. But will Iraq take advantage of this situation?
Oh, that's a big question because, you know, when one player being knocked down and being eliminated as an elimination, it shows the team, which is shows the country right now. So if Iraq calculate quite well and hearing the gunshot, I think they should be know there is less player coming from the other team, which is Jordan. And I think Iraq want to try the fight because we can see Kalaga. Kalaga is the guy always doing the fight, even without any good scopes, he's still shooting. So yeah, Kalaga already started it, but I don't know, maybe still pulling back towards another place because they know this is still unworthy fight. They're still not inside the best position inside the circle. So let's see, because Jordan, at the same time, I think they do not move a lot. They do not do the aggression need to be done when it comes to a close combat, which is with Iraq right now.
Yeah, for Iraq, they're really just poking around Jordan's side, you
Oh,
know,
yeah.
left, right, and center. They're just bluffing around Jordan, making them confused. While Bahrain being focused on towards the Jordan side, they're being hammed down here. They need to get out for Jordan if they want to survive. But I mean, like, this is Jordan. We do know that they can get into the grand finals either way. But the one that's really in dire need is going to be both. Bahrain, Iraq is there as well. Is Iraq is one of the teams that actually in dire need of points? I don't think so.
I don't think so, because starting off the day, they are at a top 4 situation, and we know that Iraq is really aggressive. A lot of elimination coming to this team, but still, right now, Jordan, what a lot of utility. Even one of the players had 5 smokes and 5 nades. And again, when you do fight a lot, you intend to attract someone, which one right now is Chinese Taipei. So Jordan left alone with only 2 players because one of the players being taken down by Chinese Taipei, who heard the fight, want to join and interrupting it quite well.
It's going to be urban warfare, by the way. We'll be right on top of Los Leones. It's going to be a really hard circle to play with because of how many buildings they are right now for them to just corner from one corner to the other. But Hong coming out from Chinese Taipei, they try to pick a lot of fights on every corner possible. Korean is just trying to get himself into the warehouse nearby. But the one that actually being ambushed is going to be back again to the side of Guatemala, down to only 1 player. The other 2 being knocked down and bleeding out. Nobody going to save them for now. Bahrain, on the other hand, they are so desperate. We can actually sniff it from the table itself. Because why? They're just trying to get up more eliminations. They so far only got 1, but they've been trying to knock down on several teams by now. but can they translate it into one elimination?
Yup. I think Bahrain really changed their strategy. They are not going to the high ground anymore. They are playing to chasing the teams. But we are back to the other team, which is Guatemala. Two of the players just being knocked down because the explosion of the vehicle. Right now just left with Chevo. Chevo with a good shot, but what can he do when he's just alone fighting all the players from Egypt? So nice try for Guatemala. What a good fight coming from Egypt.
I bet right now Group A is biting their nails as Egypt gaining more elimination points, and they definitely can push up when it comes to overall rankings later. They are one of the very few that actually have the chance to get in the top 11 in the last minute here. We're talking about even Maldives. They have been doing okay. So far, they are stable enough to stay at the top 11.
Yeah.
But the thing is, if they keep giving on to us, maybe Egypt or maybe even Bahrain at this point, you know what? Somebody will be pushed down eventually.
Yeah, this is quite interesting when it comes to the Group B versus C, or even in total or in general when it comes to the play-ins leaderboard, because at the beginning of the tournament, of the play-ins, the top players are just the same. Saudi, Brunei, just repetitive. But when it comes to the second, especially third day today, it changed. But Maldives, 2 players being taken down by Iraq. This team is really aggressive. There's a counter shot coming from Maldives, but it doesn't work so well because Kalaga is so slippery. He can move around and it is not being taken down. Even the Mali is connected and finished by the shot coming from a vault. Again, vaulting the player from Maldives, left alone with only one player, which is Toxin.
It's too far for Toxin to help the rest of the team right now. I saw how Kalaga did that, and Toxin just revealed himself. Iraq will not let them go and definitely will chase him to the end of the world. And Toxin still got himself a buggy. He can actually just build this one out. It's too late for him to actually help the rest of the roster. They are gone and dusted by now. But for Iraq, though, they're still on the run. We're talking about Los Leones already taken by Bahrain, Jordan, as well as the Koreans, yeah. But back to us, Sawi. Spot out by Chota. This is what they needed for Bahrain.
That was a very precise shot. It's Carl. It is not easy to control rather than M4, but Chota Mate again doing a very good job. One more elimination for Bahrain. So 2 elimination already collected, and Bahrain still in a good spot. But Jordan at the same time only left with 1 player, and it is not an easy way because the circle intends to go to the city. So if you are just left alone and being pushed by a full party, that will be a big problem, big trouble for your team.
Now, speaking of Vietnam team, right, they are being a bit conservative right now, and they can't do that right at the last 2 games. Because why? The points, if they just garnered from the side of position points, it won't be enough.
Oh, yeah.
They really need to rank up by doing a lot of eliminations, a lot more proactive movement coming out from them. But Iraq getting on Toxin, that's going to be entire team decimated in the hands of Iraq. Again, they garnered 4 points by now. And for Eagles, Vietnam, we did mention about them. They happen to be sharing the place with Egypt. Both teams that in dire need, even Bahrain. Now, this is going to be the 3 teams that couldn't afford to lose early.
But coming to Vietnam, it is very surprising for me about their rotation. They're going from Chumacera, and right now they can be at Los Leones without losing any more players, because the 1 player being taken down is actually when they fought with Guatemala. But this is what I'm worried about when it comes to Los Leones. And you already left with only 3 or even 2 players. But the other enemy, the other opponents, do a comet push like this. It's not easy because the way from the gate itself, you can do it, and from the other hole coming from the compound, you still can do it. So be careful, Bahrain, because Egypt really moving as a unit.
At the same time, I mean, like, if I were in their position for Vietnam, Bahrain, and Egypt, from the get-go, I wouldn't put myself in the center because it's just too risky here. Seeing as for all these 3 teams, you're talking about Chrono might reveal himself when he tried to scope out, while Lut already waiting with a Vector. Now, can they do they realize that they're being watched over by Bahrain team? Now, Chrono definitely being shot down from afar. We're talking about Hassan.
Oh, no.
Why? Hassan, why? You're not supposed to do that. In front of the face of the enemy.
I mean, that was a big mistake and really change the situation because Hassan suddenly being knocked down, and I think it is not easy to be revived. Even Salman being taken down. There is a counter fire coming from Team Bahrain.
No.
But again, the position is being spotted. Ooh, that was so close. Walid still do the healing, but when he raised the hand to do the mat kit for the healing, it is spotted by the other enemies. So that way, Iraq again getting the biggest result, the biggest benefit from this fight.
And the worst part is all the teams are fighting here quite far off from the circle, and the one actually dominating the circle is going to be Iraq team. And they got themselves quite separated, spreading out wide angle on the side of Jordan. They take it down on Egypt, who's also in the dire need of the points, and they are slowly slipping and one by one taken down like flies here. Back towards Chinese Taipei, they're definitely getting themselves in the grand finals, definitely not having that mounted pressure. But on the side of Mauritius is a different story. Vortex finished off by Changfu with the Scar L right beneath him. They're on top of each other, but back to a Sky. And also Lord, they're trying to go for the flank side, but it's just too high for the mountains.
Yep, for Chinese Taipei right now, they have a big problem. They need to move from this mountain. They need to move from this hill, but look at those shots coming from all the enemies around. Chinese Taipei still have the minifan, want to move, but Skydu just want to go inside the circle, doing some healing with first aid, but spotted again by Iraq. I think Iraq really have a good spot right now, cutting all the rotation and getting a lot of eliminations.
I feel like Iraq is really going all out this time. And Kalaga is going to face off to the entire team of Chinese Taipei actually. He's just going to be the bait for the entire team, giving away the position. But Kalaga being finished off straight away. Huangshan making sure that Kalaga, you can't bluff us anymore. No more silly plays here. And for the side of Iraq, they definitely kind of segregated between themselves. Gaga already waiting for Jordans. They're waiting instead of compound singers for the Korea side and the Vietnam team. They are playing very safe because they realize what position they are in right now. They cannot afford to lose one more member.
Yeah, totally. They are not safe yet, so that way they need to play quite safe. But speaking of safe, I think it is not happening for Bahrain because a lot of fight happened. But the molly, if it is a nade, again Hassan will do the same mistake from before. But Salman with the nade already cooked quite well. But we are saying right there, IESF just being hit by the nade, and it hits a lot of his health point. But moving again to Arthur. Arthur is usually or oftenly from Egypt. He is the one being the investment to go toward the circle and save for the placement. But right now, Arthur is quite aggressive, but the nade coming from Chotto, again giving a lot of damage, but Chotto still can't be found by the players of Egypt.
Now, playing with the projector, that was perfect. Just what a Kobe with that angle. That was almost impossible to be done, but he just knows so well the calculation of the projectile of each of his utilities. Back to the side of Egypt. Now they're cooking up the nade, open up smoke, but they need to save their friend at the same time. Krona crying for help as Salman kind of stuck in between. Choto still on the high grounds, on the elevations. They got himself on top of the stairs. Choto cooking up the nade. Now going to toss over to the side of Egypt, but this time he won't need a bit too far off. Krona managed to be reset for the meantime. Chota being actually caught off by the side of Ghana from afar.
And this is not a good situation for both of the parties, even for Ghana, because they need to go toward the circle. Less than 10 seconds, it will moving toward the 7th circle. And you know, the DPS is not that easy to be taken with. But Bahrain. Look at the movement from Egypt. One being taken down again from Bahrain. There's no backup because even from Hassan, he knows he really need to go toward the circle right now. But Hassan is too open. Iraq player from the high ground can spot in. Even the shot coming from backside is still on point. But look at Volt again, vaulting towards all the players in Bahrain. Need to finish at the 8th position.
From the pan to the fire. That's what happened to Bahrain. They really exposed themselves way too much. Now things are going really dim for Bahrain as they're eliminated entirely. But Egypt, is it going to be next for them in Vietnam? Both 3 teams, just now we mentioned, all of them are kind of being cornered. Next one being eliminated is going to be Chinese Taipei. But for Iraq, though, they don't have a care in the world. They keep on hunting every single thing that moves.
a lot of benefits coming for Reva right now. The M4, 4x scope is really strong. Even right now, he wants the South Korean players, but I really like the logic. He knows he need to get down to the surface of the Miramar itself, because he knows the high ground is not safe anymore. It is at the edge of the circle, so he needs to move, but move to Fault right now. He is holding the position. Player from Egypt, one already being knocked down, but one more. Other is spotted with the nade 2. One blow up right there, and that's
perfect.
it. The end. But I think it's coming actually from South Korea. So
both of them. It's
both
a
of
two-way
them.
war.
Both of them. One elimination coming for Egypt and one more for South Korea.
Back to the side of Korea, they got themselves inside of the warehouse, but Nanjing being finished off by Iran. Volt is everywhere. Volt is just hunting everyone. It's gonna be Iraq chasing the tails of every single team. They're running away from them. Will trying to hide himself in the... Oh, never mind. It's gonna be Vietnam next to be the victims of Iraq. Volt again! What is happening? This guy's just going crazy.
How can that be? The players, opponents of Fault is to the prone and shooting, so it is so easy. But look at South Korea right now. Matt Boy will be the last man standing. The Molly is there, one still being knocked down, and Iraq really controlled the game. Even already collected 15 elimination at the late game. This is so big coming for Iraq because they are already safe, but they still play really well.
Feels like they're being sort of having a exorcist moment right now for the Iraq. They're being demonized right now. Iraq golden ticket down on one of the Ghana players. They're down to 2 teams there. We're down to only Iraq versus, if I'm not mistaken, it's going to be Jordan possibly. I'm not sure. But back to the side of Iraq, they still have 3 players. And now they might breaking the elimination record. Gaga versus the entirety of Iraq. It's going to be Gaga versus the world. 3v1. He got Volt. Gaga shot down with a Scar. Taking on 1, 2 more to go. River spotted him out. Gaga. Can he build this? Can he actually just swerve himself to the other way? Right, left and center. Sorry. Golden and River just might ham him down. Gaga playing in some spot. He took him out. Gaga with the micro-Uzi, but it's going to be Iraq. Might getting themselves a new record entirely for the eliminations.
What a play coming from Iraq, especially at the late game. Even though one player being knocked down, but they're still turned the table again. The backstep is not happening well, and that's how a teamwork need to be done. I mean, like 2 different angles, so it's so hard for Gaga, but for Gaga, it's the best effort you can do.
It's not up to the late level.
Yeah, it's not up to the late level, but
sorry,
going to the top 2. Going to the top 2 is still a big win for Jordan, though. Yeah?
I mean, like, you know what the funny part is? All the teams right now are really comfortable in the top 11. They are the one who are really desperate for the points. I mean, like, we're not getting the points more in the grand finals. It's going to start off as a clean slate anyways. But the one that really made me a bit baffling for me, it's going to be the teams that's in the dire need, in the red zone, in the danger zone. We talked about Egypt, Vietnam, Bahrain. Specifically these 3 teams, even Korea even. And these 3 teams, they happen to be clumping up together.
Oh yeah.
I mean, in their case, they should have played it a bit slower, just played a bit at the rim of the blues and all at the rim of the circle, just to make sure that they will avoid every unnecessary fight as much as possible.
I think Vietnam already did it quite well, but at this particular match, Guatemala is there. Who knows, right? Because usually Chumacera will be only for Vietnam, but Guatemala just changed it off. But like you already mentioned earlier, it's kind of interesting coming for the match. South Korea, Bahrain, Vietnam, how can they do the fight at the late game and fight each other, which they need the points, so much.
That's the funny part. I mean, like, it feels like they can smell the desperation between themselves. They're kind of being the compass and navigate themselves among, like, they're attracted to each other.
Oh yeah, it's kind of luring, right? Luring each other.
We're playing a different game now, huh?
Oh yeah.
Gotta catch them all.
Gotta catch them all.
But back towards the 3 teams, Bahrain, Egypt, and Vietnam. They happen to be clumping up together and they're fighting against each other. And the worst part is, all 3 of these teams died by the other teams that are actually up there.
especially Iraq and Jordan, though.
I mean, is that why they are down there? How their mindset is like, if you compare with the teams up there, it's so different of plays.
Yeah, but I can't blame three of the teams because they are under the big pressure. Again, going to the top 11, the games is just only one after this, which is Sunhawk. But yeah, congratulations for Iraq. I think it is still the same record with Saudi Arabia, 17 elimination. There isn't any team so far at play-ins who can achieve more than 17 2-2.
We do not have enough teams for that, possibly.
I think that's the big part. I think that's the big part.
We have to emphasize on that.
Yeah.
But if you look at the match ranking just now, Bahrain only gained 3 points in total. If you compare with Egypt, who got 10 and 9 for Vietnam as well. So this is going to be really detrimental for Bahrain. This is going to be punishing for them because they are not up there yet. If you look at their overall ranking right now, they are on 12. So where do they stand after this? Even Korean teams getting themselves 12 points there, they definitely will be pushed down. So like it or not, for the next match, they have to break the record. They have to get more than 20 elimination points.
I guess so. Like you already mentioned earlier, it's not only about the placement when it comes to the last game like this. They need to be brutal. They need to got a lot of eliminations, you know?
Bro, eliminations gain more than position point ranking if you can do it.
Yeah.
Even like, 17 eliminations. The most you can get a chicken is just 15.
15, yeah. But it's not easy, though, to take down all the players, especially for the team like Iraq, like Jordan. They're already safe. They can play freely without any pressure. So I think that's a big concern to Chuchu.
Yeah, I think maybe Masgar have the solution for it because he got the not lonely chicken.
Oh yeah?
The tutu chicken.
I am Batutu chicken. So yeah.
They don't want to be that lonely. I think they need that chicken right now. From maybe Masgar can buy them that chicken to boost up their morale. But back to our top 4 teams. Iraq, Jordan, Korea and Ghana finally start to show up in the last 2 matches there.
Yeah, even though it's quite late, but I really enjoy how the team that are under pressure, they are not performing for about 2 whole days. They still can show the quality of them.
You know what? These teams, they should have been put in the last ranking since the first day, so they keep on under pressure all the time.
Oh, okay. So they are performing when they are under pressure, you mean?
So, you know what? Just let them have 0 points every single round so that they're always under pressure.
So it's like you do not reveal their points, right? Just play lah.
Yeah. I think they should put it that way for the sake of the team. Now, for our overall stats, this is quite high compared with Group A.
Okay.
The usual average we have is like 35 to 40. This is a bit more than usual. So it shows that how much these teams really want to garner their elimination points, but it just happened to be the same mindset.
Yeah, I mean, it's shown by how Egypt catching up to Bahrain, really won the elimination. So I think the fight quite a lot, but back again, the fight is coming from the team who needs a lot of points and finished by the team that already collected a lot, like Iraq, Jordan. So it's unfortunate for those teams.
And now what? Okay, we're gonna be Volt. Yeah, Volt is revolting in this match. You know what? For the MVP, 1,506 damage. Now we do have the most damage is 1,007 by the side of Lath before.
Yeah.
This doesn't tally up when it comes to eliminations.
Yep,
now this is gonna be our MVP. Oh, look at that mask. This looks really, really good. By the way, this is gonna be Volt, and you are deserving for this match. Woo!
Amazing coming from Volt. I think behind the mask, he's smiling, right?
Is it really?
He's smiling,
How do
right?
you know?
I know.
How do you know?
I know.
It's just like...
No. I think from the expression coming from the face. I mean, Volt shown us not only from the previous game.
Yeah.
I mean, for the second day especially, Volt is a very strong player with his performance.
I mean, like, if you look at Iraq for the entire team, every single person have their own respective role that we can very distinctly see. Like example,
Kalaga.
Kalaga, he's the bluffer for the team. He's
Yeah.
the one who bait out all the enemies by doing something unusual.
Unusual.
It's always Gaga and Volt doing the work at the flank side.
I mean, like Kalaga making the enemies confused. Like, is it a fight or how he is so exposed, how he's so open, but suddenly Gaga and also like Volt is coming and shooting towards the other direction and surprise the enemy.
Yeah, I mean, like, this is something that we can learn as well. Hopefully the other teams can actually make it another go for their last match in Sunhawk later. But before we go into the last match for our players, we're going to toss it back to our Mas Gary with his chicken, tutu chicken. Take it away, Mas Gary.
Take it away, Mas Gary.
Thank you once again, Chuchu and Eldoke. Of course, congratulations for Iraq. And the MVP is also from Iraq. What a good game. We still have one more round for today. PUBG Mobile on IESF World Esports Championship Bali 2022 on Fire Stage. So, we're going to have a commercial break. But I still have one question about ayam. Ayam-ayam apa yang pernah menjelajah keluar angkasa? No, ayam-ayam apa yang sudah pernah menjelajah keluar angkasa? No, it's not I am strong, but I am Groot. Still on IESF 14 World Esports Championship, Bali 2022.
Dolce and Gabbana, Fendi and Adana, Karen, they be sharing all their money, got me wearing fly. Gerber, I ain't asking, they say they love my ass in 7 G's to religion. I say no, but they keep giving, so I keep on taking. And no, I ain't taking. We can keep on taking, I keep on demonstrating my love, my love, my love, my love. You love my lady lumps, my hump, my hump, my hump. My humps, they got you. Dolce and Gabbana, Fendi and Adana, Karen, they be sharing all their money, got me wearing fly. Gerber, I ain't asking, they say they love my ass in 7 G's to religion. I say no, but they keep giving, so I keep on taking. And no, I ain't taking. We can keep on taking, I keep on demonstrating my love, my love, my love, my love. You love my lady lumps.
Selamat datang di sebuah pengalaman perjalanan baru Indonesia bersama Journey. Terbang bersama kami untuk melihat pariwisata Indonesia. Sirkuit internasional, bentang alam, ragam atraksi budaya, produk lokal asli Indonesia, warisan budaya, keamanan dan kenyamanan. Journey membawa keramahan Indonesia ke dunia.
Warga plus 62 emang banyak maunya. Dari drakoran sampai banjir air mata. Nonton action yang mantul. Sampai nonton tendangan cantik. Maksudnya ini. Mau nonton apapun, semua ada di video. Mulai dari yang bikin berbunga-bunga, keringet dingin, ketawa, sampai bikin gak ngedip. Jadi nonton apa sekarang?
All it takes is one dream. One dream that becomes a journey. To drive an ambition. Believing in yourself. Persevering challenges. Always focused on the dream. To grow aspirations. Having the will to keep going. Building a future with a legacy. Knowing dreams can come true. Over 11 years of growth. The spirit of entrepreneurship. Created possibilities. Realized new potentials. Innovate for the better. Expand horizons. To change lives. To connect new ideas. To explore new grounds. With the future in sight. Together.
Hello everybody, we have Jesse An here as a BA from Onyx Esports.
Yeah.
So I wanna ask you, so the first question is, what do you think about this match Indonesia versus Philippines?
Match yang tadi menurut aku seru banget sih. Terus udah gitu kayak menegangkan juga lah.
So the next question is, who is the top of opponent for Indonesia in IESF?
Menurut aku Filipina sih. Cuma tadi Indonesia berhasil menang lawan Filipina kan. Cuma menurutku yang paling susah Filipina sih.
So how much confident are you that Indonesia will be the winner for this competition?
100% dong. Kita harus percaya diri.
So for the last question, any future hope for esports Indonesia, especially Mobile Legends?
Semoga makin berkembang. Terus udah gitu, semoga bisa berjangka panjang.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time. Esports Indonesia.
Jaya.
Thank you Kak Kezia.
Get Galaxy A33 5G. Galaxy A33 5G with awesome battery. Buy now. Get Galaxy A53 5G.
Why?
Because.
Galaxy A53 5G with awesome smooth display. Buy now.
Selamat datang di sebuah pengalaman perjalanan baru Indonesia bersama Journey. Terbang bersama kami untuk melihat pariwisata Indonesia. Sirkuit internasional, bentang alam, ragam atraksi budaya, produk lokal asli Indonesia, warisan budaya, keamanan dan kenyamanan. Journey membawa keramahan Indonesia ke dunia.
Warga plus 62 emang banyak maunya. Dari drakoran sampai banjir air mata. Nonton action yang mantul. Sampai nonton tendangan cantik. Maksudnya ini. Mau nonton apapun, semua ada di video. Mulai dari yang bikin berbunga-bunga, keringet dingin, ketawa, sampai bikin gak ngedip. Jadi nonton apa sekarang?
Welcome back again on IESF 14 World Esports Championship Bali 2022 Fire Stage last round on PUBG Mobile, of course. And like usual, I would like to share some information about this event. The IESF 14 World Esports Championships will be a part of Indonesia Esports Summit 2022, an annual celebration of the country's esport ecosystem initiated by IESF and PBSC. With the goal to involve all esports stakeholders in Indonesia, including game publishers, game developers, pro teams, athletes, influencers, brand, communities, and media in the country. In this year, IESF 14 World Esports Championship 2022, followed by 106 countries. And this is make this event as esport event with the most nationalities competing offline and the largest outdoor esport competitive in Southeast Asia. With 4 marvelous thematic stage, we have Earth Stage, Air Stage, Ice Stage, and Fire Stage. And we have 6 games included: CSGO, Dota 2, Mobile Legends Bang Bang, PUBG Mobile, eFootball 2023 Tekken 7. And today, last round of PUBG Mobile on Fire stage. Before we gonna start the match, before I tag to the casters, I want to tell you that this event can be held by support from our government sponsors. So thank you once again to Kemenparekraf, Kemenpora, KONI, NOC Indonesia, and Wonderful Indonesia. So, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome once again Dona Fiska and Chuchu.
Thank you so much, Gary. Now, before we introduce, I'm just going to introduce ourselves first. I'm Chichu and this is going to be Dona. But before that, we have to do formalities aside first. It's going to be thanking our sponsors. Yeah, we quite have a number. Main sponsor, JSL Group, sponsored by JSL Auto, Nusa Pay, DAS, Good and Crypto, Taiwan Excellence, Pertamina Hydro Coco, and official technical partner Telecom Cells. And we have official smartphone partner, Samsung Galaxy A series. As you can see, there's A33, A33, A53 and A73. I memorized that. An internet service provider partner, IndiHome. We have also travel management partner, here in our hotel partner, which we are at here right now, Murasaka Hotel and Episode Hotel. We have esports broadcaster partner, Minisky Global, IFEL and ESID, and production partner, Lemon ID. We do have our media partner, Transtudio, Detikcom, esports.id, video.com, Dunia Games, Dance TV, Dance Play, Merah Putih, Bola Score, and Kami Bijak.
As well as we want to thank our government for their support. So thank you so much for Kemenpora, Kemenparekraf, KONI, and OC Indonesia, and also Wonderful Indonesia. So once again, thank you so much. Without all of your support, we wouldn't be here.
Yep, and all you guys watching at home as well, we want to thank you for being with us since day number 1 of IESF World Esports Championship up till now. We're still not done yet because we still have the grand finals.
Yeah.
And today is the last day of the play-ins.
Oh my God, not only the last day of play-ins, this is gonna be like the last game of play-ins, and this is gonna be like the last chance for both Group B and also C. And what interests me so much is actually there are several names. Some of the teams or some of the countries is actually in not a very good position in terms of the leaderboard itself for now. But yeah, let's see.
I mean, like the countries that in the red zone are the ones that we will be predicting later.
Oh my God.
This is going to be the last push, and also there will be somebody will be relegated from the top 11 to go to as a grand final, especially coming up from Group A. I cannot stress enough for the fact they might be pushed down. In this case, Bahrain, do they still have a shot here? For Bahrain, really, based on the last performance, they only gained 3 points in total. They are one of the teams that's in dire need for points.
Yeah.
Can they have the last push? They need to get double-digit eliminations.
Yeah, there are gonna be like some pressure going on around them actually in the red zone area in terms of the leaderboard itself. But I believe like from what the other teams or the other countries, especially like in the upper side or upper position in the leaderboard and also the lower position of the leaderboard, they're gonna have fun here.
Nothing else to lose. I mean, like,
nothing else to
for
lose.
those on the higher bracket, I mean, like, they can do whatever they want. They can do whatever they want.
What one thing that I really want them to do is actually like to experiment things actually, because like before they are gonna like facing the other strong contender in the grand final. Yeah, it's good for them to experience things.
But at the same time, for me, if you compare it with the teams that advancing to its grand final, which is going to be another 5 team adding in to as the top 11 later on in the grand final. So we have all 16 teams this time.
Finally.
Finally, we have a normal match. But if you look at how they are at right now, they already got themselves warmed up. They already toned themselves of how the expectations are towards the games tomorrow.
Yeah.
Whilst the teams that's not playing, waiting in the grand finals, yes, they've been studying all the teams' rotation, but are they warmed up enough?
Actually, yes, that was also what I thought actually, Chuchu. And previously, I was having a little bit of interview with Indonesian media, and they were asking me like, how do you feel about Indonesia's team that will competing? That will competing tomorrow. Are they gonna have like a high stake of winning or a high chance of winning? I said, the percentage is above 50% actually, but not that high, because like one of the factor is like what you just mentioned, that they are not here yet, while the other strong teams that we saw the capability of them in the group stage is here.
Yeah.
They got the feeling, they got the vibes already.
Yeah, that's kind of true. They already know what to expect and they already get themselves in the zone here. We're talking about the other players, even though they are a very strong team, but can they keep up? Because they only have 3 days, whilst the other teams, now there's a pro and con to it if you compare. Like the teams though, while we're having the groups, can they sustain their stamina till the end? Because it's an entire week non-stop, 9 matches per day we're doing for the play-ins, adding more 5 matches later in the grand finals. Do they have the capability to keep up?
I hope so.
They have to.
Yeah, they have to. That's what pro players do, actually. Like, if you want to be pro player, not only you really need to sharpen out your skills and also your strategy, and also like make the bond between all of the teammates stronger, but also like how you have a self-management, actually, right?
True.
Yeah. So yeah, that's what they have to do. But Choo, talking about the last match though, Sandhawk. It's been like fun Sandhawks, actually. 2 Sandhawks that we've been casted is
today.
Today. Finally, you got Sandhawk.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. After 2 fun Sandhawk that we saw, what do you expect with the last Sandhawk here?
We saw earlier that the circle was quite unpredictable. It comprises a big wonky circle that have a lot of water ratio in it. That's already not a good start for the teams. And also we kind of have a lot of circle that's kind of unpredictable since it comprises all the islands as well. So when it comes to Sandhawk, it's a very small map, but the smaller the map is, the more high chances the teams will have to clash quite early on. Now in this case, in the last match though, we had this talk with Doggy before.
Yeah.
The teams that actually need the points happen to be having the same mindset. They happen to be clustering together. Now, none of them actually winning. Like I told them a story. If you put it in a story, it's like 3 fishermen's boats having to poke themselves each other for their boat to drown themselves, to drown each other out. But the big boats happen to just crush them later on.
Yeah.
So it's like none of them actually winning.
Yeah, that is actually unfortunate for them. That is not a good situation for them, actually, right?
Definitely.
Definitely. They really need to do it all out, actually, for this last match, this last chance for them. But speaking of Sandhawk, the first Sandhawk actually like won by Chinese Taipei, and obviously Chinese Taipei still gonna on this game. And also the latest Sandhawk, which is won by Team Brunei Darussalam, and obviously Brunei is not gonna play again for this match. So, do you think Chinese Taipei is gonna have a winning condition for them, or is
they are quite in the safe zone right now. They are pretty much in the safe area. So I don't think they, like you mentioned earlier, they might want to experiment some new moves or new strategy or rotation based on the other teams that are still not competing right now in the grand finals. Maybe testing out new drop spot if they want to. This is the time for the teams in the top 5 to test out their new drop spots when it comes to Sandhawk. And then just to point out, I think this is the most tournament having the most Sandhawk, by the way.
Oh,
because we never had this much Sandhawk in a day.
3 Sandhawk in a day. Oof.
Usually they just play once, right?
Yeah, once a day.
Once a day or maximum like once a week, possibly. But back to it regarding the Chinese Taipei, they're definitely not really having that mounting pressure behind their backs. But the one that should be focused on right now, who will land themselves in the 11th place? Because right now the point gap is not that too far either. Up to the 12th and 13th, they still can catch up. But will Libya be pushed down? That's another story.
Yeah, that's another story. Talking about Libya, Libya is also in the red zone. But by the way, this is not updated yet.
Yep.
Yeah. The point and also the placement that we see today. But talking about the last game, as usual, we're gonna have a prediction. What about you, Chuchu? Who do you think?
The unfortunate team that we will be jinxing right
Oh
now.
no, I hope not for now, please. No.
They're in the need of help because right now we are giving them more bad luck by predicting that team. So for me, it's gonna be coming out from Vietnam this time.
Oh my God, Vietnam from Chuchu. And I will go with Egypt.
Yeah, it's a reverse.
Yeah, and both Egypt and also Vietnam is actually still in the red zone.
Yeah, I mean, like, the points is not too big of a gap. They can catch up as long as they didn't being eliminated quite early. They have so many conditions they have to meet up, including not having any sort of handicap since the start. They cannot afford to even lose one man straight off the bat. And not just that, they have to make sure all the teams above them being eliminated first.
Yeah.
But at the same time, they have to be not too reckless about going all in too early on. So it's like everything has to be calculated very precisely efficient.
Exactly. And I hope that everyone is gonna enjoy this last moment, this last dance, especially maybe harshly saying the teams that are not gonna like proceeding their way into the grand final, because like this is gonna be like the last game for them to play. So yeah, have fun.
Yeah. Nothing else to lose, and that's going to be it. For them, it's going to be showing off their pride. They are the representative for their own region and own country, so they have to prove us they are still in for the win.
Yeah, but talking about like these past 3 days, Choo.
So many things.
How do you think it is? How do you feel about this past 3 days?
I mean, we saw since day one some teams are dominating.
Yeah.
It's just they're still dominating up till now.
Yeah, exactly.
And they are hot and cold team like Vietnam. Chinese Taipei is one of them, but they push in the last minute. But they are still teams that's still not able to adapt, including Azerbaijan in this case, or like Ghana. Ghana start to improve, but will it be too late now?
Yeah, I think so. It will be, I think, quite too late, because when we're looking at the point gap between Azerbaijan and also all of the other teams above them, it's quite far. So yeah, once again, I hope that they are gonna take this game, this particular game, as their experience, as their learning process to bring towards the next tournament that they will have in the future.
Yeah, maybe the next IESF, you know?
Oh,
maybe
yeah.
the next World Esports Championship, they will surprise us. But maybe today is not the day. But even so, this might be the day they got themselves the last chicken for our play-ins, because we cannot wait and want to see. Let's get straight into our Sunhawk, our last map and last match for our play-ins.
Let's go. And ladies and gentlemen, the flight is up in the Sunhawk, as we are gonna witnessing who's the teams, the top 11 teams is gonna continue their way into the grand final tomorrow for the 3 days straight. And talking about flight path, it's like, yeah, it's quite equal for all of the team for now, and I cannot really wait who's gonna like really take the spot in Painan.
Yep. But when it comes to Come Alpha, it feels like very lonely there right now. But apparently there will be two teams getting themselves. It's going to be a Chinese Taipei and Vietnam. But if you look over towards Chinese Taipei, look at one player on top of Tambang. Nakam is so quiet, but the circle.
Oh my God.
Is this going to be a quarry circle?
I think, okay, I'm gonna feel my feeling first. Is it gonna be like Quarry, or is it gonna be like the
Painan?
Not Painan, I believe. Maybe between Painan and also Quarry, western side of Quarry.
Yeah,
Maybe
possibly.
southwest. Yeah, southwest side of the Quarry. That is my feeling for now. How about yours?
I have a feeling it might be Quarry. I mean, like,
okay,
if it's Quarry, then it's gonna be really hard to predict for the movement of the players, because it's multi-terrain, layers of terrain that the players should be focused on. There's not much places, not much compound to be hiding. Yes, there are compounds outside of the quarry, but it's just a very limited at the moment. On top of Chem Alpha, we do have Chinese Taipei taking on most of it. We do have one player on Tambang just to garner or just to gain information and relay back to the entire team about the movement of the other teams that might be tailing them from behind.
Yeah, that is quite far. But talking about like Tambang and also Ruins area Nakam, it's quite empty for now. There's none of the teams concurrent or occupying the area of the that C island itself. It's quite crowded in the B island area, and we're gonna see the Maldives team is gonna occupy the bootcamp area. The bootcamp area is actually like kinda a hot spot if the circle later on is gonna shift towards the southern area, because some of the teams like Vietnam maybe, just maybe, is gonna take the rotation, the pathway towards the bootcamp area, yeah.
If they happen to pass by there. It depends on the second or third circle, really. If it's not really comprised, if you can see, I think bootcamp's just not in the center. It's quite at the edge of it. If it happens to be on the second phase, it's not already inside of it. I think Vietnam maybe just going to go shortcut. Or they can actually go through bootcamp still if they want to avoid unnecessary fighting. Because right now, Vietnam cannot afford to lose not even one member. They've been playing very, very conservative. They need to be slightly aggressive just to get themselves enough point to make it through.
Yeah, because like if they are not making it through to the grand final, it's gonna be like a big upset for them. But in the side of Team Iraq, no, I think it's some of a glitch in terms of like the elimination phase. We don't see it yet inside of the Team Iraq itself. But Paradise Resort, Ghana, I believe that Ghana is still alone in the side of the Paradise Resort. No contender at all that we've noticed in the side of mini-map. So yeah, but on the other side, South Korea got their way towards the elimination of the first man.
Yep, it's going to be Egypt Tail making sure they got themselves first eliminations on top of Langkawi. And this is a good start for Egypt because they really need the points as much as Vietnam here. And both teams are struggling to keep the boat afloat. They're still trying to slowly coming up from the shorelines to just get whatever that move along the process is just going to shoot it down. But the problem with them right now, they don't have enough in terms of utilities. Some of them don't even have their gears up.
Even helmet on is a bad situation. Actually, if you want to really commit it into a war or initiating a war. But 4 to 5 minutes into the game, we are only seeing like some of the slow movement coming in around the players itself.
Just to clear things up, in case you guys are looking at Iraq not getting any elimination, do they get eliminations though, by the way?
So.
Because Djibouti's is not supposed to be playing, their ranks is there, but the players are not actually there in the meantime. But back to the current situation here, we do have Guatemala, who happen to be not having any sort of a problem on top of Quarry, and still taking their own sweet time to loot up because they don't really need to get into too aggressive fights early on, even though they have nothing else to lose right now, but they have a lot to prove towards the nations and the ones that are watching in the World Esports Championship.
Yes. Actually, for now, Monikil from Guatemala is having a little bit of a challenge here in terms of like some of the equipment that they got for now, because like it's so minimum in terms of like it kit and also another healing prom that Guatemala looted, because like in a quarry area maybe it's so minimum in terms of looting equipment. But onto the other side of the island itself, Team Maldives seems to be like really looted up because they went away from Painan itself, and they went into the Painan itself, and maybe is gonna facing Team Maldives, as Team Maldives is actually like the conqueror of the Painan area. But Mauritius is there.
Mauritius, this is the time to shine. They are the footsteps. That's going to be really scary. Maldives, their whole cavalry has arrived. My God, you heard the footsteps just now. That goes with the DBS. It's waited for the entire time. Fion next. My goodness me. There was a valiant effort. Still managed to secure one. A couple of, make it two. 1 for 2. They got themselves a discount for the knockdown, but here comes Vortex. He tried to put it on Kobe from Sky. Dude, my goodness.
Oh my God, Team Maldives as a conqueror has been collided by Team Mauritius. 1 man standing, 1 man left from Team Maldives. Are they gonna be out of the game here? Because Vortex is gonna be like searching the last man standing from Maldives, but that one last man standing is still there alive.
Mauritius seems like everything in their hands right now. Maldives didn't see this one coming. They couldn't have predicted this. There's always somebody in the compound. You cannot assume it's vacant. But here it comes. To cook up Nate. It won't be in on the angle. Coming up from another one. Lord cooking it up. Tossing towards another window. Straight into Toxins. Oh, so close of getting knocked down. Toxin managed to heal himself in the last minute. Shredded almost his vest. He got himself an upgrade of loot, boosting himself up, but the footsteps getting nearer, and here comes the DBS.
Oh my god, but Team Maldives once again is gonna be up with 3 men now because they can manage to revive themselves up, but Mauritius though really need to be extra careful because Team Maldives is getting ready. But I can see one player from Chinese Taipei is trying to hunt them down.
Here comes they're walking on thin ice. Mauritius versus Maldives. Mori trying to keep them away. Mori getting on one with the DBS. Vortex is down. But here comes Toxin trying to do plays here. Going towards the first floor with the DBS.
Oh, what?
Jump and shoot. Toxin getting on lower. Toxin. Oh, so close again, Addy. Mauritius being eliminated, obliterated. It's going to be entire team out. But here comes Chinese Taipei. I can't even pronounce his name right now. Hui. He's just going to finish off the job. The housekeeping team.
Oh my god, Chinese Taipei is going to take this chance as maximum as possible as a third party. They want to messing around, but the problem is he is still alone. No backup whatsoever. So I think it's not going to be like a big committed push towards the Painan area, towards the compound that has been occupied by Team Maldives. But it's too bad though. It was too bad Team Mauritius because things go south for them. Because actually like they can actually won that war against Maldives.
Yeah, just a bit too late when it comes to the backup coming in just to save their teammate. But here comes Maldives fighting against Chinese Taipei. They've spotted out Chang Fu. The rest of them are here. The entire cavalry of Chinese Taipei is here. Eddie with the Vector. Try to close the door, making sure they cannot have an entrance. Chang Fu taking on Toxin. Iran taking on another team, but here comes Eddie to do the play. It's going to be 1-1 trade, 2-1 right now. Mori, last player, survive. All he needs to do is just exit out. There's no way he can fight this one out.
But I think 2 men from Chinese Taipei is not going to let him get away from Painan area. But Mari is ready with his DPS gaming. Once again, Mari as the last man standing cannot really stand strong there. Chinese Taipei got their big win here. 3 elimination point has been pocketed and securing Painan area, which is the center of the next circle.
Is a fish eat fish will.
Oh, yeah.
After one, the other. I mean, like, now Jordan taking on Egypt. I mean, like, Egypt, they cannot afford to lose anymore. Vietnam and Egypt. Vietnam is playing it as slow as possible. While we do have Bahrain, can they secure double-digit eliminations there? They need that kind of push to make sure they got themselves squeezed in the top 11. On the Jordan side, they are taking elevations of the grounds right on the outskirts of Cave. Spotted out the rest of Egyptian players. IESF and Krona will be in dire need of help, but they don't have men anymore. They lost heavy casualty early on. Look how Jordan just tried to outcorner them every way possible.
This is going to be very interesting as we can see. Jordan, as far as we remember, is a very aggressive team as well as Egypt. So if they really committed to push towards the Egypt, to collide towards the compound that has been occupied by Egypt, is going to be like a big war, especially with Lath position. He is so ready to take or to give cover for his teammates.
On the other hand, we do have Iraq players trying to scout out for more victims there. Ghana left with only 1 remaining member and just gonna hide it out till the end of it. They need the position points and take a bit of a scooter moment for Volt and Golden, our last MVP in the previous match when it comes to Murama. But Egypt saved by the bell, but they opened fire. Why did Krona do that? They were leaving. Now he gave away his position just now. I'm not sure if Jordan want to make a U-turn, but definitely they are giving it away, their position. I'm like, IESF, trigger discipline is a crucial skills there.
Yeah, but once again, thankfully that Jordan went away from the area itself, but Egypt is getting ready to really face the Jordan's attack towards them. But Jordan still hunting them down in the area of the corner of the circle itself. But on the other hand, Guatemala still facing Team Bahrain. 1 man down from Bahrain.
It's not great in the top spot. David, what a crispy spray there. Perfect. Didn't even whiff it, even though he's a nick of health being shot down. Cheo just taking off the best of Choto. We're looking at Bahrain slowly losing men bit by bit. They're left with only Hassan again as their last surviving members. Cheo just going to finish it off. Guatemala will wipe off the best of Bahrain for now. Left with only Hassan. Can he bear the responsibility with the double digit for Bahrain? That's going to be a tough one.
Yes, very, very tough. Salman been locked down by the players from Guatemala, especially already thrown the Molotov by Cheo. And just like that, Salman is way out of the game. Only left with one player from Bahrain itself. But Team Guatemala doesn't really manage to take or to search for the last man standing, which is Hassan, I believe.
Yep. It's always Hassan.
Always.
You know, the funny part, Hassan is a bit a bit clumsy. So he always toss Molotov right like a different angle. But he always the last one to survive.
Yeah.
I'm not sure why, but he happens to be really lucky. Now, the next circle will pop in within 15 seconds. And where will it fare? Because we do have Chinese Taipei right on top of Painan, scouting over towards the quarry. They're going to go 2-2 formation. While coming up from Samien, Nakam, taking it very long and sweet. It's going to be the Vietnam team. They're taking more health utilities just to play the healing match. But we do have Camp Charlie as our fourth and third circle here. And it's going to be a rough one. Whoever's in the main peninsula have to go towards the other side of the island.
Exactly. Especially the sea island area is quite empty for now. Only some of the players or some of the teams is already occupied Camp Charlie area, and this is going to be like a sweet kind of circle for Team Vietnam as they really want to win this game with a bunch of elimination points because the western or the southwest area of the circle itself is safe and sound for them.
Oh wait, here comes the fires. Iraq versus Egypt still ongoing after such a long time. Should have done and dusted there. Iraq is still not happy. They already secured 6 eliminations. They want 4 more. They want that 2 more from Egypt. They are hovering around the window. Krona couldn't not pick. I mean, like, Egypt, just build this one out. Take a vehicle, just flee. Because this is not the war they want to fight against. With Iraq already set a tone, really aggressive, they might just dig in their own grave here for Egypt.
Yep, still committed to both Egypt and also Iraq, but no, I don't see any aggressive movement being played by Iraq. They gotta play it safe for now. Maybe they are gonna wait for like a perfect opening, a perfect entry to really colliding into the compound area that's been occupied by Egypt itself. But they gotta move. They gotta move faster because the blue zone is hunting them down.
Will they move fast enough? Their own foot, by the way. There's no vehicle around them.
Yep.
Back to the side of Chinese Taipei, keeping the pressure towards Guatemala. Monique almost being knocked down entirely, but definitely... Oh, never mind. It's going to be Chinese Taipei. Oh, woo, coming out from the other end. Chinese Taipei, they have a go, want to rush in, but Jared taking on the flank side. Chang Fu with a UMP now charge forward. There's only one rock in between them. Hong cooking up the nade. Jared doing the same. They're going to exchange nade here. I don't see this going to be a happy ending, but here comes one for Hong. He managed to evade that one. Now Jared taking another one. It's going to be Jared taking on Chang Fu. Hong fleeing the scene here, trying to buy his time to reset, but Jared with the DBS, no mercy shown. He's going to go for the elimination here. He's doing savage moves towards the side of the Chinese Taipei. Finish off easily. Hong, can he clutch this for the team?
Oh my God, Hong being the frontliner that is going to be facing Gyro is not going to be like a very easy situation going on for Hong, but he managed to take 1 man down from Guatemala, and just like that, Guatemala only left with 2 players, and I think it's gonna go south for Team Guatemala as Chinese Taipei managed to colliding into the defensive area of Guatemala, and just a snap of a finger, Guatemala out of the game.
Absolute decimation coming up from Chinese Taipei. They even get themselves a huge upgrade of loot from that death boxes around there. But for the Korean side, it's going to be Leith gatekeeping them. Will and Uriel, can they fight against Leith, the legendary guy in this entire play-ins?
Exactly, the legendary. But this is it. This is the only way to eliminate the player in the sniper tower. But Leith managed to dodge the molly out and went away with the buggy. And he is still alive, even though a lot of pressure has been sent towards himself. But South Korea, though, South Korea is still hunting him down.
Are you kidding me? It was 2v1.
Yeah.
He even was on a watchtower. He get to have the space to jump down and just drive the buggy away. What is that, Superman?
Who is Leith actually? Who is he actually?
When I was looking at that, I'm like, no way Leith can survive this
Right?
one. The Molotov burning the watchtower. There's support fire coming up from behind. But he's just sneaking away from that, out of the place. I'm like, how?
Yeah, even actually, like South Korea's player actually have a vision towards Leith when he went away with the buggy and didn't manage to like send a single bullet towards him. This man is legend.
I mean, like this, he did some sort of magic, definitely. I mean, like nowhere else. Nothing that we can explain from that situation. Back to the side of Chua, our previous MVP, but Ragnarok coming up from Jordan, taking on Iraq. They are on the savage streak, if you ask me. They're going on rampage, but Ragnarok being knocked down. Iraq right now on fire. They wanting for more. They're not showing any sign of stopping at all. Leith with an AUG got themselves an airdrop. Ragnarok will be safe if they pop enough smokes to us. But Leith almost been pinned down by Volt just now.
Oh my god, thankfully, Leith is still there. Leith is still alive, but Golden though. Golden being the sneaky assassin from above them, but Leith, and finally, he is taken down by Golden.
This is Golden moment. For the side of Iraq, Golden, definitely a smart move, ingenious even. Who would have thought he actually will coming up from the... Well, this is beyond high ground, right above them actually. Yeah. And it's going to be Iraq trying to move forward. They are crossing this bridge on top of Camp Charlie. Now they're trying to fish out anybody who swims. They spotted out Corona. There goes one more. Egypt eliminated next. This is not great for them. Can they still make it to the top 11?
Oh my god, I hope so. Well, let's see. Let's see about the result later on. But that was very unfortunate for Corona himself to be in the open area and also like facing Jordan and to Iraq, I believe. Yes, Iraq as the opponent. As we know, Iraq is also a very strong contender, but Chinese Taipei is gonna be like the next big team, or is it gonna be like things go south for Team Iraq himself?
It's a bit of a brawl between Iraq and also Chinese Taipei. We have going against Kalaga. And they're trying to play around our structure. They got outplayed by Chinese Taipei. Kalagan down on his knees. Golden revived by Volt. They're having another go. Shot finished off. Will is doing his best here. Can he clutch this as Hong is too far behind?
Oh my god. And another grenade has been tossed by Volt towards the IU. And then Hong himself, he are gonna go away, go back from the messy here that has been made by Iraq and also Team Chinese Taipei. But Iraq, this is gonna be like 1v1 situation between Ayu and also Volt himself. But Ayu is gonna like, he needs to be really extra careful.
We can't even pronounce his name, guys. Do enlighten us, by the way. But unfortunate enough, we do have one more team out. That's going to be one of, I think, Jordan just now, who tried to get a go against Iraq. He's just on fire. There's no stopping them at all. Back to the side of Chinese Taipei. It's going to be Hong trying to play on the flank side, but Chua managed to shut down on Iraq Golden. They can still revive. Never mind, Iraq left with only one player. The Blues are closing in. Wu is having a hard time to spot out Volt. Uriel on the high ground. Oh, we have Vietnam taking the elevations as well. Hong be spotted out by Volt. Now, Volt, it's not being spotted out yet. Hong has no clue. He got a straight shot. He can do it.
Oh my god, but what a trigger discipline, but this is gonna be like take too long as Aoi. I can say that now, Aoi, we can only just say Aoi for now, Choo. If not, we're gonna like loving it all until the late game.
Feels like we're in a jungle right now. We're saying that word, right?
Yeah.
Tarzan. Are we Tarzan and Jay now?
Yeah.
And back to the Chinese Taipei, Hong. We tried to march to the side of Vietnam, and they got finished off by the players. And none of these teams we're watching right now is quite in the center of a circle. They are playing it very careful because one, the circle itself is the low ground. If they just entered it easily, they will be pinned down quite hard. Even though they got themselves a couple of compounds, like Tuanzi already parked themselves there. But Volt, on the other hand, still being closely watched by the side of Chinese Taipei.
Oh my god, Volt, from the moment ago, and he finally opened the fire and take one man down from Chinese Taipei. Not only one, but eliminated the whole Chinese Taipei. Oh my god, Volt finally.
This is a monster. This guy is a monster. He ever got himself, again, 13 elimination points. I'm not surprised. Out of 30, he got 6 by himself. He clutched that 2v1. How is that even possible? There was 2 people on different angles entirely. Back to the side of Iraq. Volt is still on the run. Hassan, still the last member of Bahrain, the last surviving member. As always, trying to play as quiet. We do have Vietnam in between. Winnie taking a shack, while we have Tuanzi trying to just fish them out with a bait with that vehicle. It's going to be Volt again, almost being pinned down by Hassan. Just overbig for a bit. Winnie on the other end. It's going to be a 3-way war in the crossfire. While we do have Vietnam side a bit more advantage when it comes to the manpower.
Yeah, and this is what they really want. But Hassan got spotted down by Volt. For now, Volt become the monster here. But Tuanzi also spotting Volt down and throwing a grenade, but that doesn't count, but that doesn't connect it towards Volt. But the second grenade though managed to eliminate Volt out of the game.
What a coup just now. Perfect execution down to 2v1. Hassan gonna do the play. Hassan, the one player of Bahrain since the start. He can do this. It's gonna be mano to mano. Hassan, can he heal himself up? He only got band-aids. What can you do with band-aids? It's not gonna be enough, Hassan. You have to charge in. Both of them are just charging themselves out. The difference is Tuanzi with a booster, while Hassan with the band-aids.
Yeah, but he still managed because there he still got the boost there with Hassan. But Hassan though gonna eliminate Winnie for now because Hassan! Oh my god, he cannot really stand the aggression that's been made from Team Vietnam. And Team Vietnam managed to take winner chicken dinner for this last game.
Now, is it gonna be enough for the Vietnam to squeeze in the top 11? When it comes to the scoreboard, will it be enough? They got themselves quite a number of eliminations. They almost lost that chicken just now towards Hassan, the sole surviving member of Bahrain, the one-man army from the start till the end.
Yeah, he was such a star. Such a star. Spotlight is on him for now, Hassan. But, Juju, actually, like, if we remember the position of Team Vietnam, when they went into the play zone, there are no much opponent that they can take. That means not too much elimination point that they can collect.
Well, at the same time, fingers crossed, hopefully it's going to be enough. I agree for the fact that they are being a bit too conservative. We mentioned it earlier. They have to be extra aggressive, but the problem is they just couldn't find any openers to shoot down. But they managed to secure a couple of eliminations. But will it be enough? That's a bigger problem here because we're still waiting for the overall rankings. But for Maldives and Mauritius, that was a really close combat. The CQC was incredible in Painan.
Yeah.
I mean, for the side of Bahrain, they just couldn't make it. I hate to break it, but I have a feeling Bahrain can't make it up to now.
Whew, but I got a same feeling actually because like this is a really tough situation for them actually, especially like all of the contender in the red zone area is actually like still alive.
True.
Until the late game, better. The place in terms of placement point, they are better than Team Bahrain.
You know, the funny part is Bahrain is so good when it comes to long distance kind of war. but they're always being shot down by Guatemala from behind.
Yeah.
It's always that case here, but we do have Chinese Taipei, a different player coming in this time. It just changed the dynamic of the entire team so different. They got quite a number of elimination, but for the Iraq side, I have a feeling we're still going to have Volt as the MVP. He's just not going to die. He's just a walking and running zombie.
Who is Volt actually? After we saw Leith, the monster, now we got Volt. Actually, like this group stage has been insane.
It's just incredible.
Incredible. But yeah, this is the last game, and even though like we saw an earlier, the very conservative and also quite passive gameplay from what I noticed here in the first half minutes of the game, but the ending though. The ending is really intense.
It's not just that, it's because of the circle as well. There's not many compounds that actually take covers for the players, and it's so hard to predict this sort of a circle. Most of them kind of have the same mindset as I do, like they predicted it will be Quarry. Would have thought it's going to be on the different islands, but Volt though, this clutch! My goodness me, that was 2v1. I'm surprised. Why didn't double pick at the same time? They could have won that for Chinese Taipei.
I think only one condition or only one factor panicked or also shocked by Chinese Taipei. So they didn't really like ready to give a counter attack towards Volt.
It's Volt.
Yeah.
It's Volt. He just gave you a couple of volt of charges coming up from lightning and you'd be zapped away easily. But for Iraq, they got 23 points. Definitely this is gonna be like really affirming the position when it comes to the top 10. But for Vietnam here, we do want to know, can they make it in the last minute? Bahrain, I feel like it's going to be a long shot though.
Yeah, 12 total points for Bahrain, especially with other contender as well, like Korea and also Chinese, not Korea, yeah, only Korea. Korea is like the strongest contender here in terms of like securing the top 11 position now. But Iraq though, back-to-back winner chicken dinner actually they got after they won the last Miramar that you casted.
Is it because of me? I want to feel like it's because of me for one time, because we've always been, you know, giving bad luck to the predicted teams, but at least this time it's working out for me, just like how you did earlier today.
Thankfully. But I'm intrigued to see like travel distance by Vietnam. Vietnam is like one of the team or one of the countries tend to have a really late rotation and also long rotation as well. So that's why 4,628 meters travel distance that they get, but only with one smoke.
I mean, like,
what?
Well, they couldn't get any, possibly. I mean, if you look at Bahrain, though, the total damage is 182.
Yeah.
That's only by Hassan, if I'm not mistaken.
Maybe.
He's literally carrying the entire team there.
With 182 damage.
My God, what a play.
Yeah. All right, so overall statistic, 42 total elimination. A good number actually being played by Group B versus C. Throwable used only 68, not a high number actually in terms of throw use. Kalaga from Iraq managed to take the longest distance elimination with 300-ish something meters. And in terms of distance itself, airdrop looted, pretty standard, pretty typical, with only 2 airdrop has been looted.
I think the Kalaga longest distance of elimination just now was the one he actually shot down of one of the Egypt players under the bridge.
Yeah.
He's the only one that actually spotted him out. But for Iraq team, I don't know what happened, but they got a different side of them that's really scary right now. You cannot stop them when they are on the rampage.
Yeah, actually, and they are gonna be like the strong contender as well for the grand finalists that we're gonna see the matches tomorrow. Actually, the start of tomorrow, 5 matches a day is gonna be like. Finally, we got to see some standard gameplays, some standard game, but Voldo
again.
Whoa! All right, Vold as our MVP of the match, which 6 elimination points, 700-ish something damage that he's been dealt towards his enemy.
It's not the 182 damage then for like, oh, that was, well, never mind, that was Hassan. I wish we can get to see Hassan as MVP for once, honestly.
Yeah, hopefully.
But for this, it's going to be an average damage output coming out from a Volt, and it's kind of tally up when it comes to eliminations. But I'm still holding one of the best player when it comes to this lineup. I have to say, for Iraq players, every single one of them playing, like I mentioned before, they are the MVP as a team. You don't look like I don't like to put it as a one-man show, but it just under the spotlight, like for Jordan, we do see a lot of, even Gaga these days are rising up to the occasion, but for Volt, they can't reach here without Kalaga, without every single one of them.
Yeah, actually Iraq is like their individual skill is like equal, I think. For all of
everyone is so important.
Everyone is so important, and everyone get their spotlight for each match, actually.
Yeah, well, you know, the lineup we have previously was different. I don't have the full lineup for Iraq players, but I'm so sorry, guys.
We didn't have Awu as our lineup here, actually.
How do you even pronounce his name? I mean, like
Awu.
I know. The funny part is they're putting it as the last match. But here comes. Drum roll! Congratulations for Pakistan. It's just 2 points different. 2 points different.
Oh my God, 2 point difference between Pakistan and also Bahrain. But congratulations for Pakistan, South Korea, Sri Lanka, Egypt, Maldives, Vietnam, Chinese Taipei, Iraq, Jordan, Brunei Darussalam, and also Saudi Arabia. You are gonna play tomorrow for the grand final.
But thank you so much for Bahrain, Libya, Mauritius, Senegal, Guatemala, Azerbaijan, Ghana, and Djibouti. It has been an honor to actually watch you guys in action. It's really an honor to have you part of our World Esports Championship.
Yes.
But my, oh my, look at the gap. I was scared for this, for Libya. They're really being pushed down in the last minute, in the 13th place.
Yeah, actually, it is so unfortunate for them. And I believe that both Bahrain, Libya is gonna like having some of a nightmare for them because like this kind of thing is happening.
It's just 2 points. Donna,
Difference,
it's 2 points. It's not even, it's 2 points. If it's like a 10-point gap, we can live with it.
Yeah.
But at the receiving end of Bahrain, this is going to be really broken-hearted for them. But it was such a good show. It was such a brave, valiant, action-pack coming up from Bahrain for the entire day. I mean, like they did having the last push as well. And also for Libya, it's just they did their best. It's just not going to be enough for now.
Yeah, they got their spotlight actually, like some of the play style and some of the game, some of the words that made by them is actually like insane also.
Well, we still have a lot of matches when it comes to the grand finals tomorrow. Can't wait and see for the 16th team to be in action. But let's just toss it back to our host, the amazing Gary.
All right, thank you once again, Chuchu and Dona Fiska. Guys, you already see the table. Saudi Arabia is the leader of the table of the day. So, we have finished all of the play-ins on Fire Stage PUBG Mobile IESF 14 World Esports Championship. So, before I close the event for the day, I would like to tell you that this event can be held by support from our government sponsor. Thank you once again to Kemenparekraf, Kemenpora, KONI, NOC Indonesia, and Wonderful Indonesia. And of course, tomorrow we'll have a grand final for PUBG Mobile on IESF 14 World Esports Championship, still on a Fire Stage. Okay, thank you for watching, and ayam apa yang tidak bisa bertelur di siang hari? Ayam jantan, betul. Thank you guys once again. See you tomorrow on IESF 14 World Esports Championship. Bye-bye.
It's my game. It's my world. Esports. It's my game. It's my world. It's my community. We believe in unity. Esports. It's my game. It's my world. It's my community. We believe in unity. It's my game.